falling bit by bit, piece by piece.
Can someone stop this man?
Grab your grandmother or your father, your mother, get them sat down on the sofa. You don't want to be missing this match.
Oh, wait, what? Are you serious?
They crack it open in the nick of time. Oh my word, from the top ropes.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Welcome everyone to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe, and joining me as per usual are my trusty analysts, Costa and Reinforce. Guys, how we doing?
All good. I'm ready to go. Had some kimchi this morning. I'm feeling it. It's good times.
You had some what this
Kimchi.
morning? Oh, I heard ketchup and I was like, that's
weird
but
brand.
actually kimchi sounds weird also, to me personally anyway. However, I'm not judging.
Just tomatoes.
Eat good things.
Just tomatoes with some sugar.
I mean, why not? That's the way to kick off your morning instead of the coffee. I'm sure that gets you going.
Put the ketchup in the coffee.
we had some matches already, so some people might have not slept yet, which I absolutely respect. But for the ones who did miss those matches, we're going to quickly summarize what happened overnight in our Asian matches. We kick things off with the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Chengdu Hunters. Well, it's great to see that the Spark recovers from a tough first day, and they made the right adjustments, came in with a more meta comp, and they look good. But the Hunters, I don't know at this point. Costa, what are your thoughts on that game?
It seems really weird to me how this Chengdu team keeps... You know, they came out early, they played the Genji, they played the Summer. It's like, this is the Chengdu I like to see, you know, doing something different. They get this round, and they actually look really good with the Reaper when they go into this control center. But then, all of a sudden, they just start playing meta against Hangzhou Spark. They try playing the double shield with the Mei, the McCree, and they just lose over time. They got full held on the last two maps. It's like, why are you trying to be something that you're not, is sort of my question to Chengdu.
Trying to be cute.
Just be you know? Don't let the world and don't let society tell you who you are and who you need to play, okay? You do you.
That I needed that. Thank you.
That's beautiful
That's very
advice on a Sunday
motivational,
morning.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. The second game of the day was the one we all very much anticipated. That was the Shanghai Dragons and the Seoul Dynasty. And I mean, there's some great storylines coming into this as well. Mind you, if you're looking at the Shanghai Dragons, the player specifically, Fearless, he had a rough time in Season 1. Then for Season 2, he actually had to go to playing Contenders. And now he's back and they're currently 8-1. So great stuff coming out from the Shanghai Dragons.
Also, Fleta sends his regards. He got it. He did it. Honestly, I rewatched this game and I was severely disappointed by Seoul's lack of adaptation. It just wasn't even, I mean, it wasn't even close. Like yesterday we talked about how, you know, there's some close 3-0s and there's some, you know, very one-sided 3-0s, and this was so one-sided. I was so disappointed. It felt like Seoul Dynasty just couldn't adapt at all. It always felt like they were one step behind with the support adaptation.
Where does this put the Shanghai Dragons in your book, though?
It has to be number one,
they
right?
make this one look so.
Yeah, sorry, Philly.
dominant.
I think it has to be number one.
Yeah.
It has to.
There we go.
This was just so convincing that you can't really argue against it at this point. Shanghai were just so good in this match. And I want to sort of hit what Johnny said as well. The Seoul Dynasty, we praised Marvel yesterday about his ability to play all the tanks, and that's great. But I feel like Shanghai came in here being like, we're going to exploit Marvel. We're going to want to play the Flare on Pharah and force Marvel to be the playmaker and shut down Pharah, which is very hard to do and takes a lot of experience that Marvel doesn't really have. And you saw them do that. And as Johnny said, Seoul just didn't have the adaptation. Shanghai were throwing lots of different things at them.
But also, there's just adaptation from the support and the DPS. So I saw this around Twitter as well when I woke up this morning and I catched up on the game. So I saw this as well. Like, okay, Marvel not playing the best team in the world. And I get that. And I saw that as well. So I get what you're saying, Scott. But also, why is Prophet playing Mei into Pharah and McCree for 3 straight maps with no adaptation whatsoever? This is Prophet. And he's just stuck on Mei against Pharah and McCree, okay? I get that in scrims it might work out and you might get some value from that Mei. You can speed in, wall off the enemy tank, etc. But playing Mei for 3 straight maps and just getting dominated and not even bothering to swap in the first place. Toby, stuck on the Lucio the entire game. They were just running into Briggs and Nanos. And it's like, it's so hard to play that way. And I expected some kind of adaptation. So a bit of a rant, but I expected more from Seoul.
It's a bit odd to me because, honestly, the lack of preparedness, or at least they didn't look prepared at all for what they faced off against, is odd to me, considering that the Shanghai Dragons have been known in the past and still are known to play a very good and very strong Pharah. So this is something, despite the different kind of lineup being fielded by the Shanghai Dragons today versus the day prior to that, I still feel like that should have been anticipated by the Seoul Dynasty, and that's a clear lack of preparation there. Now, the last game of the night was Guangzhou Charge and the New York Excelsior, and New York just continues to roll all over their opponents. Great to see them back and forth.
Yeah, I think we saw in this match that aggression is sort of the king, and that's something that Excel, they've in the past been a very passive team, but with the addition of Who Are You, with the addition of Hopper, it looked completely different. You saw in the first map, NYXL came out swinging. They just always really have an answer to what was happening in this match. Then we went to map 2. We got to see the patented Who Are You Genji. We got to see him on Doomfist. It was awesome to see with the crazy dive that NYXL is pulling out. So I'm really excited to watch this team. This might be one of my favorite teams to watch this season so far. That stuff was also crazy. Yeah,
that was good. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm excited to see how New York performs against the likes of Seoul and Shanghai, etc. Because we've seen now that there is a bit of a skill discrepancy, a bit of a gap. So New York, you know, they've beaten a lot of good teams this weekend, but how do they perform against Seoul and Shanghai? That's what we really want to see.
Right. So that is the summarization. Is that a word? I'm not entirely sure.
Let's go with it.
I have
Yeah,
hair
sure.
somewhere on my face. You ever had something on your face which just tickles you and you can't seem to get rid of it? That's my life right now. So yeah, life is pain and tickling, apparently. I want to take a look at today's schedule.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think we move on.
So let's go
Let's do
there and put those personal things aside. Yeah, we have 2 more games for you today. Kicking things off are the Florida Mayhem and the Boston Uprising, followed, of course, by the Battle of Texas. The Ultimate Showdown, the Houston Outlaws and the Dallas Fuel will face off against each other once again. But let's start at the beginning with the Florida Mayhem and the Boston Uprising. Looking at the Mayhem squad, they were hyped coming into this, and they finally actually live up to their potential. If you're looking at their starting 6 here, Reinforce, what is standing out? What are your thoughts?
Well, not too much is standing out, honestly, because they've been playing with this lineup for a while now. But Karajan on the main tank has to be the one go-to thing we have to talk about, because they played a lot of Fate last time around, and we praised Fate's ability to be a great shot caller, etc. But now they're going with Karajan instead. And, you know, like me and Costa speculated, it's probably because of his Reinhardt skills and because he is the go-to Reinhardt in this team. So, going to be interesting to see how that changes up the dynamic, and especially how he pairs up with Gargoyle, who has been so on fire this season.
Yeah, Gargoyle has just been absolutely incredible so far this season. He's been, you know, coming into this season, a lot of people had question marks because he played a really good Roadhog last season, but, you know, that doesn't really mean a lot coming into the next season.
One trick.
Yeah. But he's been incredibly good on the Sigma, on the Diva, just across the board. Very impressive, good team synergy and just making plays. Across the board, this team has just been really impressive, though. We got BQB really stepping up. Yaki, just a rookie, absolutely dominating. This DPS duo is actually incredible and have been doing a lot of work for these guys. So I'm really hyped for them. It's going to be interesting to see where they stand, because earlier in the season, we had this hype for them, and they sort of fell short. So they're bringing it back, and let's hope they can keep running with it.
Yeah, but the difference maker, I feel like now, in the middle of the season, is that they've actually built a bit of an identity. I think early on in the season, they were good at some things, but they lacked, you know, some parts of their game. But now they actually look pretty versatile, and they can play many different kinds of compositions. We saw last time around how Yaki was really dominant on the Tracer, and they were able to swap over to the Hangzhou and the Soldier. But most of the time, they actually played the Mei Reaper, and that's what they really preferred. So they can change up the pace all the time. They excel now with Uriz in the lineup. They can excel when they have Karajan and the Reinhardt. So this is a Florida Mayhem squad that can play a lot of different heroes. And being able to round out the squad with so many heroes really makes it easy for you to adapt to what the enemy is playing, and you always have that upper hand advantage. So I've been really impressed by the Florida Mayhem's ability to adapt mid-game and the way they excel with so many different heroes these past couple of weekends. So I am impressed by the Florida Mayhem. It sort of feels like the prophecy of the Mayhem is finally coming to fruition. So this is actually a team that I'm very hyped to see this time around. Early on in the season, I wasn't that excited about Florida Mayhem. I didn't really thought their squad was that good, but now they're looking really crisp. I'm really excited to see how they do against the Boston Uprising today, because this roster now is stacked and they play a good game.
Is the Florida Mayhem
I think
the second anime arc that's happening in the Overwatch League? Like, we saw the Shanghai Dragons, they're peaking.
It is a bit of an arc,
It's
isn't
just
it?
a little bit later, so maybe Mayhem's with the late peak in the later seasons of the anime.
You know, if I was
That's good. You need to stick through the first few seasons, and when you've proven yourself, you know, worthy of their peak, then they finally showed.
It's
So,
a slow
beautiful
TV show.
story.
Though. It's slow.
It's a slow TV show. Yeah, but if you
Right.
stick to it, you get rewarded at the end. And that's all that matters, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if you're looking at the individual performances, I think you just pointed him out as well. Yucky, he has been showing us a lot of different heroes, and quite frankly, his numbers on these different heroes are very good. I assume we're going to see some more May coming out of him today, and his May stats actually look quite neat. Lots of second places there, a fourth for final blows and enemies frozen. So overall, he is doing a lot of work for his team. He still has the potential to just swap onto something else if this isn't working out for them. So it's great to see so much depth coming out of this Mayhem roster, something they definitely did lack in the last 2 seasons. But now we have to talk about their opponents, and that is of course going to be the Boston Uprising.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. It's the solid 6, like it's the solid 6. You don't have a lot of choice if you're the Boston Uprising. So as we take a look at the starting lineup, I mean, this is going to be what we expected. We have Bruce in the offline on the tank.
Of course, it's what we expected. We have 6 players, Johnny.
Yeah, but what do you want me to say? It's like, oh, this is surprising.
Still have to show
Jerry?
Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, this is what we're expecting. I mean, I'm looking out for Myongbong today. I think Myongbong could actually surprise a little bit because we know that he is the individual player on this team that really has to perform. So hopefully if he's back on Diana, that gives him some room to shine. But it's hard, Scott.
It's
hard.
hard. Yeah. It's hard out here.
I want to see the Florida Mayhem.
They also had one of their assistant coaches also take a hiatus as well. So obviously things are working out for this Boston team. Hopefully we can see them turn it around soon.
What I have to say, though, is that what I'm looking out for in this match is how hard the Florida Mayhem win.
Yeah.
Because I think that this is a must-win for the Florida Mayhem to really prove themselves. So I'm really excited to see how the Florida Mayhem perform against the Boston Uprising, because we cannot be seeing a 3-2 kind of matchup here. We need to see a 3-0. So that's what I'm excited about.
It is a must-win, and sometimes in those kind of situations, you do have those scenarios where one team just kind of went under the radar. So let's hope the Mayhem still prepared accordingly going up against the Boston Uprising, as that will be our second match of the day. No, actually, that's a lie. That's the first match of the day. I'm confused. Also, we're heading into a very quick break right now, and then we will be back with more here on the Watchpoint Pre-Show.
Overwatch League online play is brought to you by Xfinity. Experience gamer-grade internet with Xfinity X5.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows from the biggest stars. Now when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that you have been waiting for. Houston Outlaws going up against the Dallas Fuel. We are coming back for the Battle of Texas.
There are undecided fans in Texas, and this is the battle for the Owl Corral right here.
People cheering for Houston, people cheering for Dallas.
We'll see who flies their flag over Texas tonight.
This is a new Dallas Fuel that we're seeing.
Looks like the Houston Outlaws are just starting to get heated up.
What more could you ask for? This one is going to be epic.
Decay! This is what we love to see.
Dante, he's just ripping people to shreds. Dallas Fuel, they take it home. The Outlaws, they are looking mighty fine.
This is the Texas Showdown.
And now it is time to discuss the Texas Showdown. Can I get
Yeehaw!
Thank you. Well, you kind of failed me there in force, but you made up with it with
Johnny
enthusiasm
making me
afterwards.
look
so
bad.
I'm okay with
See
that.
how it is, Johnny?
You gotta step up your yeehaw game. You even played for
True, I
Dallas,
only
come
had
on!
time for the
That's
yee.
part of the practice routine, is it not?
Yeah, we were bad when we
Well,
played. We were
I'm
bad
sure
at
those
Eagles.
teams will be facing off against each other quite a bit more times this very season. So, you know, we can get some more practice runs in. Outlaws and Dallas. Currently, the Outlaws are actually leading this overall series 3-1 against the Dallas Fuels. Reinforced. Who do you expect to see coming out from the Outlaws? We know that they relied heavily on Dante playing the Tracer. Will he be in the lineup today?
Yeah, I hope so, because Dante, in my mind, has been one of the best players so far for the Houston Outlaws this year. So I'm really excited to see what Dante is going to play now when Tracer is removed from the pool. I hope he's in the starting lineup, and I hope he actually contributes to this team, because in my mind, you sort of have to default to some of those best players of yours. And it's going to be interesting to see, is Dante going to play a McCree? Is he going to play a Sombra? Is he going to be in the starting lineup at all? We know he has a fantastic Sombra, and it seems to me that Houston Outlaws have been able to make some of these compositions work with just some sheer confidence and ability to play some of these heroes. You know, the Houston Outlaws, they don't shine too much when they're forced to play compositions that they don't really excel on. Instead, they should really stick to what they know and to the heroes they are comfortable with. So it's going to be exciting to see what Dante is going to play today, if he is going to play, and what heroes he's going to play. Because in my mind, Dante is a huge key for the Outlaws to get a win today.
Yeah, and you have the Houston Outlaws. They've got 2 wins in a row. Nice, we're doing it.
It's a winning streak.
But
It's a
it
winning
is
streak.
against Boston, and it was against Toronto, 2 of the bottom of the table teams. So if you are the Houston Outlaws and you are the fans, this is the match that you want to look at to sort of prove that you are a team that, you know, is a force to be reckoned with, because the Dallas Fuel have been pretty good lately, and Dallas Fuel have also been playing their own style. So this could be a clash of 2 styles, because I agree with Johnny. Houston should play what they're comfortable with and not try and force the meta. I think if they go towards this sort of Ryan May style, I think I lean towards Dallas in this matchup.
Well, but Costa, they will go up against the Dallas Fuel, a former team of yours. Which of the players are you keeping an eye on? Has there anyone been impressing you?
Honestly, we could talk about Doho and Decay all day long, but the people that really impressed me the most over these last couple of matches for the Dallas Fuel was Gamsu and Note. And Note specifically because he's been known as a diva player since Season 1. He's always been solid. He's never been, in my opinion, remarkable, but he's always been incredibly solid. But this season, we've seen a lot of off-tanks have to flex a lot. We're going into the Sigmas, going into the, you know, Arissas, even some playing Ryan. And Note has actually excelled so far in this season, especially lately on the Sigma. Really impressed me, and especially in this match against the Shock here. So I'm really looking forward to them to sort of, you know, push this team over the edge and sort of destroy the Houston Outlaws tank line.
Yeah, some even said that Note took it to Choyobin last match, right? So that's an incredible achievement in and of itself. I want to talk about Gamsu a little bit, because he has actually impressed me on the Reinhardt so far. Back in the day, you know, a couple of years ago, we used to say that Gamsu was a very solid player that was pretty versatile, but he was just solid. Like, he wasn't flashy or anything. But this year, it feels like Gamsu has really stepped up to another level, and he's hitting some crucial earth shatters on that Reinhardt. So I've been really impressed by Gamsu's Reinhardt so far this year, and I'm excited to see if he's going to continue to put out these performances. Because in my mind, if the Dallas Fuel wants to succeed, we already know that the K and Doha are amazing. We know that they are the 2 star players of this team. But if Note can step up, like you said, Costa, and actually compete with players like Choyobin, and if Gamsu can hit these monstrous shatters and actually turn some of these fights around for the Dallas Fuel, that's going to be a huge key in them being able to win more games this season. So I'm looking at for Gamsu and Note, as you said, Scott, because I think they're going to be crucial for the Dallas Fuel today.
Well, I'm definitely very excited for another Texas showdown. However, that has to wait for a little bit because we still have a pre-show to conclude and, of course, another match to play before that is going down here on the Overwatch League. However, for now, it is time for Emote Control presented by State Farm. So get your signs ready, boys.
Oh boy.
We have some great and worrisome clips which you have to rewatch, relive with us here on the show. Starting things off is a double Reinhardt charges.
Oh boy.
Oh
no.
It's that was the Rain and the Fusion going
Oh,
up against
no.
each other, and that's just hate.
It's the Joshua Potato Head.
That it has to
It's
be
the
the
Cypher
Joshua
Potato
Potato
Head.
Head for multiple reasons. Firstly, this is a potato move, like never pin near an edge, but this is also something that Josh would definitely do and then blame like everyone else
for
on the team.
entertainment.
Yeah, just for the memes. So it has to be potato. Wait, why is my face up, Zoe?
Because you're disappointed at what you're seeing from Potato
That is
Josh.
true. I am always disappointed in Josh.
See?
I said this earlier.
Right.
I thought it reminded me of that song. Deja vu. I don't know how it goes. I don't know the lyrics.
Song that's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
but this is a call out to people watching because they know the song and they will be able to relate. It's spot on. It really fits in there. So that's what that clip reminded me
and
of.
I'm sure at least 5 people will agree with you. Now moving on to our next clip.
more than 5.
Shu, who just cannot hide from DM. And that one pains me. Like the commitment DM has to killing Shu here is just not even
Shu alone.
Peekaboo!
The worst part about this whole clip is he like grazes his elbow. That's how he kills him. I'm holding up the Mitch face, the kind of confused Mitch face, because if I'm Shu, I'm like, how did I just die? This is not fair. So
No. I took the moth face because there's just fear in the soul of Shu. Like there's just panicking, like trying to hide for his life. Like that's a nightmare right there, you know? Like McCree has high ground on you and you can't do anything. Terrible.
I have Mitch for 2 reasons. One is my the classic like, bro, like really you committing so hard to killing me, like all the time commitment he had to actually take him down. And then also this face is kind of apt for where was my team?
Healers?
Why did no one try to help me? Yeah, rough times.
Poor Shu.
Rough times all around.
Poor Shu.
Poor Shu, indeed. The last clip of the day is a fancy flashbang into Earth Shatter combo.
Oh boy.
That was, oh boy, you love to see.
Yeah, you love to see
it. That one's beautiful.
The best part about this, just like the execution, like the way it goes down, like the small seconds of the flashbang hitting right as the shadow goes down. Like it's perfect timing. Love to see it.
Do you think that was coordinated? Like, with how quickly it happened, I almost think it was not planned. It was like, he throws the shadow as he throws the flashbang. Either that's just complete commitment to teamwork, or that was just lucky.
I think Fitz is a bit late.
At this point, they're like the Zerg, they're a Storm, they're all one with their thoughts.
Because usually you do a countdown, right?
Yeah.
So I think more. I think Gesture does like the countdown, like 3, 2, 1, and then Fitz is like, "Oh, I'm not in range! I'm not in range!
Just throws it.
Wait!"
But I see we're all in agreement that this was a
money around.
Yeah, this is a Zoe play. This is a
around.
Zoe play right there.
That is, yeah, that's exactly what
talent
I do.
takedown MVP.
Yep, that's true, actually. Yeah. I did hit some good moments in the talent takedown. However, unfortunately, they never really compare with our Emote Control presented by State Farm. Guys, thank you so much for participating. We're now heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we will be back with our predictions for today.
Hey, Mama. Just making sure you're getting your exercise.
Of course I am. We have Quibi included in our T-Mobile plan.
How does that help you exercise?
I walk into the kitchen and watch Chrissy Teigen. Okay. Later, I rush upstairs to watch Idris Elba.
Mama, it's only exercise if you get your heart rate up.
Ooh, that Idris Elba gets my heart rate way up.
Watch quick bite shows from today's biggest stars. Now when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile. At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
And we are back again, but before we're heading into the predictions for today's matches, I quickly want to remind everyone that today in the post-show, right following the last match of the day, we will be doing the hero pool reveal, so you will know what heroes will be out of the rotation for next week. And also, we're going to have a special guest. John Spector will be joining us for a very special announcement, so definitely stick around for that. No Reinhardt is what Jonathan wants, so this is all on him.
Wait, it can't be. It
Why-
can't be.
why are you wishing
no,
for
it
that?
can be Reinhardt.
That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah, can be. You know.
Yeah.
You know, get rid of Wrecking Ball. Like, I mean, really, Chengdu is the only team that will really, you know,
Chengdu,
be worried about it.
Oh, wait, actually, yeah.
So, you know,
Do they
like,
even play next week?
Well, one more week. One more week.
One more week. Well, for now, let's take a look at the leaderboard to see how our own little sideline competition is currently going. There's a lot on stake here. On stake? Yeah, on stake.
Are we counting the guests as
that's
people
an
that
English
get
phrase.
a part of the punishment?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we will punish
Are we
everyone.
going to punish all the animals? Oh, no.
No, we're not.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
What the-
Well, remember that we did say that we will have a punishment for the last place in our leaderboard.
There's so many. There's like 10 different people
well,
and
just
pets.
one has to take it for the
nominate,
What are they gonna do?
I nominate
I guess that's
Sideshow.
Josh.
Yeah, I also nominate Sideshow.
There we
Oh,
go.
that's true, yeah.
We're on the same board.
Yep.
Well, you Reinforce, you're catching
I
up.
am catching up. I am actually just impressed by how well we predicted throughout the season, because it's really hard with the hero pools, because we don't only have limited information available to us, and we're actually doing pretty well. So,
Figgy Small here predicting today's matches, also working with limited information, such as general understanding
Florida,
of the game.
respectable.
And the world.
I mean, so does Costa.
No
but
thumbs either, so it's... yeah, but Costa at least has...
Oh!
Wait, Zoe went for
Here we go.
Houston?
one up there.
Hello, Zoe?
I did.
Please explain yourself.
Yeah, no, this is my risk pick. I need to edge ahead. I realize that, and
30 seconds on the clock! Go!
I feel like I'm trying.
Johnny,
I'm
we're
trying
catching
to do
up.
that. Now it is...
We are.
Yeah. Well, you might after this. Maybe I just want to try to make it closer.
You know, I actually think... Sorry for interrupting, Zoe. I apologize.
That's not a
I
problem.
actually think that I have the worst prediction rate against the Houston Outlaws in the entire league. So maybe predicting Dallas here is a foolish move, and maybe the Houston Outlaws will win. Because every time I predict against the Houston Outlaws, they win. Every time I predict for them, they lose. It's a bit of a Valiant curse, but I have the Outlaws curse, so I don't know.
Dallas just took Shock to 5, so I don't think you can bet against them against Houston.
I'm
you know?
scared. I'm paranoid.
Okay,
I'm
it's gonna be
freaking
okay,
out.
Johnny. We'll hug it out. Okay, don't worry about it.
They're gonna tweet at me.
Everything
It's
is possible
gonna be,
in the world
it's
of
gonna be rough.
Overwatch. And that is true. Honestly, though, like I generally feel like predictions are just a tough thing in general, because neither of us have been sitting into scrims. We have no idea what game plans and like mood and mindset the teams are coming in with. So it is a guessing game for everyone.
True.
At that point.
Yeah. I mean, you
there's
are
only
the
so much you
leader,
can
so I don't know why you're not hyping yourself up as being like
genius,
the supreme
yeah.
leader
No,
of the
because I think
analysts,
this
but
is
instead you're
luck.
like...
It's based on luck.
That's
it.
right.
I look at numbers and then I hope for the best, and then Jeff takes the wheel and I just see how it goes. Like that's kind of what that's my strat.
Cussed over the moon for being so far the worst prediction rate of the three of us, and he's just... it's just random.
I just
you know,
respect
it's
Zoe.
just
If
luck.
I was on the top, I would be
True.
claiming at how much of a genius I
Gloating.
am, and that this is the most
Yeah.
important thing, and it's just top analyst. So, praise to Zoe for being a humble
No,
winner.
I'm just so used to being on the top, and then the fall is very, very steep. So I better not
Oh
open
my
my
God.
mouth too much when I'm up there. Yeah, humbling. Life has been humbling so far. Either way, Yeah, I'm not sure how to transition from here. I want to start the match, so let's just do that. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for our Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. We are now heading into the first match of the day. Florida Mayhem will go up against the Boston Uprising, and we will be back with our game break in between the maps.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Watch some Overwatch games. That's what I'm all about.
Welcome, everybody. It is Week 12 here at the Overwatch League, and we still got 2 more matches left to go. Going to be kicking off the day with the Mayhem taking on the Uprising in a match, Jake, where the Mayhem looking to prove a little bit of dominance.
Definitely. Boston, they've had a real struggle of a season this time around. It hasn't been what they had hoped for. A lot of teams, I think, taking wins off Boston. If you think back, their only win was that knockdown dragout against Houston, and that was at a time when Houston was really struggling. So, if you're a Boston Uprising fan, you really got to be pulling for them now. These players, I think they've got the individual talent, but it's yet to see if they can actually bring it together. And, it's getting to the point where you're going to be eliminated from playoff contention if things keep going this direction.
Both teams here looking to make their mark, but I couldn't agree more with Boston, where if there's any time to pull out of the tailspin, it's definitely going to be now. But shifting gears a little bit to Florida and their roster, one thing these teams both have in common, Jake, is that both these teams generally run with the same 6.
Yeah, exactly. I think with Florida, we saw BQB and Saya swap playtime for the first part of the season, but I just think it wasn't as successful as just locking in BQB. I think he's been a real superstar this season. Saya, has always been a completely insane player on the Widowmaker, but I think more than his skill changing, I think it's just that hero has not really been seen too much playtime this season compared to the last 2 where it was really dominant for so long.
Meanwhile, taking a look at the Boston roster, well, I think Reinforce said it best on Watchpoint, where there is no surprise here for Boston. This is really the only 6 that Boston can run at the moment. And, there are some bright spots on the roster, but they haven't quite put it all together.
Yeah, definitely. This is a team that, I'd hope to see succeed with so many rookies, but just too much turmoil for them so far. This Florida could be a team that they can upset, but, Florida, they're so unpredictable. Sometimes they'll have great games, taking impressive series off of some of the best teams in the league, and other times they look a little bit out of place, look a little bit out of sorts. So Boston, they better be hoping that it's the weak version of the Florida Mayhem this week, because I just don't see them getting this win otherwise, unless they've really leveled up their game over the past week of practice. It's possible, but at the same time, I just feel like they're going to be the underdogs for a long time until they really turn the season around.
Well, the first map we're going to be kicking things off on here today, it is going to be Nepal. And Jake, just going a little bit in depth here. If you're Boston and right now you're struggling for wins, does that mean the pressure is off? Or at some point does the pressure build back on going, when are we going to get another win?
I don't think the pressure abates at all if you're a player in this situation. I think it pretty much just gets worse and worse and worse. And that's not what you want to hear if you're a Boston fan. But I just think from the player perspective, it's the honest truth. No player likes losing. No player can even accept it. You just feel like you're not achieving your job. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. So it's a really tough thing to deal with mentally and emotionally. And the challenge has to be that you have to take those losses and then turn it around somehow and somehow change the momentum. And that's the real test of a player, of a team. Someone's got to step up, be that leader that the team needs to take them forward. And maybe, who knows, maybe this is their week. Let's find out.
Yeah, and one interesting thing about that, I'll go back to an old story I used to tell about Season 1, with the Shanghai Dragons in the inaugural season, where once a team loses enough games in a row, teams start playing harder against you because they don't want to be the team to give you a win.
Exactly, and I think Boston might already be suffering from that just a little bit. But with this week, with the reality of the season with hero pools and everything, you're preparing for every week aggressively, probably maybe even more so than in the past where you're playing the same thing for a long time, so it's less of a week to week to week, and you're more looking at the meta and a long-form trend. In this meta, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you're one of the weaker teams in the league. Teams still going to put a ton of resources and time into preparing the hero pool, deciding what strategy they think is the best. So Boston, they're not going to have any free wins, I think, this season. The league is just playing at too high of a level for that. They're going to need to earn this one.
I'll take a look here on the North American side. One thing we've been seeing a lot, not as much D.Va, a lot more Zarya, and both teams running out here with the Ryan Zarya to kick things off.
Yeah, BQB is going to favor the Reaper, sim teleporting his team in, but both teams taking the contest on this high ground. It's going to be up to Jerry and Halo to get some picks off here. Halo starts it off.
Yaki gets caught early, but Fusion's a little bit deep. Both teams 5-on-5. Jerry on the outskirts right now needs to find something soon, as the rest of the Mayhem, they're utilizing the Reaper. They're keeping the main front line, and Jerry just gets rushed down. You don't usually see a Reaper take out a McCree like that.
I think it was all about the start of the fight. You just saw Karayan and Gargoyle moving out so aggressively on top mid, supported by their teammates, but BQB's even ice-walled off, and the team just moved forward fearlessly, took that aggressive position on the high ground. Jerry's sitting back a little bit, poking away, but if he doesn't find a kill there, his team just gets overwhelmed, and that's exactly how that mid-fight goes. Now Boston's in the unenviable position of retaking on Nepal. Looks like they're going to come through Kitchen, but Karayan is very prepared for this.
And Florida, they're going to try and take the fight as early as possible, especially with the Reaper. Karayan just working around the outskirts here. Jerry already down. Karayan dropping the shatter around the corridor. Ends up giving his life, but the rest of it still goes pretty well for the Mayhem.
Yeah, fighting in this tiny corridor, really a struggle for Boston. The players on the Florida side, they can just dip in and out of that small contested room. If, they go in, put some pressure on, cycle out, get heals. Gangnam Gym constantly on the high ground, never at risk. And, on the flip side, Boston, they're all trapped together in there. They cannot leave the room. It's pretty much all in or die, and in that case, they die. Great work by Yaki and Karayan to contest that choke. If Boston gets out, could see a very different fight, but in those close-range engagements, Florida has a big advantage.
Boston needs to get this next engage sooner rather than later. Gargoyle very close to the grab time. BQB going in for the aggressive flank, gets caught by Jerry, and just barely able to walk away with his life. Boston, they use the opportunity here to move on forward. Fusion's getting frozen out, has a chance for the shatter. Puts Ryan on the ground. Boston looking for a way in. The Graviton knocked. Oh, Karayan got a shatter fire strike towards the very end, and that's going to seal it.
Great work by the supports of the Florida Mayhem there. Karayan took so much punishment, taking the grab, then getting slept, then getting shattered. Just chain CC onto Karayan, but he doesn't go down there, even despite being right next to all the members of the Boston Uprising. Because Florida's constantly fighting in that low ground pit area, Gangnam Jin has a perfect situation there. He's just sitting on the high ground, throwing nades. This position is so dominant for him. As long as his team fights right in front of him, he's always going to get more value than Myeonbong.
Well, the Uprising, one final opportunity to bring this back. They have the Blizzard at the very least. Probably going to use it early in the fight. BQB, though, against the flank! 3 for BQB! Just immediately removing Boston from the fight, and that is about as decisive as a round can get.
Man, that's a fearless reroll from BQB. Just teleports in, drops the ult, gets a 3K. Yeah, I don't hate the taunt there from BQB. You got to respect it. That's just a complete domination from Florida Mayhem. If the series keeps going this way, it's going to be a 3-0. I mean, mid-fight looked just really dominant from Florida. They moved out aggressively. They knew what they wanted to do, and they executed quickly. And then from there on out, it's just fights in the choke until the map's over. I mean, BQB had the big ult to close it out, but the previous fights were really all about teamwork, and that's where Florida just had Boston beat. Now Boston going to show the Symmetra on the start, maybe trying to get a quick move onto this high ground position. Both teams actually going to have the Symmetra, so it should be even here.
Just a general vibe of disrespect coming up from Florida, where, okay, BQB found some great opportunities, but seeing a Reaper get that aggro, it's not something that happens every day, Jake.
Oh, and I actually really like the comp that the Florida Mayhem are fielding here. They deal so much spam damage. If Brusen cannot get very high energy very quickly, it's going to be a very, very tough fight. Jerry and Myeonbong totally isolated by the ice wall from Yaki, and looks like the Florida are cleaning up there on the side.
Jerry's looking for angles on the back, but right now, not really finding much of it, and the fight's already over, so if you're going to run the Ashe, you need to get value off of it, and I don't even think Jerry really had much in his sights to begin with to even look to shoot.
No, I think the idea from Jerry is to play the Ashe in like a mirror match, but because Gargoyle is on this Sigma and Yaki, by the way, is all the way in the spawn, hunting down Brucin. Oh my word, that would be so painful if he fell there. But maybe Florida going to pay a little bit for this push, but just going to be Karayan's shield that goes down pretty much.
Florida just doing whatever they want right now, and you know, it's unfair to say, oh, Jerry, just find a pickoff there. I mean, most of Boston just went in and got annihilated early in the fight now. They're going to look for a way in. Split off to the degree by Yaki, the early ball. Boston moving over. Color Hex already picked off. Gargoyle off the flank. Nasty stuff coming in from Gargoyle, and Uprising, they're stuck back to spawn, and Florida's chasing him right there.
Florida is going into the spawn doors right now. Oh no, don't die here. Yunfeng falling in the spawn door. I mean, this is a little bit of BM from the Florida Mayhem. I mean, it make it work with these pickoffs, but it just feels like Boston has no potential in these team fights. They're coming into the choke. You've got Karayan on one side, Gargoyle on the other. This perfect 180 split on the choke. Boston is just getting picked apart. They need some ults to deal with this, but all they have is the nano boost. That could be what they need, but Karayan watching around the corner with a third person.
He's waiting for it. Oh no, Fusions, you don't want to be here. Jerry's already down. And Karayan waiting. Do you drop the shatter for just extra gratuitous violence? Do you do it? Fusions is down to no. You wait, but you go back over the spawn where, right now, Jake, Florida's not just breaking the body, they're breaking the spirit.
This is a brutal domination, I have to say. I mean, even that fight looked great from a team fight ult perspective, but not only that, BQB also just picks off Jerry at the start of the fight for free. Now coming up on 80%. I mean, even if Boston gets a good engagement in this choke point, probably they're going to have to send Halo forward just to keep the point contested. There's no easy way to get a contest on a point besides the Lucio, and even that is risky against players as sharp as BQB and Yaki. Florida, though, giving a little bit more respect this time, respecting that grab freeze combo. It is really devastating. I mean, to be fair, this should be a team fight victory just because of those ults.
You would think Boston, final opportunity. He's getting things up. Color Hex finds an arrow to the head, courtesy of BQB. So Boston already down one. Brucin gonna try and equalize here with the grab. The beat though out. So's the immortality field. Fusions goes for the shatter, gets nothing on the other end, and Florida just shrugging it off. Boston in a real tough spot here. Brucin finds BQB towards the end. That's not enough. Crying, easy cleanup, and Boston getting the point for a moment. It's about to flip back the way of Florida, and I don't think Boston's coming back in.
They're going to try. Nice boop off, though, by Fusions. Keeps this potentially in contest, but Mail doesn't even get out. Color Hex falling too quickly. He does get it out, but it's a desperation throw from the pit. Doesn't really get any value on point, and just so much dominance from Florida here. This is the map.
Overtime about to tick away. Last little bit of delay coming in from Boston, but you know, I'd say it's looking for a last fight, but arguably Boston never had a fight. Florida, unreal dominance against the Uprising. What more can you say?
Yeah, I said Boston was hoping that Florida would have one of their weekdays, one of their off days, maybe playing a little bit uncoordinated or individually weak, but they are not getting any weakness out of the Mayhem right now. Mayhem looking really sharp, really polished, from the mid-fights to the post-fights executions to the ult economy. You know, even in that last fight, you think, okay, yeah, they had the grab freeze on the side of Boston, but because Florida plays far back, splits around the map, just puts their snipers in high ground positions, BQB is able to pick off Color Hex, and they lose the other half of their grab freeze combo. And, you know, without the Blizzard, that's your most crucial ultimate, arguably, in the composition that Boston's running. They absolutely needed to get the flip, needed to get that combo off successfully. And I think also Florida just outcomped them there on Sanctum. I think on Sanctum, the Hanzo gets so much value, long-range spamming, doesn't have to really commit. There's so many great positions for Hanzo to spam from, and at the same time, you're also running a Sigma and a Batiste, so not only are you out-spamming the enemy team with your DPS, but you're also playing tanks and supports that actually continue to enhance that game plan, maximize the spam value. So, I mean, the irony of the whole situation is that even though they're playing a spam comp, they still win the close-range brawl on mid. Jerry and Myunbong isolated by Yaki's Maywall there. So, you can't fault Florida for anything here. I mean, this is a perfect round. I mean, yes, they give up the second point, or they give up the Sanctum cap for, 15%, but it's all over at that point. So, perfect round, perfect map. Boston looking really, really weak right now.
Yeah, it's been a tough go for Boston, and this is normally a throw. We'll say, hey, we'll see if Boston can be right back. Right now, we're watching Florida just steamroll over, but excellence is in motion. I'm curious how Florida continues it on. We'll be back in a break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor. And by Zip Chair Game, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
Welcome back, guys. We've got some great news. T-Mobile customers can score $30 to the Overwatch League shop. Be sure to download the T-Mobile Tuesdays app now and redeem your loot on April 28th. But, coming back into it, of course, it is Florida v. Boston, and so far, Jake, it has been a tough road for Boston, but Florida, on the other hand, Florida's looking really polished, and this is what you need to show if you're looking to become a top team and break out of the mid-range.
Yeah, definitely. Boston Uprising, I mean, they've been a bit of a bellwether, but it's less of a question of can you win, but rather how do you win? And unfortunately, that's just been the story so far this season for the Boston Uprising. Feels like they just haven't found their footing. You know, that first map, it's hard to really point out to anything that worked in their favor. It felt like every single fight, Mayhem was in control, pretty much as close to a perfect Koth map as you can get. 100-0 on the first round, and then second round yielding point. But, I mean, what's really telling is that by the time Boston caps the point, it's fully accepted by Florida. I mean, Florida's just accepting, oh yeah, have the point, we don't care. They use all their ults just to cap the point, and by then they're still dropping players. So Florida's in control of that fight the entire time. They gave the point intentionally just to make sure that they could keep as many players alive as possible, guarantee the long-term fight win. So from Florida, that's just textbook execution. That's pretty intelligent stuff. That's what you want to see out of them, because not every team knows that, you know, oh, we can give up the point, you know, in this, since we already have 99, as long as we guarantee the fight win, nothing else matters. 10% for Boston doesn't matter, totally irrelevant. So they wisely give up the point, but, you know, that just means that Boston, yeah, they capped the point once, but it really wasn't as much they're doing as Florida just allowing it to happen while they pick apart the back line, while they win the fight elsewhere. So Florida Mayhem looking really strong. You know, Boston's going to have to mount a next level defense coming into this next map type.
Well, next map type is going to be Assault to kick things off, and I have to wonder what Boston has in the tank, if anything, because you go back and you look at what we just witnessed. Florida was just outplaying on every single level, whether it be early pickoffs onto opposing DPS. You know, you think about the back and forth we saw between Carpe and Baby Bay yesterday. There was no back and forth here. It was simply Color Hex and Jerry being driven into the ground. You look at the tank game where Karayan was having the run of it versus Fusions. Any matchup you look at here, Boston was struggling. So for me, okay, the new map type, that's interesting, but it's also just, on some level, this is the team needs to pick itself up, because across the board, Florida was simply outclassing Boston. Yeah,
you know, I think it was a bit of an outcomping. I think Florida played better around their Reaper than Boston did around their McCree on the first map. And then on the second map, I think the Sigma Batiste is just, and the Hangzhou, they're just getting so much value on a map like Sanctum. Really wide open, lot of range, very easy for Sigma, you know, to poke from flanks, to play high grounds, get value, spam it out. And great chokeholds as well. When they're, without even playing this Arya, they're still winning that Rhine trade because the team is just spamming so effectively. Fusions can't really drop his shield at all. So, I mean, you got to give props to Florida. They're keeping the pressure very, very heavy on Boston. So I think it's pretty much on Boston to change things up here. If Florida just keep playing the way they played that last map, I find it hard to imagine Boston takes a map in this series.
And let me ask you this. I mean, Boston's playing pretty close to what we think is the meta, at least for what we can classify as the NA scrim bubble, right? And is there any benefit at some point to just going wildly off meta, sort of channeling your inner Chengdu and seeing what works? Because when playing things a little bit more standard, it feels like Boston just, they're not getting anything done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge is on a map like Paris, it's pretty rough to go off meta. I mean, you could play a hero like Pharah on first point and, you know, get the comp that Boston's running. They wouldn't have really great answers to it. They don't have a D.Va. They don't have pretty much it's only Ana and Mei that are going to be shooting up and poking that away at that Pharah. So she could get a lot of value running a comp like that. But the problem is, yes, you're most likely going to cap first pretty quick with that strat. But it just doesn't scale into second point. And, you know, Florida can just give up first, build some ultimates up. And, you know, if Boston has to swap all their ults, drop their heroes going into second point, it's not even worth it in the first place. So on a map like Assault, or on a map type like Assault, you kind of have to play a comp that works the whole map through, give yourself that snowball potential, keep your ultimates in play. So we'll see if Jerry can do it on the McCree this time.
What does right on Jerry here, too, when you're running the McCree, you need to get pickoffs from afar, and Florida, they're not giving them the breathing room. They just immediately dive in. Brian leads the way, Youngbung out of the fight immediately, and it's just over. There was no time for Jerry to even sit back and find a pickoff there. Florida got the perfect engagement.
It's a really nice setup play. Pretty much the whole team having impact there. Chris first, hiding in the corner. He boops everyone out from Boston so they can't make the rotation as quick as they like. And then Karayan just comes in swinging with the Zarya bubble coming out from Gargoyle. That's pretty textbook gameplay from the whole side of Florida, but it's just exactly what they need in the circumstance. And Chris setting up to do it again. There's no way to clear this spot, so Boston's going to get booped every single time. And this time, BQB is also lying in wait. This could be another devastating rush for Florida.
Florida still making adjustments midway through, and again, the collapse comes through. The shatter on top. ColorX not going to be really feeling too good after that one, and Boston again just completely out-initiated. It's not even a fight here, Jake, realistically.
And I love the little subtle change up there from Florida Mayhem. You know, they do basically the same play as before, but this time BQB is actually lying in wait in the corner. And if Boston is expecting that, it could be a big risk. You know, he could get insta-flash, but because he didn't do it the first round, Boston just said, oh, we'll run it back. But honestly, for Boston, it's like, what did you expect to really be different there? I mean, Chris is going to go for that play time and time again. Looks like this time maybe he's respecting a little bit. I feel like he could make it work a third time, to be honest, but we'll see. Maybe Boston, yep, they're going to take a different rotation this time. Nano onto BQB, though.
Go to the other side, see if the tank decent, but BQB thrown onto the ground. Decent opening confusions, but it's still not going to be enough. You put a few people on the ground, it doesn't matter when everyone else is just getting surrounded on the outside. And I just feel like we're watching crash test simulations right now. Like, how safe is a Florida vehicle versus Boston? And right now, very safe.
Yeah, this Reaper is just getting so much done. Jerry on the McCree, I mean, he's got to make some sort of hero play to get this win, but it's so difficult with the way Florida are playing. They're instantly rushing in, always targeting the McCree aggressively. Like, BQB is always on Jerry's face, and like, Bruceman has to constantly keep the Matrix on Jerry all day long, but at that point, you're committing 2 heroes. But this time, BQB gets caught. That's so crucial for Boston. This could be their...
Yaki down, went for the Blizzard, got caught, so off the flashbang of Jerry, Boston now with an opportunity to at least get point aim, but Florida still 4 up. Karayan says, no, we don't need DPS, it's fine. But Jerry works to the outskirts. Jerry making a difference. They force out the beat from Florida. Florida actually used to be just the sort of dive on over, and Gargoyle just turns back, deals with Jerry. But the Uprising, they have spawn advantage here. You'd think they'd be able to turn this into a point cap, but I think Florida's going to go for one more go.
Yeah, it seems like they will. Yaki on the Doomfist wants to get back to this fight very, very quickly. Florida has a few ticks to give up, but they want to fight before the spawners return from Boston. Yaki with huge pick-off on the Color X. So significant here.
Well, BQB is out of it, so it's now going to have to be the Yaki show, or a huge shatter from Brian. Drop the Graviton on the 2. Uprising still on there. Yaki for the opportunity. Yaki down, caught by the Deadeye. The Mayhem right now, perhaps they're about to give this up. Though he's down, they go over, the shatter comes in for Brian, puts Youngbung on the ground, and the Mayhem, they're still coming back in here. The Uprising, they might be letting the Mayhem take the point back.
Oh no, it's happening. Gargoyle's full energy. Nobody can take this guy down. He's getting spawn healed by Gangnam Jin. Oh no, Boston, where did it all go wrong? That's not a recontest that the defenders should ever really win. You have a big advantage on the spawns there, but the shatter onto Myeonbong really seals the deal there from Karayan, so that's beautiful stuff. Without the Hana, Boston just can't sustain the fight anymore. Fusion's on the Wrecking Ball trying to touch, but he's just getting booped and CC'd to hell and back. Someone trying to run points, Halo, but
oh no, they can't even get the point.
Chris. Oh, ZP. Oh, it hurts me.
I think it hurts Boston quite a bit also. Oh man, I think you said it best where that was not a recontest that should have been viable, and I think against other teams, you might have seen Florida just back off and save resources for point B, but Florida just, there's a swagger going in where they're like, yeah, I mean, it's 2v6, but been doing pretty well against Boston. Just go in there, see what happens. And what happened is that Florida was able to come back in, retake the point, and one way or another, it's assured us of a very quick map here on Paris. And I don't know what else to say, Jake. This is brutality.
Yeah, it had to be a bit of an error, I think, from Color Hex falling on the May. He should be one of the hardest targets with, you know, the that ice block ability. He should be one of the most difficult targets to pick off, but he goes down right at the start of that fight, and that means there's no May left click to threaten Azaria to make her feel scared. So Gargoyle pretty much just runs rampant from there on out. But even that wouldn't be enough, but Karayan somehow finds a shatter onto Myeonbong. Fusions blocks himself, but he doesn't manage to block his teammate, and Karayan sweeps in to finish the kill. And that's where it all goes wrong, I think, for Boston. But it's just beautiful plays from Florida to make that happen. I think that was way beyond expectations, way beyond what you would think is possible here. Yaki even showing the Genji. I honestly don't even hate the Genji in this circumstance. I'm going to go with the May. A little bit more consistent, a little bit more dominant. I mean, at least this time Boston has defender's advantage. But Brucen on the Diva. We'll see if he's able to keep up with Gargoyle Zarya. He's been a hugely dominant force since Brucen swapped over. So Brian just walking in mid. They're just farming a Nana right now. They do not care. They're not trying to commit on this fight. Just poking from low ground. And Boston is losing position.
We've just gone to another day at the office right now for Florida. Boston, they're going to open up the Maywall. Look at this play. Oh, no. It's just Fusions who gets destroyed in the freezer. 6-on-5 for the Mayhem. And they just get to walk forward. Victory walk. Jerry can't do anything but backstep, eat a fire strike, and die. There's the charge. Just pile it on. Florida going to be taking Paris with ease.
All right, good map. That's 2-0 for the Florida Mayhem. A little bit quicker than expected on Paris, one of our normally longest maps in rotation. Fusions is back on the Wrecking Ball in a 1v6. We'll see if we can win it. Nope, he cannot. Nobody can do that.
Jake, if I were playing in this game and said GG afterwards as a Florida player, I'd feel like I'm being BM right now. This was not close. This was just destruction.
Yeah, BQB, I think, making the point real clear there with that taunt from Reaper. Nothing personnel, kid. Wow, what a brutal map. I thought Boston had that first point locked up for sure. I mean, it was a great first point hold to begin with from Florida. I mean, getting the clock down to 1 minute, setting themselves up for a second point defense, minimizing the time bank that Boston has to work with. But then somehow, miraculously, like 3 hero plays from Florida simultaneously. They pick off Color Hex on the May. They shatter and pick off Myeonbong on the Ana. Gargoyle runs rampant and finishes off the rest of the squad. And I mean, Boston's just outclassed in this matchup. Pretty simple here. I don't see, if they turn this around, I will be stunned. I mean, I've not seen 2 maps as dominant as this in a long time. So Florida Mayhem, we said they had to come prepared, and they are more than prepared for this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tough ask to envision any world where this gets brought back for Boston. But hey, they got halftime to figure it out. And more importantly, as we take a break, we're going to go to Watch Point where they can make some sense of what we just saw.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renter's insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Welcome to our game break presented by Cheesy Grooves. CP, yeah, you asked us to make sense of this, and I'm happy to, you know, ask Costa and Reinforce to give it their best shot, because I personally am not sure I can say much more other than one team is doing really well, the other one isn't. And, well, you can make a guess on which is which. Honestly, though, I think somewhere throughout this cast, I believe it was CP, kind of hit the nail on the head. Out initiation. Mayhem just always seem to be one step ahead. It's not like Boston is playing the wrong comps per se. It's just like Mayhem is playing and doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's what happens when you have a great coordination with your team. You trust your team to be able to engage properly. You trust your teammates to go in with you, and as a team you can initiate and get the initial advantage. And that is so crucial in a lot of these fights. If Boston Uprising hesitate for a moment and they feel like everyone's not on the same page, that when you really set yourself back, that allows the Florida Mayhem to go in and take those fights their own way, while the Boston Uprising are still scrambling for what ultimates are we going to use, what positioning are we going to take, and how are we going to execute that fight. And those small differences make all the differences when it plays out in the team fights, and you can really tell so far in this match.
You said that they're just not making mistakes. I don't think that's true. I just think that Boston isn't punishing Florida for doing anything wrong. And I think Jake made a really good point in the cast when the Florida Mayhem retook that first point. That's disrespectful to go for that retake. You don't want to use ultimates in that situation. You want to make sure you cover your second point, because if you use all your ultimates trying to retake and you lose that, which you should, then second point gets significantly harder. And there was no reason they had no right to win that fight at all. And you saw that at the start of Paris as well. They're just running in, just doing whatever they want, and Boston isn't stopping Florida from doing whatever they want. So it's just really disappointing to see Boston act like they've almost taken steps backwards than forwards during the break.
So if we're looking at this as a whole, is there anything you believe Boston can switch up to kind of, I don't know, make it work in the second half? Or do you think like this is just going to be the end of the story here?
It's very hard, right? At least try to contest what Florida Mayhem are doing. I mean, obviously, it's very hard. I'm just going to say that. It's going to be very hard for the Boston Uprising to have a chance in this, but at least you want to feel like you're playing your own game, stop hesitating, and stop taking things so very slow, because you need to take it to the Florida Mayhem. Just try to surprise them, throw them off guard, and even if you're not playing the most optimal composition, even if you're not playing the most optimal positioning, you need to make yourself comfortable first and foremost, and then you can build your team around that and your structure around that. And that's what we're seeing with a lot of other teams. Houston Outlaws, they might not play the best composition always, but they play what works for them. And the Boston Uprising, they are not playing what's for them right now. Maybe they want to play the best composition. Maybe they want to play optimally. But you gotta take small baby steps and work things out. And right now, it feels like the Boston Uprising, they're trying to do too much at the same time, and they just aren't able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the Mayhem are coming in with confidence and they're getting away with a lot. Yeah, you're right, Costa. They do make mistakes. It just doesn't look like it if it doesn't get punished like ever. So let's take a look at our crunch time presented by Cheesy Grooves. Costa, the beginning of Paris was just hard to watch. The first few fights, that was painful.
So I can forgive you walking in. They had a set strat. They want to wall. They want to walk forward. And Florida punish it by going super aggressive. Karyan just goes in almost by himself. And this is pretty much what I say, is that he's going in alone almost. He just ran in alone and just started swinging and still managed to kill Myeonbong somehow. But then, as Boston, you try the exact same strategy for the second fight. Like, of course they're going to be prepared for this in some way. Crisp does the exact same boop he did the first time. BQB's already standing there because he expects you to do the same move. If you contrast that to what the Florida Mayhem did on their attack, Florida Mayhem literally just walked in with Karyan, and then they took space and got the fight. They're not overthinking it. They're not doing it. They just need to do things together, but not six-man stacking up and just walking into a trap. So that's sort of what I mean by they're not punishing mistakes by the Florida Mayhem. Florida Mayhem isn't playing 100% perfectly at all, but if you're going to play six-man as a group, you need to punish when people get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, we can only hope that this is the point where the Boston Uprising managed to somehow turn those confident forward moves from the Florida Mayhem and somehow punish that and turn the game around. However, it's going to be tough, as Reinforce said. For now, we're going to send it back to CP and Jake for the second half of this match.
Oh.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Oh, right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. And it's going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola. the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
It feels like everyone's not listening to everyone else's calls. They just keep making their own calls again, like last time we played.
I think just in general, especially between fights, we can calm down in the tone. Like, as soon as he said that in game, I think our tone changed, and it was like, and now we're speaking like this, because we're in the planning phase, you know? So I think, yeah, especially when we're planning out, because there are a lot of fights, between fights where we have like 4 or 5 people talking with each other and we can't hear an essential call.
Yeah, during scrims only one person planned usually, but right now, maybe because it's a tournament, you guys are all, you gotta like push and pull, you know, you gotta push in if they're gonna push you back, and you just pull back. Like, you don't have to just...
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The goal should be just force a Orisa gold, force the Reaper out, and they will have to fall back.
Get space. Yeah.
We just get space, and on our second set, we kill someone, you know? We don't look to kill someone like the Orisa
on the
first time. We just push them out, force cooldowns, get space, chill, go again.
Well, that was an interesting look at what goes on during halftime for some of these Overwatch League teams. And Jake, I have to think that this has been a pretty interesting halftime for both of these teams, perhaps for different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's going to be much discussion going on in the Florida camp. I would expect more cheers of jubilation than anything else. They just got to keep a level head to win this series. But for Boston, you know, it's good to see that even in tough series, they can come together during halftime and have a cool, calm, and collected discussion, find their way forward on strategy. But one thing that I felt that piece kind of highlighted is the difficulty of the language barrier. You know, some teams, I think it really makes things harder for your team to connect and work together as one unit. It's not impossible. We've seen other teams succeed at it, which just begs the question of why it's been such an issue for Boston. It feels like just looking at the games, I mean, you can't know what's going on from an internal communication perspective, but it seems like communication is a critical issue for the team. That's what they even talked about on halftime. People talking over each other, everyone making their own calls, not listening, not finding that one voice to follow around. And that can be a real big challenge, especially in the Overwatch League. This is the level of play where it's not about an individual player making a mistake or playing poorly, but really it's about your team play execution being quicker and more decisive than the other team. You know, teams aren't going to let you just walk over them for a free win. They're going to go first, and they're going to make a play. So for both sides, you have to either be prepared to counter it or make your plan happen first. And I think when you're suffering communication difficulties, it's very difficult to do either of those things successfully. You have to be very, very quick and react all as a unit, whether it's going to be aggressive or a defensive play. So far, we haven't really seen much of that from Boston. To be fair, we haven't seen much of them at all. They've been in the spawn most of the time. So
yeah, courtesy of Florida at that. But our next map, it's going to be Dorado, and this makes me a little bit scared, Jake, because you think about some of the biggest spawn camps we've seen in Overwatch history. We've seen crazy spawn camps on Dorado. They can and do happen. There's 2 particularly notable times it's happened in Overwatch history, and I don't know. We could be heading for a third, depending on how much Florida wants to really flex on them here.
And for Boston's sake, for those players' sake, I hope this is a close match, or a close map at least. At the very least. If they get spawn camped on first, that would be pretty tragic, honestly. That would be... I don't know if I'd be happy about the series anymore. I just feel bad for Boston. But, you know, it's not about feeling sorry for them. You know, you got to give respect to Florida Mayhem, to be fair. After that first map being so dominant, they actually kept it up on map 2 when, you know, they easily could have given up first point. They easily could have backed off. They played with confidence and they stayed aggressive and they were able to close out on first point, which I'm sure puts heavy mental pressure on Boston. They've got to be feeling really bad just getting worked this series. So coming into this final map, I hope Florida keeps the pressure up. You know, that's what you want to see from these mid-tier to upper-tier teams that are trying to break through to that upper tier, rather, is that they keep the pressure on. Even they start a series strong. They don't taper off, let the enemy get a map or 2. No, they finish it quick, 3-0. That's how you want to do it. Both for the purposes of map score and for the purposes of your confidence and your will to win as a team. You need to be that aggressive and decisive, not only in-game, but also across the whole series.
Also, as a competitor, I have to ask you this, where, of course, in your time as a player, you had matches where you were rolling and feeling good times, and also series where you're getting rolled. Is there ever a point where you just become numb to how much the other team is outplaying you? Like, do you have a series where you go, okay, it's just over, or do you think for the Boston players are still, like, really fighting to the very end? Like, give us an analysis of where the mental might be right now for Boston.
Well, I think this is the moment that is the true test for a team, right? It's very easy as a team, you know, if you're winning dominantly especially, but even if you're just getting the wins at all, to be happy and to be positive and to be supporting your teammates. and continuing to fight in tough series. But if you're having such a rough season as Boston are now, and then comes along another game that is perhaps more brutal than any before it, that's pretty much the ultimate test of a player's mental. Because I agree, it'd be very easy to break down here, to start feeling internally like, wow, we just can't get a win, our team's bad, and to start having those negative internal thoughts. But the reality is that the series is still going on, you know, and as a player, as a professional, what's expected of you is that you're going to give 100% all the way through to the end. And it's not over yet. So from my perspective, I think it's up to the Boston players to regroup mentally and to focus, I think, less, in my opinion, on their strategy, their comps, and more on functioning as one unit. Like, whatever they play, I just want to see them being a little bit more decisive and executing as one unit, whether it's passive or aggressive. You know, they have to make the right choices, right? You can't just run it into Florida, get super aggro. You're not going to win that way. They're just going to be counterplaying you. But you need to make the right decision and respect it. And I feel like that's where Boston is lacking right now. They don't seem to have that one cohesive game plan. You know, someone's going in, somebody's backing out, Jerry's up on the flank, but then he's all alone and Gargoyle takes him down. You know, you have to be playing a little bit tighter than that in the Overwatch League. These really coordinated teams are just going to punish that sort of game style where you're relying on hero plays, essentially. So from my perspective on Boston, that's the #1 thing, is they need to reset their mentals, decide who's going to be making the calls, who's going to be leading these team fights. I'd imagine it's got to be difficult for them with, you know, now you're bringing in Halo over Swimmer, and you know, not to say anything about those players' skill, but more so to think like you're changing the roster, you're having different voices, and on top of the language barrier, it only makes it more difficult. You know, I can't really blame Jerry looking for these hero plays. You know, he's playing McCree. That is sort of his job, to get some pickoffs. But at the same time, Florida's just playing this Reaper rush strat, and they're stacking a 6, and it just feels like there's no opportunities for Jerry to pop off like that. You know, in order to beat Florida's composition, you kind of have to beat them at their own game, and that's where I think Boston has really struggled this series.
Yeah, and real quick, just to give a heads up on what's going on right now, there is a headset technical issue that's going on, so they're working through it. So we're just kind of sitting here speculating about the game and otherwise. And, you know, one interesting thing I feel like between the two teams is that you look at Florida, right? They're running a style of play that I think a lot of people look at and go, this is a little bit easier to execute, right? Where you're running into the other team, you're trying to be the aggressor. You know, it's about the closest thing you get to old school GOATs in terms of raw aggression, run at the other team. Boston, when you're running the McCree, you're running something that inherently requires a little bit more finesse, where you don't want to be engaged on immediately. You want to buy time for your McCree to find moments. But, you know, so far, it just feels like Boston has been up to the task. But we are going to take a quick break because of some of the technical difficulties. When we come back, Map 3 Dorado, heading right at you.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
And we're back waiting for Map 3 to begin, Florida versus Boston. And in case you're just tuning in right now, it has been a pretty one-sided series so far. Florida looking excellent, Boston really struggling for answers. And where we left off at the break, Jake, was talking about how Boston's been trying to run something that's a little bit more finesse, and it's been difficult for them because you look on the other side for Florida, they've just been running at them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also, really the difference between these compositions, I wouldn't say one is necessarily easier than the other. They're quite similar compositions. But I think when you're going to run the D.Va and the McCree, that's just a playstyle that is all about individual playmaking, whereas you're running the Reaper and the Zarya, it's all about teamwork, team coordination. So you can see how both teams are playing to their respective strengths. I don't hate it from Boston. If they're suffering on the team coordination side, they feel like they aren't winning that matchup with the Florida Mayhem. They try to make the game about individual playmaking. Put Jerry in a position to succeed. Brisson on the D.Va's got way more mobility. Maybe he can find some pickoffs on his own or make some big plays, eating grabs, eating Ana cooldowns, etc. But so I don't hate the strategic look there from Boston, wanting to shift the game to more of a playmaking state as opposed to the team play state. But Florida's just way too good at imposing their will on the match. Especially on a map like Paris, it is pretty rough for that McCree and D.Va to get in the positions they need to be to succeed. We saw Jerry make that flank happen, once or twice, but it seems like he can only ever get one pick off on a backliner, and then ends up getting traded by Gargoyle pretty quick. So, not really much Brisson can do about that, given the Zarya beam, of course, ignoring the D.Va matrix. So, strategically, I think I see what Boston's going for. Make the game about playmaking, focus less on the front line trade. They don't want him to take this Reaper Mara matchup that I think Florida is quite confident in. But at the same time, they just haven't made it work. At least not there, not on Paris. Could be better coming into Dorado. Could be better to bring out, these lesser seen heroes like the Widow or the Hangzhou. Maybe play a comp without Mei, so you're really not focused on the frontline fight. But Mei is such an essential pick right now. That seems pretty hard to justify. And at the same time, you're going to a map where Hangzhou and Widow are better than we've seen in the series so far. Well, you're going to have to contend with BQB, and BQB's been by far, having great games on the Hangzhou, by far the best sniper so far. But, the only one actually playing a sniper so far, so maybe that's where Boston can compete. Put Jerry in an individual one-on-one duel in the Hangzhou. Maybe he can come out on top and create those advantages for his team. But you have to think, Boston, you're not going to win that way. You're not going to win the series that way. You might be able to slip a map out with some big plays, but to win the series, you're going to need to step up the team play. You're going to need to be more focused on the front line, especially with Mei still being a dominant choice, just showing how critical it is to suppress those enemy Reinhardts, make them think twice about swinging their shield. And, of course, combo with the Graviton Surge. That combo, Grav, Blizzard, is pretty much unstoppable in Overwatch. Not really much you can do to survive it. 5-6 second CC on your whole team. It's pretty brutal.
Well, we've seen some highlights here from Florida, not really much from Boston, but as we sit here and wait for the technical side of things to settle a little bit, let's take a look at some of the best from Week 11. The wait is over, and the match about to begin, Florida versus Boston, where, again, if you're just tuning in, getting ready for the Battle of Texas later today, well, the first match here, it's been a little bit of a one-sided affair, where Florida has been looking dominant, Boston very much struggling, and now they have their final opportunity to try and keep this series alive.
Yeah, this is the last chance for the Boston Uprising. Make it work here, or it's all over. Florida Mayhem looking really clean so far. I really can't fault them for anything this series. It's been textbook Overwatch. Honestly, it might have been a little bit greedy to even go for that first point recontest. But as I was saying that, Florida makes me eat my words and they win it anyway. So, can't question a victory here, especially one as dominant as this. Going into Dorado, this is a very different map than the previous two. Nepal and Paris. I almost forgot what assault map we played because it was a little too quick. But Nepal and Paris both close range maps.
We do have a quick pause here. Perhaps something else has gone awry. But they were very, very quick maps, and the one thing that was unifying between the two maps is that Florida's execution was above reproach, where not only was their mechanical skill very good, but you look towards initiations. Florida had a game plan for how they want to engage with their Reaper composition to negate Jerry from getting opportunities on the McCree, and they executed it to perfection. Over and over again, they would just dive into Boston and set the terms, and they set the terms to 2 very quick control rounds and a first point hold on Paris that, frankly, was astonishing. Boston probably should have gotten point A.
Definitely, and I like the way, especially that the Mayhem played their attack round on Paris. Instead of taking either rotation down the left or the right corridor where you're pretty vulnerable to an initiation from defenders, Florida just like to get right up close under the defenders, but there's really no opportunity for Boston to get aggressive. They don't have a Zarya, they don't have a Reaper, they cannot fight in that sort of ultra close range engagement. No bubble for fusions, he can't just go jumping in like that. So it basically gets free value for Florida Mayhem. They get through the choke, hide at that unconventional close angle under the defenders, and the defenders are helpless. And by the time Florida resets all their cooldowns, they're ready to go again, and they just sweep the defenders out from that point. It's a quick cap. So as we go to Dorado, it's a very, very different map, as I was saying before. ColorX thinking about taking a shot on Window, gonna elect to give it up. Interestingly enough, though, Florida electing to not run a May on the defense, not valuing it here. To be fair, there's not as many great chokes for the May wall. Can be hard to choke this. They use it on the first choke due to the cart breaking the May walls. So it's gonna be all damage.
And perhaps good news for Boston is that they don't have to worry about a spawn camp quite the same way. Florida giving them at least a little bit. Now Boston trying to go up this long angle. Florida's not really having too much of it. Looking for the pickoff, but Ryan ending up on his own. Very good disruption for Boston with the boop to set that up. And with the early main tank falling, they're going to have to back up a little bit.
Yeah, this is pretty significant for Boston. Oh, and the Mayball to catch Gargoyle. His team needs to save him. He's so low, but great work by Guangzhou Jin keeping that Zarya alive. That would have been pretty much a first point cap, I think, if they found that pickup. Jerry trying to sneak through the flank here. Could get a lot of value, could get nothing. This is a classic Jerry play.
Well, go big or go home. You might as well take risks because it can't get any worse. Jerry finds anything on the flank, but he's discovered. Rolling back to his team while Florida trying to dive onto the payload. Ryan taking a lot of damage. He go back out, get healed. Fusions. Earthshadow's up and ready. Drops it down, gets Gargoyle onto the ground. The Gargoyle still well supported. Gets the nano. That's one way to wake up after getting thrown down. BQB down. Uprising though, very, very low, getting forced back.
Gargoyle looking fearsome with his nano boost. Boston running for the hills. Zarya can crush them all. Another massive sleep though by Myeonbong. High Noon to follow it up. This should be easy kills.
Jerry with the Deadeye gets a speed boost, gets 2, and Boston finding a window of opportunity. Now Florida in a much tougher spot. Still looking to delay a little bit. Chris is there. Yaki on the outskirts. Deadeye ready to go, but Jerry off to the side. Applying pressure to the side, but meanwhile, Florida's doing a decent job delaying. BQB though gives up his life, crying. Now going to be forced to move on in, and no, Florida, they just give it up.
Florida, they need to retreat right now. Getting picked off at this point would be pretty costly in terms of card pressure, but pretty impressive work by them to stall for so long without either tank. But it's all off the back of a massive sleep by Myeonbong. If he doesn't sleep Gargoyle there, I'm not sure they cap the point just like that. Jerry's High Noon only as successful as it was because Zarya is on the ground, sleeping, cannot use her bubble, and of course cannot protect her Rhine from getting frozen. So now, once again, Florida taking a quick initiation, fighting at this close range. Hex does have the blizzard.
Off the Graviton. Florida with Troyan, they drop the early beat. Boston in exchange exchange, and was Boston slowing things down a little bit. Ryan ends up getting caught, can't get away. Now BQB to the back. Death Blossom finds Color Hex. Now both DPS for Boston down, and Florida is still able to turn the fight, even as BQB gets smushed to the side.
And Nano even invested for Guangzhou Jin, trying to keep BQB up. I think it didn't quite reach him in time. He would have survived that with a nano boost. So just not quite enough, but pretty impressive effort by Florida Mayhem. Boston's going to take the reset, going to be able to get back, start pushing card again, but they only barely won that fight, so they didn't really get the ultimate farm that you would normally get off of a fight win. So Florida still in a strong position as far as ults go. The bomb from Brusen going to be crucial this fight.
Uprising looking to get through was a very difficult point here on Dorado and point B. The man right now staying on top, biding their time from the drop down. Ryan, now is the time. Jerry already gets picked off, so they're working at 6-on-5. Ryan off to the side. The bomb gets Gangnam Jin. But Florida still doing so much more damage to the front line. Ryan hasn't even had the shatter, was actually out of the fight for a good amount of it. And Fusion's caught off to the side, and that's all Florida needed.
Ooh, Yaki with a little bit of taunting. That's pretty impressive work by Florida. They lose their Ana early in the fight, which should mean that they have a really limited amount of heals. They should be going down quickly. They shouldn't be able to keep the fight going for long, but everyone just playing really effectively around Chris, and the Lucio heals end up being enough. So respect to Yaki, first picking off his counterpart and then running rampant in the backline. That's exactly how you want to do it in this McCree mirror.
2.5 minutes left for the Uprising. Not going to have the Diva Bomb in reserve, but if Florida drops down the wrong way, Fusions could be waiting for him. But now they immediately drop down. BQB already out of it. Ryan drops to a shadow, but answered by Fusions. Fusions had the answer, was ready for the drop down. And Boston, they have a real opportunity now to get point B.
Yeah, the wickets were split there by Karayan, looking for the two-man shatter, but instead gets nothing. That's a classic way to mess up as Ryan. You know, you think you can just barely get the double, but you wind up with 0. Maybe it would have been better if he just solo shattered that on and got the quick kill. Color Hex, though, denying the entry with the May. Trying to spam this Yaki off the high ground. Yaki taking a lot of pressure.
Boston backing out. So Florida, they get to have a full 6 for at least one more fight here on point B.
Jerry's on the Widowmaker. Yaki knows it. He's hunting him right now. Whoever finds who here is going to be really, really critical. As Grab comes in on the low ground. Here's the duel between Jerry and Yaki.
Both see each other, but Jerry's getting some help. Young going long in the back. Yaki ends up falling. Now, both teams in on it. Gargoyle, Nano, in on the front line, just finds Myungbong, takes him down early. And Florida, again, just dominating the front line battle before Boston can get a foothold.
Yeah, even though Jerry finds that starting pickoff onto Yaki, that fight was starting to look good, but Jerry couldn't really get anything else done, and there he's slept and teleported on. That's a pretty savage combo against Widow.
So Florida draining the clock. Boston at one point had nearly 3 minutes left to get point B. Now down to their final minute. And Jacob, 1 minute here. That's basically final fight territory.
Yeah, and the worst part is Brusen, he's not even back in his mech suit yet. So Florida just denying all this spam, just costing vital seconds here for Boston. They don't even want to really move in without that Diva in suit. They know how risky that could be, but not really any ults to work with. They do have the self-destruct. Okay, that's pretty important, but oh no, this could be devastating. Florida setting up for a very aggressive rush here. Not sure if Boston knows where they are.
Like the concept, and you gotta look to Cryan. He's gonna be jumping off the top rope, ready for the shatter. Here he goes, going aggressively in. Early shatter, puts Myungbong on the ground, but Myungbong still well protected, gets Nano off in return. Fusion's now leading the other way. And Boston, a really nice re-engage off of dealing with Florida's trickery.
Yeah, I think the Gambit from Florida, they're not really paying off, expecting Boston to come to high ground, but Boston instead moving quickly to cart ends up being a big payoff because Florida's not even ready to contest cart. And they end up being forced into a little bit of an anti-engage. Beat comes down from Chris, but it's pretty much entirely defensive on the beat, and that's not really what you're looking for. You want to be fighting those pickoffs while under the effect of the sound barrier. So Boston, to their credit, they're on third point now. This is a big deal. Yaki gonna switch over to the May, set up for that final fight territory, but Gargoyle's grab and Gangnam Nano boost could be pretty devastating here. Brusen pretty much needs to find an eat here, but I love the rotation from Florida, fighting on their terms in the low ground. Just grab on one though.
Yeah, they're coming from the flank. Early grab, Ryan looking for the follow-through on it, but it's not quite going as well as they might want in the beginning, but no, they get Fusions in the end. Florida still very, very healthy, so even though Boston held the opening okay, the fall-through not so much.
Yeah, Karayan with the Nano boost, taking through absolutely everything there. Pretty much no way to burn Orion through Nano, at least given the comps that we're seeing here. With Brusen on the Diva, you know, there's no Zarya, right? Gargoyle is doing so much in these fights. Pretty much uncontested, right? Like, that's the power of running the Zarya. The Diva can make plays, can, you know, save your teammates, has that high mobility potential, but Zarya's high energy just outputs an unreal amount of damage, more than any DPS in the game. And oh no, Florida once again holding very aggressively at the chokes. I love this with the Reaper doing what they've done time and time again, rushing Boston with the Reaper, not letting Jerry get the space.
I think the concept for Florida here is if you take the initiative, you don't give it to the other team. Colorhex in danger! Gets bionated early, able to get the ice block off, almost fell before getting the blizzard off. Fusions had the early nano, mostly a survival nano at that. Florida right now holding strong. Boston still looking for the opportunity. And Jerry finds BQB! The exact pick that Boston needed, but Jerry pays a price for it. 5 on 5. Now you look towards the maze. Colorhex's Blizzard, Yaki, not quite yet. We'll see what Colorhex is able to do here. Is Boston, they're getting good payload progress here for point C. Crime though! The shatter from the back. 3 immediately put down, but the beat is there. Halo keeps Boston in the fight. And now Colorhex waiting for a Blizzard to go Blizzard, but it's too late! The earlier Blizzard from Yaki seals the deal.
Jerry flanking finds one, but instantly traded. That's going to favor the defenders, and then it's just a beautiful shatter from Karayan to set up that freeze. Sound barrier comes down, but you know, even sound barrier is not enough to protect you from a full duration Mei ult. That Blizzard is so dangerous in this mirror match. Rusa not able to find the eats in the Blizzard so far this series. Really, Yaki's been kind of doing whatever he wants with that, and it's looking really good for the Mayhem here. 2 points, but crucially, Boston, they don't get it around that final bend into the last. That's a major difference on third point. If you can hold all the way like right next to the final capture point, that's significantly easier to do than holding at the location that Florida was able to stop the card. So if Florida can make it to third point, it's going to be pretty rough for the Boston Uprising to actually get a successful full hold. But you know, this map, we've seen spawn camps on first, we've seen holds on second, so anything goes as far as the defense here. Jerry going to be starting on the Widowmaker, though. Interesting. Didn't really get so much out of it last time, but still feeling confident. And, you know, it kind of continues this theme for Boston where they're focused on the playmaking. They don't really want to take these team brawls. Not going to run the Zarya. They're going to run the D.Va and the Widow. So these players need to make plays for this comp to win, to be clear. I mean, if everything goes as expected, everyone plays standard, then Gargoyle, Yaki, and BQB are just going to output more damage. It's up to Jerry to find a headshot. It's up to Brucin to isolate targets, get pickoffs, you know, mitigate key cooldowns. It's a bold strategy from Boston. We'll see if it pays off.
Well, the interesting thing to me is that Boston at least opened the door to potentially take the map, where they gave themselves hope. It was not a full stomping. Their offense did at least enough. But now we're going to the Boston defense. They're really looking to Jerry here to find an early pickoff. Meanwhile, the Mayhem, again, running something that's more close range, going to be looking to play around the sight lines early on. And for the Mayhem right now, Boston is giving up a lot of space.
Yeah, they're going to have to hold the choke here. Going to give Jerry this long angle, but it's difficult to land headshots. A lot of cover here for the attackers. Florida, pretty soon, I think, we'll expect to see a rush out of them as they move on to Fusions. He's dropping low. Very low HP on Fusions. He's barely surviving.
Jerry able to find BQB, though. 5 on 5. Boston down to main tank, but Jerry's still a threat in the back. Florida losing a little bit of power to their front line. Jerry right now has to even it up. Colorhex is down, so it's just Jerry. Oh, no, Jerry takes Icicle to the dome, and Florida solidify their advantage here in the courtyard.
Yeah, Jerry finds BQB, but the pickoff on the Fusions is just many times more significant. Without your Reinhardt, this comp pretty much falls apart. He's the key hero, needs to defend card, needs to hold those crucial chokes, and once Karayan is left uncontested, we've seen what he can do. I mean, always finding huge shatters, and this time, once again, significantly ahead on the shatter. I mean, Fusion survived a while in that fight, but he's pretty much jumping and juggling shield non-stop. If he stops doing that for 1 second, he'll be dead instantly. So he has no real choice in the matter, but that just means Karayan has a massive lead on shatter. And look at this as well. Karayan's pushing cart, but so many players on the high ground from Florida going to make it very awkward for Boston to drop in and stop the cart.
Yeah, Florida's just looking for the scrappy engage on the top, if possible. Maybe even taking away the option for Boston to simply drop down. Chris off on an adventure right now, looking for the boop off. He's been spotted, and now just has to very quickly rotate back. Was looking for the opportunity, not quite there, but here comes Boston. Early nano on the Fusions dropping over, looking for Karayan. Karayan for now, shrugging it off. They get Gangnam Jin. Colorhex is able to find him in a little bit of the chaos. Now Boston trying to back out, trying to keep everyone alive in the situation. And Karayan overextends, they deal with Karayan, and this has been pretty good for Boston this fight.
Jerry getting so much value on the high ground right now. Beautiful shots from the McCree. That's exactly what Boston needs to stay alive in this match. Keep Brucin and Jerry on the high ground late into the fight. Let them get that long-term value. And it works out there pretty effectively, right? That's the power of the D.Va and the McCree. If they're enabled to just output damage, especially here on second point, to be fair, this might be the best spot in the whole map for this comp. if that McCree and D.Va end the fight on high ground, they're just going to be poking down into the heads of the Florida Mayhem, and there's not much the Mayhem can do about it. So Mayhem, they need to win these quick engages, taking out fusions on the Rhine, possibly picking off Color Hex on the May. But it's easier said than done. Now it's Yaki and Gargoyle set up the combo to win this fight, potentially winning second point. But Brucein can put a stop to any of that. Just needs to eat one of these key combo pieces.
Florida again looking to evict Boston from the high ground, not wanting to be on the lower ground as they push. Jerry, early Deadeye, looking for spacing, looking for an early pickup. Not going to quite find the ladder. Boston still content to hold back. Florida having to push through a very narrow area. No, there's the shatter. Karayan immediately taking out fusions and now just rushing into the Uprising. A great initiation, and this should give Florida second.
This is so painful. Mail invested from Color Hex, but gets completely denied. Ice Ball from Yaki protects all of his teammates. And worse than that, Gargoyle holds on to the grab. So confident in that fight, he hangs onto it. And you've got the Nano Boost now to combo. Give that Nano Boost to BQB or Karayan, and they're going to absolutely cleave through this grab. Halo, no sound barrier, so it's only the Nano Boost. So yeah, the Nano can protect one, but if Gargoyle finds a grab with 2 or 3 players, this map's all over.
4 minutes and 15 seconds left for the Mayhem to bring this one home. That's a lot of time for points. CJ, we'll see what they do with it. They go for the early Nano onto BQB in the back, gets stunned, but Jerry's already down. Still did okay damage off of that. The Graviton there for the fall through. BQB right there in the back. Brucein drops a bomb, trying to make any sort of space, but it's nowhere near enough. The Mayhem push on through, and now the Boston Uprising, they go to emergency delay. Doomfist and Hammond out.
Yeah, it's going to take some serious hero plays here. Brucein just stalling the cart, but quickly frozen by May. May, one of the best anti-stallers in the game right now, so Halo dancing around a little bit. Doomfist comes in, but everyone's being wiped off. This is the series. Florida Mayhem take it 3-0. Beautiful stuff throughout. No faults, really, from Florida Mayhem. Boston just outclassed here.
I will give a little bit of credit to Boston where, okay, Florida still had a really quick attack there at the end, but Boston showed at least a little tiny sliver of life at the very end, even if it was not the biggest you could expect. I feel like at the end of it you go, we're going to ignore map 1, we're going to ignore map 2. Let's just focus on what happened for map 3 and go from there, at least the better parts of map 3, because other than that you just look at it and you go, wow, Florida steamrolled us.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple good fights there for Boston. One I would highlight would be Brucein and Jerry ending the fight on high ground, keeping that control and just raining in damage from above. Really did what they needed exactly to overwhelm the damage of the Zarya. But at the same time, Florida just adapt next fight. Okay, we're going to come clear high ground. How do you like that? And Fusions, I mean, there's nothing he can do there. His shield is completely smashed when the shatter comes down. There's literally no counterplay at that point. So it's kind of up to Jerry. I think Jerry popped his high noon a little bit early. But what can you really do? If you don't pop it early, it's a bit of a catch-22. If you don't pop it early, you might just get rushed down and not really get any value at all. And if you pop it too early, Florida just waited out. They've got a ton of clock. So not really finding the solution there. No Zarya means that Fusions is always going to be really behind in the shield trade if it's on even ground like that. So props to Florida Mayhem. Like, a couple fights don't go their way, and each time they make exactly the adaptation they need to get the win next time. So their shot calling looks great. Individual playmaking looks really solid, and teamwork as well. So can't fault the Florida Mayhem. We said this would be a test for them. They needed to win dominantly to prove themselves as, you know, a mid-upper table team, and I'd say they did exactly that.
Well, in a game focused on initiations, you got to look towards the player of the match, and for me, it was Karayan. Karayan leading the way for the Mayhem, and if you want to out-engage the other team, you need a Rhine on the same page, and he looked great today.
Yeah, especially I think the confidence to run that Rhine Zarya really gives your Rhine an advantage. But it's up to the Rhine to capitalize on it. You know, that's not free. But Karayan, he's swinging so much, playing so fearlessly, but managed to not really be slept too many times that series. That's one of the classic mistakes a Rhine can make, is going just a little bit too aggressive, getting slept, not reacting in time to those key cooldowns. But Karayan really didn't feel like he was getting caught off in that way. Maybe 1 or 2 shatters off the mark, but I mean, a pretty stunningly high shatter success rate, I think, this series. You know, not always finding the 5-man shatter, the team wipe shatter, but consistently finding a backliner, which is arguably the most important thing you can do. If you shatter an Ana solo, that's infinitely more important than getting a shatter on, let's say, both tanks. You know, to be able to put that Ana down means she can't save her allies. She's the hero who needs to save her allies from a shatter. So when you shatter her, it's basically a perfect play. Get the 1K and move on to win the fight. So Karayan, intelligent plays, working well around his team. No real issues with Karayan this series, looking really, really dominant here over Fusions.
Yeah, and I think for Florida, too, you talked about missions going into this game where, okay, I don't think a lot of people thought Boston was going to win here, but for Florida, they need to do more than just win. They need to dominate the show. Look, here's our level of skill here. We are so good that we will look at a team like Boston and we will trample them. And if we can trample Boston in this way, think about what we're going to do to you. And I think this is sort of what Florida needed to do, not only to get a win on the board, but sort of remind themselves, hey, they're a team that they feel they can compete for the top. And right now, when they're in the middle, look, you don't need too many wins in a row to suddenly change the narrative about, oh, you're a middle-of-the-pack team? Well, no, now you're a top team. So I think this was an important day for Florida just to come out that dominant.
Yeah, exactly what is expected of them. Especially, Florida, a team, I think most teams, it wouldn't be quite so significant how they do against Boston, but Florida's a team where we've seen high highs, really impressive coordination when they're playing at their best, and also some awkward matches where they just don't feel like they're playing at 100%. So I'm really happy to see that even against a weaker team at the bottom of the table, like the Uprising, Florida still looked really focused, really committed. Yaki spraying sorry on the ground. I don't think he's really sorry for that match, ZP.
No, that was the classic BM sorry. I mean, of course, it goes into it where anytime you're losing, you take any form of communication as BM from the other team. And Florida overall, I don't think they did it so much in terms of sprays, but just gameplay with how aggressive they were. On one hand, you have confidence in yourself, but on the same note, I think you have a little bit of disrespect for the other team where BQB, throughout the course of the series, was just testing limits, going, just where can I go with this Reaper? What can I get away with and not get punished by your McCree? And the answer a lot of times was, you can do anything you want. So Florida definitely played with a bit of swagger today, I would say.
Yeah, you got to give it to them. It was a beautiful series, well played, and so teamwork heavy. That's exactly what I want to see out of Florida. This is a meta that is all about teamwork. So Florida's playing the most team-heavy composition. It's all about grouping up, focusing targets down as a unit, and they play it to perfection. Nice teleports as well from BQB, knowing when to set up a flank and when to just group up with his team. That's a crucial difference on Reaper with the new TP. You can pretty much TP every fight if you want, but it's not always correct and can be a little bit too telegraphed. So I like that BQB was changing it up, sometimes hiding in corners, other times initiating.
Well, of course, we are going to be getting a little bit more insight here. We got Zoe with Coach Kuki.
Thank you so much, CP and Jake, and congratulations to Kuki, to you and your team for another dominant performance.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. Now, first of all, you did have a rough schedule actually starting this season. However, it looked like every match you had to win, you actually did take the W, except from maybe the game against London. But overall, like, really good performance. How do you and your team feel about the performance so far? And do you think you have hit your ceiling yet?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, and I think our whole team is happy about that. We have proven that we are improving this season, and we're different than last season.
I mean, you definitely are. This team has changed. It's a difference like day and night. Can you maybe walk us through what kind of changes needed to be made and how that impacted the atmosphere within the team as well?
I think it's mostly about team coordination and team comms, and individual development, and yeah, I think we've been trying everything other teams do.
Right on. Well, whatever you guys are doing, it is working for you. If we're looking at the individual players then, who is especially standing out for you? Do you feel like one of the players has, at least this very season, really developed into a star player?
I can't pick one player because we are just trying to develop as a team, and everyone's doing a good job. Everyone's working very hard to improve. So
that's a perfect coach answer there, Kuki. I love it. Now you have a very unique perspective, really, in terms of if we compare you to other coaches within the league. You have been a former pro player in the Owl himself, and now you turned head coach. What were some of the most important things you felt a team needs in order to succeed?
That's a hard question.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was a player, I had a lot of thoughts of being a coach. Like if I was a coach, I would do this and that. I had some plans, and it was most of playing as a team and coordinating together. I think that's the biggest part.
Right on. I mean, your coordination and communication does look pretty spot on. Like, it is a very good synergy, at least from the outside, watching you guys play. What's it like behind the scenes? What's the situation like for the Mayhem right now? Are you all in the same facility, in a team house? What are you guys up to?
Yeah, we're in the quarantine, so we're just in our rooms, just like playing online.
How do you keep the spirits up from everyone, making sure that they staying safe and sane during this time?
As a gamer, I think that's not a hard part. Just playing games in their houses. It's not a hard part being in their
being
in
at
the
home.
room.
Yeah, it's not a big change for all of us, is it?
I think the hard part is like being passionate and motivated throughout the long season when we just can't be on the stage. We're just being in our room playing. I think that's the hard part.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, it is a very different scenario when you have fans and you can kind of take their energy, honestly, as chat as that sounds. But yeah, so thank you so much for having a quick chat with us, and we wish you and your team the best for your future games.
Thank you.
And we are now heading into a very quick break. Afterwards, we will be back with the Battle of Texas, so stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad.
Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment that you have been waiting for. Houston Outlaws going up against the Dallas Fuel. We are coming back for the Battle of Texas.
There are undecided fans in Texas, and this is the battle for the Owl Corral right here.
People cheering for Houston, people cheering for Dallas.
We'll see who flies their flag over Texas tonight.
This is a new Dallas Fuel that we're seeing.
Looks like the Houston Outlaws are just starting to get heated up.
What more could you ask for? This one is going to be epic.
Decay! This is what we love to see.
Dante, he's just ripping people to shreds. Dallas Fuel, they take it home. The Outlaws, they are looking mighty fine.
This is the Texas Showdown.
It is week 12 here at the Overwatch League. I'm ZP here with Jake, and we are ending the day with what could be a thriller, certainly a classic if nothing else. It's a Battle of Texas, the Dallas Fuel taking on the Houston Outlaws. Jake, this should be interesting.
Definitely. I think this will be a pretty exciting match. I don't expect it to go 3-0 one way or the other. I will say the Fuel, they've been looking really sharp, taking shock to that Game 5. So Houston, we haven't seen them in a long time, right? It's been a few weeks since they've last played. So I think it's a team that has been looking pretty consistent in the Fuel. I mean, not closing it out against the Shock, but you've got to be impressed by anybody who can get 2 maps off the Shock. And at the same time, going up against Houston, who is a little bit of an unknown right now. We haven't seen them playing. Of course, they've been scrimming. Of course, they've been in the lab. But they're an unknown as far as matches go, as far as the public goes. And to be fair, that also applies to Fuel as well. Fuel won't have had the opportunity to properly scout Houston and see what they like to play. So this could be a very interesting matchup. We'll see if it ends up being dominated more by mirrors or more by alternate strategies. But I would say both teams' fortunes have been looking up recently in the season, at least when Houston played last.
Well, let's take a deeper look at what the roster is going to be, starting with Dallas. And when you look at the Dallas roster, the player that really strikes out to you, that should strike out to anyone, is Decay. Decay has been a monster this season, and a big reason why I think Dallas fans should be optimistic.
Definitely, Decay on the McCree, on the Tracer, on the... I mean, what can't you put this guy on and see him succeed? I mean, he will play well. It seems like there's nothing that he can't do properly. And Doha as well, playing some more niche heroes that we don't see as much in the Overwatch League, the Doomfist, the Junkrat, the Pharah, but looking insanely talented on those as well. So this DPS lineup is, without a doubt, the best the Fuel has ever fielded. I don't see them subbing out either of these players anytime soon. I think that's been a real key to the Fuel's success. But the rest of the roster is solid too. Gamsu and Note back together. After a pretty strong performance Season 1 in the Boston Uprising, they're reunited and looking good on the Fuel as well.
Meanwhile, you swap sides, you take a look at what the Outlaws are packing the season, and the Outlaws, ups and downs, I would say, across the board, where I would say their DPS, you've seen some big moments where players like Linkser have come in and shown some of their old glory, but also times where, I think players have had to sometimes flex out of their comfort zone to mixed results.
Yeah, I think the biggest change I see this season for the Outlaws is the addition of Repel and Jexa. I think these players have really added a lot to the team. Jexa, I've heard, is a really aggressive main caller, is like consistently communicating to the whole team, providing that consistent vision. And just in the last match, we were talking about how Boston seemed to lack that. Well, this just goes to show the impact that a player can have who really brings that, especially on the main support role. That's really arguably the most ideal role for it. You know the cooldown on Speed Boost. You know a lot of times the position of your teammates more effectively than any other role. So I think his impact has been really felt by the squad. As well, Meko, one of the best off-tank players in the entire league. So pretty undeniably massive pickup for the Outlaws. He's been a linchpin of their success this season. And you've got to be impressed by Houston. Even though their record isn't too great right now, they started off really weak with a lot of players having the flu, and a lot of people are questioning, is that just an excuse? You can't really blame something like that. You can never really have an excuse in the Overwatch League. But Houston, they brought it back so far. So it's been a while since we've seen them play, but it's up to them to continue the streak now.
Well, we're going to be getting started here on our first map. Of course, we're kicking things off on Control once more. And between these two teams, Jake, who would you expect to be looking a little bit more dynamic for Control to set the tempo of the series?
Oh, that's a tough call. I think Control might be a bit of a bellwether for the series. Usually ends up mirror matching quite often since, both there's no attack defense difference. You're pretty much playing the same thing unless you really want to play different strategies. But because it's Ilios, I think this map actually might be one of the better costs for the Houston Outlaws. Able to put Muma on the Orisa potentially for well, if they end up going for that strategy. And I think it makes it a bit harder for this map in particular. It makes it a bit harder for Doha to pull out his really weird niche picks, you know, like that Doomfist and Junkrat and Pharah. You're not really going to see those on Ilios. Maybe the Pharah potentially, but pretty unlikely, I think, given that McCree and Widow are both in the pool. So Doha on the Mei, no surprises there. Dante on the Symmetra, so I'll be assuming that this is going to be a TP swap. But, ooh, very interesting from Dallas, showing a potential dive strategy here. This is a map where Widow can absolutely take over the game, so a dive strategy that distracts the other team, forces them to split up, can be really effective. No, Dallas going completely all in on the dive, not even a Widow. The Doomfist Genji. This is extremely execution heavy, but as we talked about, Doha on the Doomfist, Decay on the Genji, really strong picks for these players.
You love to see it, and I'm not even sure Houston might have been expecting a Winston here to start things out. It's something we've been seeing a lot in APAC, but not necessarily as much in North America. We'll see if this high dive, high octane play from the Fuel pans out. Gamsu immediately opening in. Doha looking for the fall through punch. Gamsu, though, goes a little bit deep, gets taken down immediately. For the Fuel, we'll see if they can make the most of the sacrifice. The Outlaws trying to just get healed up. They might be doing that. Doha's down, and the Outlaws respond well to the Winston.
That's a really nice Mei wall by Blase. Kind of cuts off Doha's advance. He wanted to get more aggressive. He only ended up catching the Zarya, which is not really the target you're looking for on Doomfist. You want to catch those backliners, but Repel and Jexa did a great job retreating there. Yes, Fuel gets first capture and they get 12%, but getting this dominant control over the point and getting these normally slow and defensive tanks and your Reaper as well onto the aggressive high grounds, Fuel's going to have their work cut out for them just getting back into the point, but Decay and Crimso close to that Nano Blade combo could be big here.
Yeah, you have to like what Decay did in terms of building there. 83% in one fight, not bad at all for a Genji. Blade soon to be backing him up with the Nano. So the Fuel, they can slow play this a little bit, Jake.
Yes, they can, but it's yet to see if they will. Gamsu's leading in, doesn't have the Primal Rage, and is going to get slept and frozen, so Gamsu falling quickly. We'll see if Decay can hold it back. Getting, well, really kited here by the beat, though.
That was just weird and discombobulated by the Fuel. They go in for the dive, but Gamsu could have just waited a little bit for the Blade to be ready. Instead, the Fuel move in. They're down one immediately. The Outlaws not really looking particularly troubled right now, easily holding form and keeping control of the fight.
I think what that was from the Fuel is that they just did not expect Jexa to have a beat so fast. I mean, to be fair, getting a sound barrier after the first fight, like, Jexa's at 30% on his next sound barrier, Closer's at 83 on his first, so Closer probably did not predict that the sound barrier would be ready, thought Decay would have that easy clean up Nano Blade, but when the beat is that ready that early on, it's really, really difficult to deal with in the Nano Blade. Not much you can do about it.
Muba in a bit of danger. They're just barely able to back out. Fuel moving on in. Gamsu gets slept. Now, he's ready to use Primal when necessary here, but the Outlaws able to position around it. Meanwhile, Muba got hit, tagged with Bionate. Super low HP, but as Gamsu goes to chase, Gamsu gets taken down. Muma's still alive, and the Fuel just getting punished over and over again for being over aggro. The Outlaws looking remarkably composed.
This comp just not working out whatsoever for the Dallas Fuel. The Nano Blade has to be successful. If you're going to run this comp, the Nano Blade, it just has to be. But at the same time, Jexa is keeping up building sound barrier. I can't emphasize how difficult that is to do. Actually getting so much heals and damage that he's keeping up with on a Nano Boost on a sound barrier. You don't see that in competitive Overwatch.
Well, the Fuel, final opportunity, they move in. Repel immediately, dropping Nano on Dante. Dante just looking for Gamsu. Meanwhile, Decay to the back, the slice! 2 down! And the Fuel finally hit pay dirt on this Blade. That's the good news. The bad news is they now have to bring this back essentially 0 to 99. Not quite as bad as that, but pretty close.
That's a bit of a caster curse for me on Jexa there. He drops the sound barrier, but I think too early. Maybe he didn't anticipate that Decay and Crimso had the Nano Blade. I was assuming he would just save that and counter their crucial combo, but he pops it too early, and that means Decay has a free fight with the Nano Blade. Now Dallas, dominant position on the high ground, but great work by Meko and Dante trying to contest this high ground. You don't want to let the dive come in right on top of your head. That is pretty difficult to deal with, and here it comes.
Death Blossom under pressure. Repel, though, down for the Outlaws in the back. Gamsu, again, being the sacrificial lamb, so 5-on-5. The Fuel gonna have to do it minus Gamsu. Doha, who's he gonna go right now? Taking a look, surveying the situation. Meko's down, and Doha, just kind of a threat that they had to remember.
Yeah, Fuel, ooh, that's a nice sleep onto Note. Probably won't get followed up, but wait, maybe it will. Muma setting up for the pin, potentially. This could be huge, taking a D.Va early. Nope, Note gets out of there. That's so important. But at least the initial chokehold is broken, so Fuel, they're going to be forced to fight a little bit closer to point. Dante switching over to the Sombra as well. This completely denies the forward hold. If you send all your teammates forward, Dante's just going to back cap, potentially end the game that way. But now it's up to Dante to find a hack. any target is great here, to be fair, for Dante. So if he can find something that could be a quick pickoff, cat cancel on Decay.
He also has to build an EMP if possible. Dallas Fuel about 20% away, so there is time pressure now on Dante as the Outlaws taking a lot of time to set up here. The Fuel more than okay with that. Decay though gets hacked early on, but there's the eat! Note! Eating from Blase, and the Fuel able to maintain their position. What a crucial eat coming in, and now here comes Decay. The blade is out directly to the back.
Wow, what a turnaround by the Dallas Fuel. Really, really impressive stuff. Kind of comes back to me to that moment where Jexa popped the sound barrier so early that the Nano Blade was able to come in and finish him off as it faded. So, bit of a minor error from Jexa, playing really well at the start of the round, but that tiny, tiny little error ends up costing them the whole round. Once Dallas has control of the map, able to fight where they want to fight, it looks really, really scary to play against this Doomfist Genji. So, great comeback from them. They keep the mental fortitude, and you know, even when it looks dire, they know that despite being down 99-0, they have map position, and that makes all the difference in the world here.
So, all in all, you gotta like what you're seeing here from the Fuel so far, but you know, let's take a moment here, think about some other things. Lost opportunities, perhaps, could be you. Let's not forget, last chance, earn 100 free OWL tokens by visiting overwatchleague.com/email and signing up with your email, or if you already signed up, verifying your information. The promotion ends on April 29th, so let's go get it.
Now both teams going to be running a dive comp. This time, Dante on the Sombra, Jexi on the Brigida, going to be the same comp once again from the Dallas Fuel. I actually like the comp that Houston's fielding here. I think the Brig is going to get a lot of value as well as with the Sombra. It's going to be hard to push that Sombra out if she's getting armor packs. She's going to be able to farm EMPs real quick. You see Decay there quickly dashing back. He's not able to stay aggressive. Everyone from the Fuel posturing here, trying to get some control, but Meko is so aggressive on that high ground.
Fuel right now, just looking to build outs. Note though, gets caught. Gonna get demeched early, and now the Fuel, they have to dive in to try and make something happen from that. They get Meko pretty low in turn, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Gamsu gonna be joining the casualty list. And the Outlaws, as a result, get a first quick control.
Yeah, I think if Crimzo does not find a sleep or Doha doesn't find a one-shot kill, which those things really shouldn't be happening, considering the comps both teams are running, I think this Brig is going to get just way too much value. You put the armor pack on Dante, and how do you push this guy out? Decay on 1 HP, barely escaping with his life.
Well, the Fuel not going to get too delayed from that. They're going to heal back on over. The Outlaws, though, will take some initiative of their own here. Still needing to be cognizant that the Fuel are going to have the Blade up soon, so both teams right now going back and forth. If you're the Outlaws, how do you play around this Blade?
I think it's more about waiting it out, but then you have so much CC. You've got Jexa with the stun, and he can set up a combo from either DPS or his Ana. So notes pick up on the Blase, though, going to be really important. Muma's Primal, oh, he doesn't get it off in time.
The Fuel getting through, and most importantly, they haven't had to even use the Blade here. They just forced 2 eliminations. The Outlaws just going to be stuck running their tails between their legs, and this is so good for the Fuel, Jake.
Yes, it is, but could see an absolutely massive delay here. Meko's still alive. Jackson turns it on Doha. Now ults need to be committed to win this fight. Meteor Strike gonna keep Blase alive. He wants to contest this as well. Mumu with the Primal.
Okay, only getting one off the Blade. The Fuel ending up doing it. Situation's not great. The Outlaws bring some chaos, and Mumu with the Primal knocks Crimzo right over. The Outlaws doing a great job of maintaining the contest where the Fuel, they don't even get the point.
God, Meko is such an annoyance. He's staying alive so long. They're jumping into the pit, flying back out, using every trick in the book to stay alive, keep that point controlled, and it's like we never had a fight win there from Fuel. It looked like that was their fight to take, and just beautiful delays by Meko. The sleep by Repel and the Doha brings them back into the fight, and just like that, they retake. Now Gamsu's hacked, can't really use his Primal, has to drop Bubble. Things are going from bad to worse here, and Jex's rally could just be way too much to deal with. One of the most dominant ults in the dive mirror.
Fuel waiting and waiting, but they can wait no longer. The Outlaws, though, early engage off Muma. They get Crimzo. And now the Outlaws working on the 6-on-5. The Fuel, this is do or die here in this round. Decay's down! Decay not going to be the hero. Both DPS out of the fight. Now it's just Gamsu on a whim and a prayer, but the Outlaws continuing to maintain control. This is going to lead us to a round 3. I'll like it.
Yeah, Gamsu's doing his best, but 1v6, a little too difficult here. At least Dante's down, but it's just going to be up to Tiny Contest here. No, Baby finished off. Blase just doing whatever he wants on the Doomfist, ulting into the backline. That should be the round.
Blaze's Doomfist, of course, an absolute terror this season. Something the Outlaws fans have come to respect, come to expect here on maps. But now, as we go into our 3rd and final round, Jake, we've seen really what both teams have in the tank? How do you expect it to play out?
I hope we see more dive mirrors, ZP. This is the Overwatch I love to see more than anything. To be honest, I think Houston's comp is a bit better. I think the Sombra is going to get more value than Genji in the dive mirror because those hacks can lead to solo kills. You're not so reliant on your ult. Like, yes, EMP is good. It can be a counter to Sound Barrier. You know, you can use it. You can take out the tanks with it, deny their ults. You know, there's a lot of ways you can use EMP, but it's not necessary. Whereas this Genji really feels like a walking blade farmer. It's really hard, even for a player like Decay, to get much done. This time, at least, though, he won't be facing a Brig. No, he will. Jexa just speed boosting and switching to the Brig. I love the pick here. It counters both DPS, puts pressure on both tanks, and is really, really efficient at supporting his DPS as well. So I like the decision from Jexa. I think it's absolutely correct.
1-1 here on Ilios. Both teams looking for that all-important map 1 win. Okay, for now, just looking for blade building. The Outlaws just holding back, letting the Fuel dive in and then looking for the engage. But Jexa in danger! Isolated! This time the Fuel, they get rid of the threat you were talking about, Jake, and it makes for a much cleaner engage.
Yeah, this should be their fight to win now. Without Brig, you're really lacking sustain on the side of the Outlaws. Muma just trying to annoy, contest point, get a little bit of ult charge. The Outlaws, they just want to soft reset this. They don't want to fully give up point presence. Just wait for Jexa to get back and then take another fight. Blase is committing quickly with Muma. Could be a little too aggressive, but they get Guangzhou. It is traded back onto Blase.
They get Guangzhou, but I think if you're the Fuel, you like that trade. Blase is so important. Meanwhile, for the Fuel, they've been throwing the win fights even when Guangzhou is down. So the Fuel still sitting pretty here. Doha, distraction, Meteor Strike over. Might actually get something. Dives down to the Brigida, and Jexa cannot get away. The Fuel maintaining presence here on the point. Even as the Outlaws desperately try and cap. You got Buma, Primal Rage, closes out of it. He's going to knock him off the side. He's certainly looking for it, but Decay on the other side, making his presence known.
Oh, such a heavy commitment from Houston. It doesn't seem like it's going to pay off at all. Shades of that last map where Houston did essentially the same thing, but on the other side. Now it's Dante's EMP to eventually set the stage here, this fight. But Decay with the Nano Blade, I mean, even if you EMP this guy, he might just still burst you down in that first combo. So it's pretty difficult to use EMP as a real counter to Nano Blade. It might slow him down, but it's often not enough to actually stop the Genji. But a great opening hack by Dante. That's a free pick. Might be able to hold on to the EMP a little.
They're still engaging. They still go for the Blade. Jexa down. Doha looking for it. Decay with 2, and he ends up being the equalizer now. Trying to get away from Doom. Blase in hot pursuit. Decay cannot get away, but the Fuel muddy the waters enough that they're still in control.
Yeah, Dante, though, not committing EMP, so it's not too dire yet for Houston. They might need to wait to get this recontest, but I expect they want to go pretty quick. Some late spawns here for the front line of Dallas, which I think is a little bit more important. Guangzhou, not wasting bubble, but is forced eventually.
Now both teams on the Winston. Dante in the back, looking for the MP. Slept! This could be huge if Dante goes down without getting the MP. Doha looking for the finishing blow, and no! Dante gets away! You can't let that happen! We'll see if the Outlaws can make use of it. Dante coming back in. He has the EMP ready to go. Doha, Meteor strikes in, getting away 2 HP. And the Outlaws get a retake, and they don't have to use the EMP.
Can't emphasize how important Rally is, though. I mean, when you hear that song, I don't think you should fight whatsoever. Waiting for it to end now. Fuel, they look like they want to recommit, but Dante's EMP could be deadly. Big EMP on 3, all initiators.
Closer's right there, though. Closer drops the sound barrier immediately, keeps the Fuel alive, mitigates the damage, and Jexa knocked right off. The Outlaws 5 on 6, the Fuel reinvigorated, and the Outlaws are just getting damage left, right, and center. Decay doing whatever he wants in the Dallas Fuel, just about there. Map 1 in their sights.
Great response by Closer with the sound barrier, keeping his team alive. And then not only that, he adds insult to injury, sliding in there to boop his counterpart off the map, taking down Jexa. Beautiful stuff from the Fuel there, winning that last map. Just like Houston did to them the map before, you know, even in that fight where they lose a pick early, they managed to strike back with the Nano Blade, get the backline, and win the map off of it. So really impressive stuff from Fuel. I think this is going to be a really exciting series. I love watching Dive Mirror. I think it's one of the most exciting varieties of Overwatch out there. A lot of solo plays, a lot of individual potential being realized here. And the Nano Blade, I mean, hard to think of a more classic combo in Overwatch.
I also just like the intelligence coming in here from the Fuel where, again, if you listen to Scrimbucks Express for NA, there wasn't a lot of Winston being played, but you look at the APAC matches, you see a lot of Winston, and the Fuel go out and go, you know, we like playing Winston, we like being a little bit of Smash Mouth Overwatch, let's just go full dive. And after a little bit of a rough start in round 1, overall the Outlaws did not have great answers for it, and you gotta like this new look from the Fuel.
Yeah, in my mind, I think it all comes back to that little minor mistake, in my opinion, by Jexa, using the beat aggressively in the final fight, or what would have been the final fight when they were up 99-0 on the first map. But Fuel, of course, they're playing a dive comp, so they kite back with relative ease and then come in with the Nano Blade as soon as the beat fades. So if I'm Jexi there, I think I would have liked to see him play that just a little bit slower, wait it out with the Sound Barrier, use it just to counter the Nano Blade, and then just try and grind the enemy out as they've done the past few fights. But you know, investing that Sound Barrier and still losing that 99-0 fight, really, really painful stuff. That could have been just as easily a map for the Outlaws going 2-0. So I think we'll see a very, very close series here going forward, and I hope this dive mirror continues. It's my favorite.
Well, the battle for Texas is living up to the hype, a classic here in the Overwatch League. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the action continues.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renter's insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At T-Mobile, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. This is entertainment made just for your phone. Breakout shows and the biggest stars. Now, when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy, Big Crunch, Big Flavor. And by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everyone. The battle for Texas continues on here at the Overwatch League, and so far, living up to the hype, Jake.
I, for one, welcome the return of our dive overlords.
So, of course, now we're looking into it. There's some interesting history for these teams, interesting stories to follow through, and what better point to go into our new segment, Connections by Xfinity. Let's take a look at the off-tanks as they are. And take a look at the off-tank battle. Meko and Note, it's been interesting to see interactions between the two, Jake.
Yeah, both players, I think, having a strong series so far. I think it's harder to see what the D.Va does in the dive mirror because it's mostly defensive and cleanup role. You're not usually the initiator. You're not going for crazy bomb plays, usually just using bomb to remech. So it's a little bit more slow and steady for the off-tanks right now. But that's the role of the off-tank. You know, the silent player doesn't always get the appreciation. If you're not getting those huge bombs, it's harder to see what they're doing. But when you're playing with a great off-tank, you know the difference.
Yeah, and you think about the history here where Note helped Dallas get their first Battle for Texas win last season at the Dallas homestand, Houston versus Dallas, all time. And Meko hoping to help Houston win in his first Battle for Texas. And really, the history between teams is just interesting.
Yeah, definitely. The rivalry has been going for quite a while now. I still remember that first preseason game we played against them, narrowly lost. But that, I remember, motivated us pretty heavily. I know both teams really want to get this win. They know what it means to the fans. So, you know, that's really, I love to see that when you get an Overwatch League match. It's just a little bit more exciting. You've got that unique rivalry in history that is remembered between both teams. Even as the rosters change, I think new players pretty quickly get the message that this is a really, really important match to win.
Yeah, and I mean, really between the two teams here, too, is that we've seen a disparity in styles where it's not necessarily like we went into this expecting Winston v. Winston to begin with, even though Houston would swap to it later on. I mean, Houston's still very much willing to run with things like Sombra Doom and mix things up, where you think about the history of Dallas and a player like Doha, you'd expect to see the Sombra more from them, but, you know, both teams showing different looks.
Yeah, I actually like the look. I think I like the Sombra more from a technical perspective, but I think the Genji does offer a lot more damage, and that's an underrated aspect in Dive, especially playing against the Brigitte, right? She doesn't have that much heals available. It's really strong AoE heals, but if one target takes a ton of burst damage, if you're already expending those armor packs aggressively, which you're normally going to be wanting to do, then you're not always going to be able to save that one target that gets focused down. So the power of Genji Doom just grinding you out, and as well running the Brig on if you don't get that quick bash sleep on the Genji, he can kind of run over your whole backline.
Of course, I was just talking about connections, and that was connections by Xfinity. But now, of course, we look towards the series as a whole. This is quite different, I think, from the series we saw earlier today, where it felt like the outcome was not really in question. Here, I don't know what's going to happen. I think, for whatever reason between these two teams, there's always a bit of back and forth, regardless of how strong you think either team might be.
Definitely, and I think as we move on to the series, it'll be. I actually personally hope we get to see more Koth. I hope this goes to a Game 5 because to bring it back to the control map type, I think that match was really, really close, both sides. I mean, Houston easily could have taken round one, just playing a little bit better. They got to 99-0, so it's pretty undeniable. They could get that win with just some minor gameplay differences. And just the same, you know, map 2 was a little bit more dominant for Houston, and then map 3 ends up being really, really dominant for Fuel once again. So just showing that these teams are really evenly matched, can go the distance, and I'm really impressed by both teams' mental fortitude here, not really crumbling under the pressure at all, it seems.
Now we move on to our next map. It's going to be Volskaya Industries between these two teams, and you want to talk about a map that can be volatile here in Overwatch. Volskaya definitely in that category for sure, where even if you're a team that's favored in this sort of map, all it takes is just one good attack round to completely flip the course of battle, and it's just the nature of Assault where it can be pretty variable, so I'm excited to see how this one pans out.
This is a map, I think probably the best Assault map type, best of the Assault map type for running the Dive composition. I think it has a ton of high grounds, a lot of rotation paths. It's not too closed in, not too close quarters, especially when it comes to capturing the points. If you just go capture the point without getting any picks, you're going to be in a full surround. So you've got to push out those divers, and those high mobility heroes can really get a lot of value. Decay showing the Hangzhou. I have to imagine that'll change as soon as he sees what he's going up against. Outlaws wanting to field a very dive-oriented defense here. The same they've been running earlier. Maybe they're expecting a dive mirror. I think the Brig is definitely a hero you're picking, expecting a bit of a dive mirror. But without a McCree, it could be really difficult to shut down Dante's Sombra. If Decay finds a quick headshot, sure, that'll do it, but pretty tough to find that, especially when Dante's probably going to be getting a lot of armor packs.
So the Outlaws now running defensive Winston. The Fuel open up with the Rhine. And the Fuel right now, see Decay on the top, opening some opportunities here on Hangzhou, and the Outlaws not really giving the sightlines.
Yeah, Decay swapping back as predicted. Probably playing the Hangzhou, expecting a shield trading mirror, but just too vulnerable of a hero to play against the Dive. The Reaper much more resilient. Repel getting poked very hard. Must have taken an icicle to the face from Doha there. Now Fuel making their first concerted push in. Mooma going to try and charge just a bit of ult as in their way.
Fuel right now going over to the left side, and Decay now starting to potentially consider a flank. Outlaws meanwhile playing a little bit further back, not expose anything here just yet, giving Dante time to build in the EMP. The Fuel though, the running composition that simply wants to get to point, and now they've brought that fight over to the point. The Outlaws looking low, now under pressure, and Repel can't get away, so the Fuel just simply running over the Outlaws to start things out, but Crimso down might not be enough.
Mooma doing as much as he can here, but only 85 on the Primal. He's going to need at least one more jump to get that finished, and this could be point over here. Without Repel, the Outlaws quickly going to run out of steam, just don't have the heals to really sustain this engagement. Mooma going to fall, but not really investing much. I think at this point the Outlaws, they just want to charge their ults. That was a really nice flank by Decay and the rest of the squad to corner Repel in the low ground. I think it's tough. I think Repel was actually looking for that pack to get re-healed, and Decay was able to punish with a nice TP, so... great take on first point, switch to the Reaper and deal with it really quickly. Dante, though, looks like he wants a refight here, setting up to potentially EMP.
He's thinking about it right now. This is high risk, high reward for the Outlaws. If you retake point A, you burn a lot of time, but burn resources don't do anything. It's terrible. Doa, though, down. No D-Mac. The Outlaws, very good spot potentially. Blase keeping them in the fight. And the Fuel forced to go back. And that is the reward paying off for the Outlaws, and they have the EMP still, Jake, for the next fight.
That hack from Dante was absolutely what did it there. Note had the self-destruct available, but Blase takes the nano right as Dante finds the hack, and then Note turns into an easy pickoff. D.Va should be one of the hardest kills, but that's the power of Sombra's hack. And now a lot more ults available for the defense. As you said, that EMP could be crucial. A closer going to be really hesitant to even get close to the engagement while that's still in the tank.
Opening back over to the point. Buma, Primal Rage ready to go. Dante leads with the EMP, hits 3. Go immediately out of the fight. Buma, now Disruption. Working directly at Decay, not flinching. Needs about half his HP, but it's a good distraction. Blase still working on the back. Deals with the Reaper. Still dealing with Note at the same time. And Blase has just been an Iron Man.
Oh, perfectly timed punch there. Does the damage on Note's mech. And Note's going to be potentially another stagger here. Rally comes out from Jexa. Maybe a little bit unnecessary there, actually. I think the Outlaws had that point held, but you want to be conservative. Of course, attackers do have spawn advantage in this instance. Note could be a big vulnerability, and he is. Blase charging in once again.
Blase just continues to get elimination after elimination, and even among all the chaos, it's been the one constant for the Outlaws here thus far. And the Fuel, they're starting to run out of time, down to their final 50 seconds. Final opportunity coming up.
You've got the Death Blossom and that Blizzard, but
no.
ults to use. Muma, though, does get slept and taken down.
Great sleep from Crimzo. Muma can't get away, was just looking to poke in and get out. And now the Fuel, they get a clean 6-on-5. They can deal with Blase, that's all they need. Blase, though, gets Nano Boost. Still going to be a threat all the while. Meteor Strike, where is he going to land? The Fuel right now worrying about the front line. Decay in danger, getting poked down, 90 HP. The Fuel now 5-on-5, trying to take advantage of their early pickoff, but they've gotten stymied. Dante has the EMP. Dante, though, forced back. Now the Fuel looking for anything in the front. Dante back in, gets the EMP, hits 4, and the Outlaws get to crush right on in.
Now, Fuel, they're going to have to touch point, but with limited resources, no tact. He's purple, can't even get healed. Going to have to touch the point in the Suicide Rush. We've seen him make these selfless plays before, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Beat does come in, but Meko eats the Blizzard from Doha.
Meko right on top of it. The Outlaws smothering the Fuel, stopping their flame. And the Fuel down to their last few members. They can't get anything going. And the Outlaws even down Muma. And what should have been a clear advantage for the Fuel still turn it around. Blase in particular being immortal. And Meko just finishing it off with a nice Blizzard-y towards the end.
Man, what I really want to highlight there, though, is how well Houston dealt with the Nano Boost coming out from Fuel. Nano Boost onto Decay with Death Blossom should have been deadly, should have been dangerous. But not only is Meko juking around his head, keeping him distracted, but Jexa comes in with the boop at the perfect time. The spam is on Decay, so he has to back out. Just great pressure on this Reaper. It feels like he can never use his ult. And that's, one of the struggles playing against Dive is at the point where Fuel find themselves with only a Blizzard and a Death Blossom. Those are some of the most difficult ults to use against a dive comp. You really want those tank and support ults, and DPS ults on their own aren't really effective against such a mobile composition.
So while there's still a lot to go in this match, don't forget to check out the Watchpoint post show immediately at the end of this match. Special guest John Spector will be stopping by with a very special surprise announcement you do not want to miss.
So Outlaws setting up very well to take this map. Not over yet, though. It is possible for Fuel to bring this back. This is a full holdable point. We've seen it before, and we may see it here again. Decay on the Hangzhou, a little bit more optimized for the shield trade here, so I like the composition that Fuel are running. We'll see if Dante elects to keep the McCree or switch off to the Hangzhou. Even though the Hangzhou does a bit more shield damage, McCree has that option to go for flanks. If you're not running a McCree of your own, sometimes McCree just shows up in the backline, gets 2 kills, and even if you trade him out, it's too little too late. So we'll see if Dante's able to make it happen here, or if he's going to switch over to something a little bit more conventional, shield pressure focused like a Hangzhou.
The Outlaws on the way forward. They don't have to do much here on this attack. All they have to do is full capture point A, and that'll be it. The Fuel, though, still have the ability to win if they're able to get a bigger hold, and at the very least, we're going to buy some time here. Muma taking a nap.
Biotic Grenade eaten from Crimzo, so it's going to slow them down just a little bit. Ice Ball as well, but Muma's doing a great job just holding shield, lets his teammates break the barrier for him, so not feeding any ult unnecessarily to the Dallas Fuel. Meko once again eating the Biotic Grenade from Crimzo. Crimzo just cannot catch a break here.
The Fuel holding back, where remember for the Fuel on point A defense, even losing one person might spell the snowball to losing the round, losing the map. So the Fuel have to be very, very measured here, Jake.
It's all about shield trade, though, and I think this should favor the Fuel. Bio Grenade on Meko is going to slow him down, and oh, that's such a beautiful headshot from Decay. Blase had the Ice Block ready, but nothing you can do about that one-tap headshot from Hangzhou.
Fuel burning about a minute off the clock here so far. The Outlaws, they can take a little bit of solace in that they have time, but you don't want the situation to extend a whole lot longer. The Fuel so far are playing very, very precise.
And Blase is going to switch over to the Doomfist, but you see Note already moving deep into the spawn. Wants to take the 1v1 with the Doomfist. That's not something Doomfist is looking for. So if Note spots him, he might get really, really aggressive. But at the same time, Blase setting up for the initiation with the Nano Boost.
Oh, he gets the Nano in over the top. What's he going to get? The Fuel get damaged quite a bit, but everyone's still alive. Guangzhou, though, can't get up. Ryan v. Ryan, and Guangzhou ends up falling down, so now the Fuel down to 5. The Outlaws already about 2 ticks on the point. The Fuel must move in. They must contest. They drop the Nano. Decay. The Dragon Strike from the side. Repel ends up falling. And the Fuel buy a little bit of room here between the Blizzard and the Dragon Strike, but the Outlaws, they don't walk away empty-handed here so far.
Heroic clutch from Decay, but Blase is still fighting. Gets 2 pick off. Both supports actually falling there in the final seconds of the fight, which could create a little bit of a power play for Houston. They get 1 tick off that fight. Could have been more without those heroic saves from Decay. Not only Dragon striking down Repel, but finding another pick off on top of that. So insane work from Decay, keeping this map alive for his team. Houston, though, we'll see if they're able to leverage this power play. Support's going to be rolling out quick for the side of the Dallas Fuel.
Minute 40 left here for Houston. 2 good fights, even if this one does not work. And they bring it directly to the point. Dante gets a ball in his face for his trouble as he goes for the Deadeye. Blase off to the side. Decay's Dragon Eden! Meko in the Hangzhou's face. Note drops bomb over the top. Fuel trying to stay in it, and it's Doha and Note keeping the Fuel alive here so far. Blase, though, on the side. Good HP, looking for the Diva, finishes off, and Blase still the threat here that Fuel need to do something about. The Outlaws back on the point. And Blase fearlessly rotating around. Doha gone. The Outlaws almost in supremacy.
Gamson needs to find a shatter there, but he just doesn't have the HP to do it. Now Blase is cleaning up with the Nano Boost, and this should be the map for Houston. Great comeback with the power play. Good attempt by everyone on the side of the Dallas Fuel. Decay making some hero plays, keeping that match alive. But Houston with that beautiful recontest on the defense. You know, I thought that first point was completely gone, completely out of their control. But, you know, I was playing with Dante in that tournament recently, and, you know, one of the things he highlighted to me that I realized, you know, you need to be on if you're a top-level player is it's always winnable. You know, if you have the resources, it's always winnable. And oftentimes it's worth giving it a shot, even if you might not be advantaged. And that just shows exactly why. You catch Note off guard with a hack, and it all falls apart from there. Fuel can't even cap the first point. And great effort on the side of the Outlaws there. It takes some trades back and forth both ways, but they get it done in the end, and that's a 1-1 series here.
And the battle for Texas continuing to live up to its reputation. And, I mean, the thing that just really strikes out to me when I look at what just happened there is that Blase doesn't die. Blase just manages to stay alive for fight after fight and is public enemy #1 when he's on the Doomfist. And the Fuel, you had some heroics from Decay, but in the end, not enough. But that does bring us to halftime. That means it's time for some great insight from the Watchpoint crew. We'll be back soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hey, mama. Just making sure you're getting your exercise.
Of course I am. We have Quibi included in our T-Mobile plan.
How does that help you exercise?
I walk into the kitchen and watch Chrissy Teigen.
Okay.
Later, I rush upstairs to watch Idris Elba.
Mama, it's only exercise if you get your heart rate up.
Ooh, that Idris Elba gets my heart rate way up.
Watch quick bite shows from today's biggest stars. Now when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Welcome to our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. I am Zoe. Joining me are Reinforce and Costa. And guys, it is 1-1 apiece. And quite frankly, this has been a very, very exciting match. We went from dive mirror into some phenomenal defensive plays from the Houston Outlaws. So let's dissect the first two maps all together now. Are you guys impressed at all with what you're seeing?
I'm enjoying it. I'll say that much. I'm having a great time watching this match. It does feel a bit exciting to see some of these heroes being thrown out. We talked about how Decay
a bit exciting.
plays.
Okay.
It's just mildly exciting for Johnny. You know, he doesn't get too excited by things anymore.
Seem better.
I was gonna talk about how genuinely I was happy to see the dive and okay.
It's not happy enough for me. Okay, I wanted more. After the first series, which quite frankly was a little bit hard, I am having actually the time of my life. Or at least the time of my life.
The time of your life?
I'm taking little victories at this point, okay? And this is one of those. I really, really enjoyed the dive mirror. Which one did you like best, though? If you're looking at the compositions, are you feeling the Sombra in the mix there and the Brig, or are you more looking towards the?
I actually want to talk about both of them. I actually really like both of them for the respective teams, right? They're both playing to their strengths. They have Doha on the Doomfist, Blaze's playing the Doomfist, but on the other side of it, we have Decay playing the Genji, which is something that Dallas seem to be comfortable with, and they have, on the other hand, we have Outlaws on the Sombra. So they're both playing to their strengths and sort of playing to what works for them, and you're seeing it go back and forth, and that's what I think makes this game so exciting is we seem to have two sort of dive styles and two different separate styles sort of clashing and seeing what works, and it was really cool to see on Volskaya how it, you know, how the Outlaws really sort of made their dive work against the classic meta composition that we've seen so much of.
Yeah.
Reinforce, were you at all worried when the Outlaws on their attack round then decided to kind of switch off of the air dive?
Well, you know, it always brings up a little bit of concern. You know, you can never be too confident whatsoever. I just have to praise the fact that they actually did play what they're comfortable with to begin with, and then they gave themselves a really good advantage and a really good opportunity to come out with the Volskaya win. So I have to credit the Houston Outlaws for actually making good adaptations and playing a good style of Overwatch right now. This is turning into be a very even series, and given that it's the Battle of Texas, like the Battle of Texas, I should say, you couldn't really ask for more, right?
Too, I don't care.
You know, yeah, very different words, but bit of a slip.
It's okay.
It's okay. Don't worry. I have hundreds of those
I'll get some more
every
coffee.
day. But that's what happens because we're the all non-American desk, right? So we can pronounce things however we please. No one's going to question that. That's fine.
Except my Twitter feed. They're in they're in disarray.
What did I know? It's fine.
Sorry.
Either way, guys, we also managed to grab a crunch time presented by Cheez-It Grooves for this one, and we were back and forth on whether or not we liked the Genji. However, DK did have some fantastic.
Yeah, we really saw Dallas bring it back in this first round. We were sort of questioning the Genji Doomfist play on Ruins, but it actually works out really well here. This is the, Dallas have their back against the walls. It's 99%. We're in overtime, and we actually see here, Jake highlighted it, Jexay uses his beat on the engagement from Blase, I believe, on Doha, sorry. And what that does is it opens up Decay's ability to get the Nanoblade and just absolutely decimate and slice and dice everyone on the Houston Outlaws team. And it's just great to see a Genji again. I feel like it's been so long. The only team that really does it otherwise is the New York Excelsior. So really cool style by the Dallas Fuel, and I was really happy to see it. So 4K from Genji. Now that I'm not a player anymore and not a support player anymore, I don't mind Nanoblades. They're okay.
Yeah.
Now you can enjoy it, yeah.
Two things here. One, really exciting to see Doha play that now I got it wrong. See, Decay play that Genji because Decay is such a versatile player and he can play so many heroes. And the fact that he can go from Tracer to Genji to McCree and pop off on all of these heroes makes him a really exciting player to watch. Number two, everyone knows me to get excited about Earth Shatters, and it's like, big shatter, and I'm screaming, and I'm jumping and all that good stuff. Same happens with Costa on TeamSpeak. Like whenever he sees a good or a bad beat, it's the same thing. It's like, oh no, that's a bad beat. Oh no. So it's the same kind of despair from Costa whenever we see those bad beats coming out, and I love to see that from a fellow support player.
Well, you know what? We may have more bad or good shatters and beats coming your way in the second half of that match. Let's see who is going to get that W and get the real yeehaw. Yeah, Twitter, I know you're still not happy.
Yeehaw!
There you go. That was good. I need to work on my conviction.
My neighbors think I'm crazy.
It's just, this Swedish neighbor yelling yeehaw because he can.
I didn't think about that.
Sunday things.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, we're heading over on Route 66 now to see who's going to come out on top.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch. The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Well, as Johnny said it best, yeehaw, the battle for Texas is still on. I'm ZP here with Jake. It is tied 1-1, Dallas Fuel versus the Houston Outlaws. And if you're a Dallas Fuel fan, you're just wondering, what must you do to take down Blase?
It's certainly tough. Blase, he's been a real bright spot for Houston on the Doomfist. I wonder if we'll see Fuel bringing out the Brigida, one of the most classic counters to Doomfist. That ability to counter the Rocket Punch or just stun Doom anywhere in one of his combos can really mess him up. Armor packs as well could be great to save your allies. So far, Closer's have been really valuing that sound barrier, valuing the Lucio over the Brigida, but that might change if we continue to see Blase get so much done on the Doomfist.
Now, as we look forward into our next map, it's going to be Route 66, where we look to see what team is going to pull ahead. Is Route 66 another map where Blase can do whatever he wants on the Doom, or will there be points that hold him back a bit?
This is a map that I think will be really interesting to see what style the teams go for, because I think Dive is a little bit more difficult to make work. If you can maintain the snowball on attack, let's say with Dive, you keep control of the map, you get those high ground spots on first point. It's easy to stuff the defenders when they recontest. You get that high ground on second point, controlling the roof. Very, very easy to dive from that position. Dive really falls off on third point, I'll say. But even there, earlier in the map on first and second point, it's difficult to actually get to that scenario, right? Like, once you have map control, you're sitting pretty. You can deal with any comp. But actually getting that map control, once the defenders have position and playing the way they want to play and stuffing you at the chokes, really, really difficult for Dive to find value in that circumstance. So I'm curious to see if teams will end up going for a more Rhine-based composition, especially with the specter of third point looming overhead. You know, if you know that third point Rhine is really going to have a lot of impact, going to be dominant there, it's a little bit scary to be playing Dive the rest of the map if you might have to drop all your ults for that last push.
On the same note, as we kind of look into it here, given how well Houston has done running the Doom versus basically anytime they're not running the Doom, even if you look at a point on the map where you go, maybe it's not suited, if you're coaching Houston right now, do you swap off the Doom for any reason here, or do you go, look, it's really strong, make Dallas beat it first?
Well, I think there's multiple ways to look at it. I really like the composition we're seeing coming out from both squads. I think are going to play the Sigma on this map. I would expect it. Because at least on the defense, maybe on offense a little bit less effective. Not able to be on the high ground all the time on attack, of course. But Sigma on high ground on this map is so annoying. There's so many places you can just slide up into an off angle and start poking down your backline, getting so much splash value. So I think the hero is really well suited to Route 66. I like that, you know, it seems that both teams are adjusting. Hard to know what the attackers will do. Something tells me Blase won't play attack Torb here, but who knows? I could be wrong.
And we look at Sigma on this map, I just get reminded of Void's incredible Sigma and what we've seen from him just constantly flanking and basically being a two-pronged assault all on his own. We'll see if Note is able to channel some of that here for the Fuel as they look to stymie this Outlaws attack.
Yeah, Mecho's going to be on point to shut down Decay on this Ashe. We'll see if he's able to get much done on the flank, but no one really controlling the high ground for Fuel, so that might be Mecho's to exploit as things start to break down here. Beautiful wall block Blase, isolates Guangzhou. He's going to have to be saved by his own May.
That was a great counter wall coming in. They let Guangzhou just walk on out. One elevator deserves another, and the Fuel able to avoid disaster, but they do give up a bit of progress and result. The Outlaws about to turn the corner.
Yeah, forward hold is over. This corner hold, a little bit more difficult to execute, can work. Decay, nice pressure onto Dante. Oh, and a beautiful pickup on Ejexit. That should really slow down the attack from the Outlaws.
And this is what we've seen from Ashe players, where once they get into a groove, they can just shut down a game nearly single-handedly. You think back to that duel yesterday between Carpe and Baby Bay, where it felt like the Ashes controlled Destiny. Well, Decay, super low right now. Dante, I think, was in hot pursuit. Decay just barely saved. Now he needs some form of healing before he can go back and poke. He's not getting it.
Yeah, Mecho isolated and taken down there, same time as Dante. So great work by the Fuel, responding to both aggressions simultaneously and with total success there, not really giving up any value at all. So Dante going to give up on the Reaper play, getting pressured a little bit too hard by the Sigma. Going to switch back over to the Hanzo. I like the pick here. Puts a lot of shield pressure on, allows you to compete with this Ashe. Repel has the Sleep Dart to potentially counter the Bob, but if Sleep Dart is expended here by Repel for any reason, this Bob could be absolutely devastating from Decay.
What do you think about the Ashe versus Hangzhou matchup here between the two teams?
I think without any damage amp, it should be Hangzhou favored just because that one-shot potential. Beautiful sleep on Gamsu though, is going to slow down his initiation, but a fire strike. What a wall from Doha.
It slowed him down, but not for long. Just got up, let the fire ride, and the Fuel easily take the fight. The Outlaws now in a rougher spot where that was a cheap fight for the Fuel. That was economy.
Yeah, that was really, really free. I mean, 1 nano boost is about the cheapest you can get at this point in the game to win a fight that decisively. So far, nothing really cooking for the Outlaws. They're about to get slammed again by the Sigma. No beat to counter, so this Gravitic Flux could be just another team wipe with 1 ultimate. We'll see if Decay wants to commit the Bob. Looks like he might just be saving it for emergencies, but I think is actually potentially the best use of Bob. Ice Wall cuts off the supports as well from Houston, so they're in with no heals.
Houston trying to make anything happen, trying to at least make Dallas spend some cash here. And attack does not seem to really work. Gamsu goes for it. Long range Earth Shatter with the Flux and the Fuel. They do expend some resources here, but they get a very decisive team fight in return. And the Outlaws now potentially down to the last.
Yeah, the Outlaws are pretty much going to have 1 fight with good ult economy. Not really going to have much more than that. This next fight has to go well for them. So far, Fuel have been looking really great on the defense. I like the Sigma pick. I think the Ashe Hangzhou is actually less critical than the Sigma. I think Note's getting a lot of value on the Sigma. Meko hasn't even been able to charge his self-destruct up yet, so showing that he's really playing mostly defensively, having to peel his teammates most of the time. But that's the power of Decay's Ashe. Without the Diva, those Dynamites are essentially free.
39 seconds left for the Outlaws as they try and get anything going. The Fuel still hanging up on top. And now, Bob let loose. Muma already super low. Dante taken down. Decay winning the DPS matchup. And the Fuel just sitting pretty right now, not under any pressure whatsoever. It's on the Outlaws to make a move, and the Fuel just playing clean, collected Overwatch.
Nice patient final fight from Fuel. They know if they dive down into the low ground, they could get caught unawares. Decay won't be so effective in that scenario, so Outlaws getting a lot of card push here. Meko is frozen, but no follow-up here. This could be very, very quick, very explosive. Decay looking for a pickoff. Blase dropping low. Ooh, he has to hide.
The Outlaws, they have some resources there. Muma steps up at the paint, drops a shatter. No, Edo in danger, but closes right there. Uses the barrier, mitigates the threat. The Fuel trying to stay in it. Gamsu taking a quick nap, but Decay still a threat. Both mains out of the fight. You gotta look towards Decay here and what he's going to do. Fuel still on the payload. Decay not under pressure. The Outlaws getting poked down. Meko soon to be in danger. Gamsu just able to back away. Now very close to a shatter. Builds it up off the fire strike. Waiting, drops it down. And Meko in real danger as a result. Not quite demeched. Somehow able to get away. As Repel uses the nano. Back and forth. Muma out because of the Flux. And the Fuel are still holding strong.
Yeah, potential first point hold here brewing for the Fuel. It's looking extremely good for them. Ever from the Outlaws caught in a tiny corridor. That's not how you want to fight it. Great passive plays from the Fuel there. Even losing some players, they keep their cool, stay alive. Note takes down Blase, and that was the answer they were looking for. That Doomfist falling, or rather that was Dante on the Doomfist, but Note still finding the pick off with that accretion from Sigma. I love the Sigma pick on this map. I think the Outlaws would have done a lot better mirroring that pick than trying to play the Diva into it. Just such a great map for Sigma. The geometry is really, really ideal. There's not any super long range engagements. It's just the right range for Sigma. He's got high grounds. He can play effectively, always bouncing those spam shots in, and the ult as well is really, really crucial. If your whole team's playing high ground and you Sigma ult the attackers off low ground, they end up being in this perfect firing angle for your backline. So I think everything lines up really well for the Sigma on this map. I'd be surprised if... I actually think this is an even better look for the Outlaws, given that they have to full hold here. Yes, dive is going to fall off hard on second and third point. Mostly third point, but obviously we're not getting there. So Outlaws are going all in on first point. This comp is going to enable them to potentially fight in spawn if they want to go for that aggressive hold. They might just try and hold in this corner, though. I think that's the ideal fight location for dive. So I think the disciplined choice here from Outlaws is to simply fight on the corner, go for those dives, flanking through the tunnel high ground with Doom and Sombra. Can be really high impact, but it also requires really clean execution if you want to hold for 4 minutes.
Well, the interesting thing to me is just how Fuel did not ever go for the big play in the last round. They simply held back, went for consistency over time, and anytime you think, oh, they're going to make a move for some huge moment, no, they just picked the Outlaws apart. I do think, though, Jake, they'll have to be a little bit more decisive on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power, I think, of the Ashe and the Sigma, is that you're just outvaluing over time. Your Rhine doesn't ever have to get aggressive. Muma has to come in swinging, or else his team's going to get ground out in the long run, and there's no way he wins unless he goes in like that. which means Guangzhou has this passivity advantage. He's winning by default. It's much easier to play the game that way, much lower possibility for error, which is, of course, crucial in the Overwatch League. You're playing against the best players in the world. You want the most consistent strategies. And now Torb, McCree, I actually love this comp into what Houston's fielding. This is a hard dive counter. I mean, you're playing Torb is really resilient, McCree's got the flash, Briggs resilient and has a stun. Just so many effective tools here on the attack to cancel out these dives.
I think this is a composition purely tailor-made to give Blase a real tough time, but guess what? He fights the K immediately, goes, oh, is that your hard mode? Do you have an extra level? Well, he ends up falling towards the very end, so the Fuel get a little bit from it, but it's still a really nice start here for the Outlaws, and Blase ran the gauntlet.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff, taking down Decay instantly at the start of the fight. He's such a dangerous tool, but he's also highly vulnerable. Torb, of course, has that self-sustain with the overcharge, but McCree doesn't have the same, so it's pretty much targeting McCree or Ana. Those are your only options, and Ana does have the self-save with the Bionade, and Brig is most likely going to be sticking to her, so we'll see if Decay gets caught out again. He'll probably be much more wary this time.
Meanwhile, Dante looking for a value hack in the back to start things off. The Fuel just walking forward, so the Outlaws are going to try and wait for Dante here, ideally. Or Blase could just go in. Blase, though, gets tagged with Bionade early, probably wants to let that wear off. The Outlaws looking for the opportunity. Blase back up to full HP, and the Fuel are still making good progress.
They are, but Outlaws are going to be a little bit ahead on the ults. Here's the nano boost onto Movement to start the initiation. Nice cleave onto the backline here, trying to take down Closer, but Closer staying alive somehow, but team is split up. That's advantage to the dive squad right now.
The Outlaws keeping the pressure up. Gamsu and Note out of it, so the Fuel, you're down your front line. Now you just look for the reset and maybe punish the Outlaws if they go a little bit too deep, but look at the bank for the Outlaws here, Jake. This is looking really good with only about a minute 45 left. They could get the fuller hold.
It is definitely looking good for them. Molten Core not going to probably do too much. Could be effective against the divers, but these high mobility heroes probably don't care too much about it. Jex's rally is, I think, going to be the linchpin here. It's going to be very hard to get pickoffs through the power of the rally. So much CC, though, coming out into Blase. Might get caught, but oh, everyone's with him.
Blase looking for it. Dante lets the EMP ride. 3 struck on the Fuel. With Gamsu out of it so early, and the good bio at the end. But, okay, Jexa goes a little bit too deep trying to follow it up. Ends up falling. It's not enough for the Fuel to really keep up the pressure, but the Outlaws have to be careful not to bleed.
Beautiful combo by Blase, absolutely carving through all that armor. Closer did everything he could to keep Crimzo alive, but perfect execution from Blase just gets that damage in, and that's another hold potentially from the Outlaws as well. Nano onto Muma, chasing frags. Could get very aggressive here, but I like this from Muma. Don't throw the round, just play smart. You're winning these fights pretty consistently, and those are really, really important ults coming out from the side of the Fuel. They use their rally. Closer's just going to switch over to the Lucio, doesn't have confidence in his chances to build another ult. You've got Shatter and Self-Destruct, but those could be difficult to find against dive targets. You know, the Self-Destruct could be really, really crucial, though.
Dante sizing up for the early hack. The Fuel down to their final 30 seconds. Last opportunity to follow up was a great defense, but it might be followed by a very poor attack on the other end. Let's see what the Fuel do. They go for the high ground up on the gas station. Buma. Early initiation. Primal Rage ready to back it up. Quite a bit of damage going around. 50 yards. Oh no! Buma does not primal. The Fuel now with an opportunity. You can't have that happen. And now the Fuel looking far better as the Outlaws. They have to buy time for Muma to get back.
Nano Boost comes in on Decay. He finds Blase. Reloads with the High Noon as well. Now it's Molten Core on card. Things are falling apart here for the Houston Outlaws. It looks so good, but Muma, greedy with the Primal, gets bursted down. It's just card stagger here. I mean, yes, he's back with a Primal, but now it's a 1v6. Not really the ultimate you need for the situation, and Fuel are going to be able to win the map off the back of that. Oof, Muma's got to be kicking himself after that one.
What a collapse! An incredible punish by the Fuel, but the answer there was in Muma's hands. That is not an error that should be happening. That was unforced. That was Muma just taking his sweet time and using Primal Rage. Doesn't use it in time. Leaves his team without a main tank, and the Fuel just walk up. Oh man, that is tragic because that very likely cost Houston the map. As a result, Fuel now up in the series.
That's got to be painful. Muma, I think, had 1 second on his leap cooldown, so wanted to get that initial leap before popping Primal to start the juggle onto the Ana, but that play just ends up being a little bit too greedy. I mean, I understand why he wants to go for it, but obviously if he get bursted down, it was never worth it. He did take a ton of focus from the side of the Fuel, so they're doing their part, I guess, to put the pressure on him and allow him to make that mistake. Everyone targeting the Winston down very, very quickly. So good work by Fuel to put the pressure on. And, you know, sometimes if you make the right plays, you put the pressure on the right hero, they might slip up. And that happens in this circumstance. No Primal, and without that, there's no real chance for the hold there. You need the Winston. He's so critical in these dive comps for distracting the enemy and splitting them up. Primal would have been so important there. But to be fair, also, you got to give respect to Fuel. Taking that high ground rotation was very, very smart. I think that's exactly what they had to do in the final fight. Get to the high ground, get into a strong position. Instead of fighting from low ground or fighting from chokes where Winston's going to cleave you apart, they play in the open air on the high ground where it's much more difficult for Doomfist to land on you or Somber to find a hack. Just a lot more defensible for those slow heroes like Torb and McCree.
Got to give credit to the Fuel. They put themselves in position for success, and all it takes in Overwatch is one error from the other side to make all that preparation shine. The Fuel up 2-1 here in the Battle of Texas. They're smelling victory, but can the Outlaws strike back and take it away? We'll be back soon.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Download free now.
Oh, right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge exploding and it's like, BAM! And this cold chaos is shitting. It's going,
Download now.
Welcome back, everyone. The Dallas Fuel up 2-1 over the Outlaws. And Jake, sometimes it's said for players not to rage out. For Muma at the end of that last battle, it was time to rage out, at least a little bit.
Yeah, I needed to get that Primal off. Props to Fuel for bursting him so quickly. I mean, I was watching his HP bar, which is really crucial in Winston, and it looked like he got bursted instantly from 245 health. So pretty impressive focus fire from Fuel to force that error. But yeah, of course, I think if Muma got that Primal Rage off, we very easily could have seen that map go Houston's way. And I think that interaction just illustrates how incredibly close this series has been so far. I mean, from Houston stumbling on that first round of Ilios where they were up 99-0, which is not something we normally see teams come back from on the side of the Fuel, to Volskaya on the first point. Looked like Fuel had that locked in, and then, you know, Note gets hacked, Blase takes a nano, and it all falls apart for them. Same thing happens here. Full hold by Fuel, and almost an even fuller hold by Houston. I mean, it might have been their fight, I think, with the Primal. To be fair, Fuel made a great rotation. They were on the high ground, so no guarantee that the Primal would have been enough to secure the map. But definitely that's going to be pretty painful for the Outlaws after almost making the fuller hold. They just barely don't get it done in the final seconds.
Now, you have some unique insight here, not just because of being an Outlaws player in the past, but speaking more generically here, just speaking across all your game experience. But when you lose a map that you very likely should have won, you're in the situation where everyone's like, okay, everything's good, everything's great, and you have what is an uncharacteristic error just come up and ruin your day. You lose the map. How do you pick yourself back up from that situation where, understandably, people are probably a little bit upset in the aftermath.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to focus on the positives. You got to reset your mentality as a team because, there's two ways to look at the situation. The first way is the obvious way. Oh, I can't believe I messed up. I'm so bad. We're so bad. We're going to lose. And you just get in that negative cycle. Or you can say, wow, we got full held, and then we very nearly made a comeback, and it was just a minor slip-up that led to it failing. Like, you'd rather be losing that way if you think critically as a professional team. It's actually much better to be losing because somebody made a minor error than it is to be losing because you're getting outclassed or your strategy is bad. Those are much more severe problems. So in all the ways to lose a map, an unforced error might be the most painful, but also the least significant in terms of the strength of the team. So, as pro players, you just got to reset your mentality. And it looks like the Outlaws, they're holding their confidence. They're holding their nerve. They're going to keep playing this Somber Doom dive comp. And I'm really impressed with this, actually, because, you could have easily taken that error and felt, oh, our comp's not working, our strategy's not working. But it was, right? And they won a lot of fights. They very easily could have won that final fight. So I like that they're confident in the strategy. It's been working out really, really well for them so far. And I really, really personally hope we see a Game 5 from this series. It's been certainly the best series all week, and we've seen a lot of 3-0s. So it's refreshing to see two closely matched teams brawl it out with different styles. That's the Overwatch that I love.
Well, Eichenwald is going to be our next map that we will have in the series. It's one that the Outlaws need to win. Otherwise, the Fuel will be cruising to a 3-1 victory. And the Fuel coming out here on this offensive Torb once more.
I like the offensive Torb against Dive. I think Torb has one of the best self-saves in the entire game. That overcharge and armor in general being something that's really, really difficult for Dive comps to deal with their lack of burst damage. So, closure on the Brigitte. Again, this comp should be a full counter to what Houston's running. It's all on Houston's execution being just picture perfect here. Hack onto Doha, but he's being kept alive, and it's Gamsu who falls first.
Yeah, Gamsu just focused on down. Early hack pressure from Dante in the back. Now the Fuel, you're stuck running in the back. Your front line is decimated. Blase just gets to pick you apart. And really nice engage here from the Outlaws, where I think Blase, of course, very adept, and the rest of the Outlaws, he didn't overcommit. They waited for the opportunity to be made.
That's so impressive as well by the Outlaws. I think something they're doing consistently on this dive comp is having multiple kill targets. So they're hacking Doha, but then they're committing for the kill on Gamsu. And if you have just one kill target, it's very easy for the defenders to just pour all their defensive resources into him. But you hack Doha, he might take a nade, he might get armor pack, and then it's Gamsu who actually falls because you don't have those resources left in the tank.
Dante in the back, looking for the early hack, gets it on the Crimzo. Outlaws again trying the pressure off that early hack pressure, but this time movement pays a price. Taken down early by Doha. I think they overestimated the edge they had there, and now for the Fuel, if they can just sit back and heal, they're going to have an enormous advantage, especially with Jexay on their fight. The Fuel now just get to walk over onto point A. Should be a quick cap.
So painful to lose your Winston first. Not really much coming back from that in the dive comp. Winston is really that crucial distraction that enables all the other heroes. Your Ana find the nades to sleep, enables your DPS to make big plays. Muma's committing as well with the Primal. Wants to recontest here, taking a ton of damage, and Decay with the high noon is zoning him from actually contesting point.
I don't think this is Florida v Boston. I don't think you're going to have a crazy point A retake. And no, it was kind of a waste of resources towards the end. I mean, arguably, it got the multi-core out of Doha, but even then, debatable value here for the Outlaws is they're going to be delayed, Jake, and trying to hold here at the choke.
It has worked out for them before, going for those crazy recontests. I'm thinking back to Volskaya, but in this circumstance, certainly not. Dante's EMP, though, this could be an open and shut fight if he manages to land a big one. I love this from Decay, though, moving up aggressively on the Reaper. He can kind of be a little bit of a solo player. If he can disrupt one dive tank, it's absolutely worth making this play, but it looks like Jexa spots him. Maybe not.
Okay, off on the wild flank. Has the Ana sights. Could be looking for the two-tap here, but no. Brigitte right there, acting as the bouncer, preventing a crazy value flank in Decay. The rest of the Outlaws now moving in through the front. Blase making his move. Meteor strike into the side, looking for anyone in the corner. Has to back on over. Pimo Gamsu! Earth Shatter down! But the EMP from Dante stops it from getting too crazy. Blase going, thank you for the EMP. I'm going to follow up what you just set up. And the Fuel just stuck beaten in the corner.
It's a crazy brawl here. Attacker spawn's pretty close, but all the heroes that the Outlaws are fielding are very, very quick to get back into the fight. And even to fight 5v6 is not such a big deal for this team. So without any ults to really open things up for the Dallas Fuel, this could be a point where they stagger just a little bit. Meko is hacked, though. That's a major opening and a beautiful pick off by Decay onto both those players.
Blase got caught. Decay, right place, right time. And now the Fuel with an enormous opportunity. Wait, he's going for Muma. Decay, his bloodlust is not sated, but perhaps it should be. Quickly has to shift him out. But this is a great deal of space being made by the Fuel and still holding strong right at the castle choke point.
Muma dropping very low, and the pressure just pouring onto him. He just can't get healed up. Can't restore his HP, and only 95 to Primal. So, okay, now he's getting re-healed. There should be an opportunity to get a big Primal here, but Doha with the hack could shut that all down.
Looking for Doha, already super low. Muma diving on in. Crimzo out of the fight immediately. Muma, just with this nano, might not even have to use the Primal. Doesn't have to worry about environmental kills when you're just simply running the other team over. It's a nice redemption for Muma.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I mean, Winston is, I would say, Muma's best hero. I think stylistically, he's a player. Oh, and this is so brutal as well. They're going to even get a nice little body block onto Note, slow him down on the reset. He's going to have to take a long road to the backup point.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, if it happens again? No! Oh, this is so painful. Note's
okay, but what if someone
comes
over and just boops 3 people off? This is dangerous on the same note. Okay. Note finally gets the sweet release of death.
That was a 30-second stagger, ZP. That's a team fight out of the game. I mean, it seems silly, but I can't overstate that's incredibly impactful. That's a game-winning play from the Outlaws. Note, even with the frustration remake, doesn't work out at all.
Yeah, that's something you don't like to see, well executed by the Outlaws. However, and now the Outlaws going to keep the pressure up. Decay can't get away, and the Fuel looking discombobulated after taking that very long delay. Doha drops the EMP, trying to turn the tables. Now the Outlaws does hit quite a few. Fuel perhaps in a better spot here. Gamsu drops the Shatter, Meko out of the fight, and the Outlaws might have gone a little bit too deep, Jake.
Maybe, but it cost the EMP to actually get the retake there. Soundbarrier comes out to counter Dante's EMP, but Doha's still hacked up, still getting chased down by Blase, and Muma has the Primal as well, now commits it, and everyone is so split up on the side of the Fuel. Can they manage to come back in this fight?
Gamsu is going for the charge from downtown, does not connect to release. Decay, Death Blossom in a dream, simply a nightmare. The Outlaws continuing to just pummel the Fuel in this left side of Eichenwald, where you don't usually see a team get stuck in over and over again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where Dive really shines, though, is a matchup where both teams are fighting these scrappy fights, trading across the map. That's where the highly mobile heroes really pay off. So Fuel kind of playing into the Outlaws' hands right now. Second point hold potentially in the cards here. Jexa finds this rally. I don't think there's really much of an answer besides Gamsu's Shatter, which is, you know, far from a foregone conclusion here. Meko as well has the self-destruct, so Gamsu has his work cut out for him this fight. They're going to have to touch cart out in this open area, and that's where it's going to be most difficult to deal with the self-destruct.
Muma's hacked. Muma's in danger. Muma immediately taken down. Again, a vital point for the Outlaws, and again, Muma gets caught. Dante ends up sleeping, and what should have been a desperate fight for the Fuel might be a road to easy street. As the Fuel, off the jewelry pickoffs, they just walk their way over. There's the Shatter from Gamsu. Again, a little bit of extra delay. The Outlaws again try and come out here, but they've almost done it. Can anyone even touch? Dude, get the touch.
Well.
But looking for it. Gamsu, though, still dominating on the payload. And the Fuel have done it off of what was just a bad early pickoff opportunity.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from the Fuel, just working those pickoffs. The hack onto Muma and the sleep onto Dante, that's more than you could ever ask for. I think actually with either one of those pickoffs, that the Outlaws would have been fine to get a good recontest, but losing both at the same time meant that the Fuel just had total map control from there on out. Meko's going to switch over to the Zarya as well. Muma to the Rhine on this third point where, you know, these divers are really not going to get any value off their mobility. I love this with the rally as well. But Closer has the sound barrier and with the speed advantage, but the EMP potentially shuts it down. Closer's beat is available.
The EMP in the back, it only hits 2. Closer comes over, barriers everyone. And the Fuel moving forward, but Decay a little bit too far forward. Muma with the punish. Gamsu now looking for his opposing number, going pretty deep in the Outlaws territory, but Doha's down. It's just Gamsu here, and he's going to be just melted on over as Meko heads over.
Wow, great work from the Outlaws. Perfect engagement there. They go in with the EMP, but as soon as that beat comes down from Closer, the discipline to just instantly retreat, not give any free value to the side of the Fuel. That's what makes a top Overwatch League team. You have to be able to take the hits. You know, you didn't expect the sound barrier there probably when you went for the initiation, but when it comes down, the instant reaction to retreat. Dante as well, trying to get that EMP up as quickly as possible. He's already at 60%.
It's a really quick build by Dante. And the Fuel, they're just trying to get fight after fight here. Muma ends up getting caught, so again, the Fuel can take advantage. They lose Doha off on the side. Blase looking to equalize, takes down 2. Blase a continual threat, and he's not even done. Gets Note out of his mech, and Blase giving stability for the Outlaws here. The Fuel just about out of time. And who do you look to but Blase anytime the Outlaws need a lifeline?
I love the confidence, giving him the nano, give him the bubble, give him everything, keep him alive. Muma, to his credit as well, did a great job forcing as many cooldowns as possible. He's caught by the Mei wall there, but manages to get the counter pin onto Guangzhou, forces absolutely all the resources from Fuel just to take down the Rhine, and then there's nothing left to counter the Nano Doom. So great heads-up plays by the rest of the Outlaws. Muma caught alone, but makes the most of the situation. Great work by both teams there. Man, this is a really exciting series. I'm cheered for the Outlaws here, but less because I'm biased and more because I just want to see a map 5. I mean, this is really, really awesome Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, this has been just back and forth where really the hallmark of a close game, and you kind of touched upon it in the pre-match, is just when a game can be decided by just one or two misplays, right? One or two moments where someone gets picked off when they're not supposed to, and you can look at that and you can say, that was the difference maker. You know what that means? It means you're watching a close series that truly could go either way, because if you're dominating a team, you think in the Florida-Boston match we watched earlier, if a random Florida player with a fall, that Boston was going to win? No. This is far closer, and as a result, you don't quite know what's going to happen.
Most definitely. Meko showing on the Zarya right now. I actually think this is a great answer to the Sigma from Note. You know, I think he might not know exactly, obviously, he doesn't know what the defenders are going to be fielding, but I think this Zarya will fare a lot better than a D.Va in the same matchup. And so much damage here being fielded on the side of the Outlaws. You got the McCree and the Reaper, so Doha needs to find some quick Mei walls, but if Fuel doesn't capitalize instantly on the Mei walls, they're going to be broken just as quickly. So the Fuel, they're going to need to be very, very quick with their execution. Looks like Blase on the Doom as well here, and no real strong counters to him. It's going to be up to Decay and Note pretty much with their stuns to land the skill shot and take down Blase, but so far he's been so elusive.
Fuel holding a little bit back, wouldn't get any value off the wall. Now they look to isolate Muma, and they do! Muma taken down immediately, assassination successful. And Fuel just need to do that multiple times over here, Jake, but that's a good start.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the challenge for this Zarya squad, though, is that once you're in that down bubble state, once you commit your ally bubble, then you're very, very vulnerable to exactly what Doha did there, which is get the speed boost and run circles around the enemy Reinhardt, just freeze him up. There's no McCree on the side of the Outlaws, so they don't have that quick stun kill to stop a Mei from going that aggressive. This is the power of the Fuel's comp. That one went really one-sided, but we'll see if Meko can get some more energy and get a little bit more done next fight.
The Outlaws still working with 3 minutes. Time to a degree on their side based on the defense that they just had. But now you look towards Blase, where truly the difference maker when they roll in here, especially with the Nano boost in play. Do they put it on the line? Or no, they put on the Zarya. I'm not sure that was the play. I think that was a misclick.
Yeah, I think it might have been. Meko is going to try and make the most of an awkward situation here. Fuel playing very defensive. They're just going to wait on the Earth Shatter and the Gravitic Flux from Note and Guangzhou. Those could be game enders here, but they're maybe too passive here. Barely contesting the point. Trying to stay alive, but Decay with the Nano High Noon. He's coming for blood.
Electric Cowboy, Decay in the back, looking for Zarya, takes her down. This is Decay being unleashed in the side. And that, Jake, that just got so aided by the fact that I truly don't believe the Nano was intended for the Zarya.
No, definitely not there. Meko's on very, very low charge, so you're never really going to give a Zarya Nano unless she's preemptively high energy. Both DPS for the Outlaws, though, setting up in the backline. Seems that Fuel's aware of this. I mean, Decay did take that peek into second point. Didn't see anybody. He can't really go chasing for a Reaper and a Doomfist, but he seems to know that they're there. Will that be enough, though? Both flankers coming in. The Outlaws have great position onto Guangzhou.
Okay. He's instantly destroyed. Guangzhou just said, surprise, he got punched in the mouth for it. That was not how he intended it. But maybe the Fuel can make something out of nothing there. The fall through the Fuel still pretty good, even with Guangzhou taking the early dirt nap. Oh, man. That was not good for Guangzhou. That was comedic.
Yeah, looking really rough, but the Fuel, they're going to have a great chance to reset and looking to end the series right here, right now. Meko going to come up close here on the Graviton Surge, though. That could be a little bit too much. Closer's just behind him on the beat, though, so one good heal amp could give him the sound barrier he needs. At this point, though, this should be Houston's fight. They have a big ult bank advantage. Just need to play it a little bit slow, finish off their charge. It should be simple for them.
I mean, in particular, wait for Meko to get the grab. This is going to be your last good fight regardless. But they're going in early before everything is set up. They're giving the Fuel an opportunity. The Shatter comes down for Guangzhou, and now force out the early beat from the Outlaws. Meko wants up the grab mid-fight. Lands it on top of Blase and Dante right there. A great grab. Even better follow-through. So, I mean, the Outlaws played a little bit risky there, but it worked.
CB Closer tried to beat and got dropped by Muma's Shatter. Oh, that's bad. That is really, really bad. They're committing all in for that first point. They should have had tempo with the beat here to get one quick fight win, but now it's actually the Outlaws who have snowball tempo. Dante setting up on the high ground, and Decay doesn't clear it. Uh-oh. Is anybody going to clear him? Oh, my Dante. He can't get away with this. Oh, this is so
Dante's going
dirty.
for it. His blood pressure's rising. He's ready to go over. No one sees him. And no, he gets caught towards the very end. He might have waited a little bit too long. He's still going to try and make it happen, but the Fuel, their front line now going for the Outlaws. Blase goes on in. Might be on a quick trip over and out. Guangzhou makes sure of that. And Dante's juicy opportunity went to the wayside.
That was a nice try by Blase and Dante. Blase tried to bait the cooldown, takes the sleep, but Decay wisely held the flash for Dante's Death Blossom and able to shut that down really, really quick before it gets big damage. Muma as well caught alone. Gonna get the bubble and trying to save him are the rest of the Outlaws, though this might be a little too much. Blizzard freezing both tanks. Nice placement of the Blizzard by Doha, sending it very deep. Knows that Muma has no choice but to retreat back into the rest of the Blizzard. So now Fuel, once again, soundly in control of this map.
The Fuel in a very good spot now. The Outlaws stuck with 2 minutes to get through pretty much the entirety of Point B, where just the progress alone is going to burn a minute off the clock. So they need to be flawless here, but it's going to be difficult.
Decay with another high noon this fight. Going to be tough. You've got no Diva Matrix, no Kinetic Grasp from Sigma, so the high noon could potentially be a quick shield break into Guangzhou Shatter. So Outlaws, they're going to need to find some sort of remedy for that. Repel has a nano, but that's not much good against the ults they're facing.
Guangzhou biding his time right now. Muma heading forward. Muma gang just absolutely socked as he goes in there. Blase, meanwhile, on the high ground, getting checked to a degree. Eats nano, but spends a lot of it just not looking at anything. Meanwhile, the Shatter in from Muma leads the way. The Outlaws desperately needing that, and Muma delivers.
That's an absolute carry from Muma. I think Guangzhou tried to Shatter, but Muma just beat him to the punch by a couple milliseconds. I think he canceled Guangzhou's own Shatter. Beautiful stuff from Muma there. That is an absolute carry play there. Shatters both tanks on the low ground. I think without that, that fight very, very easily could have gone Fuel's way. Now it's Fuel's turn to get back into this, though. They have two big ults, but the Outlaws are playing so fast and aggressive. I like this from them, but Meko gets caught out.
But oh no! Meko ends up taking himself out. I think the Graviton was a little bit too aggressive. Now the Fuel trying to punish. Crimzo off the edge. No. Graviton's built up. Muma finding himself very isolated, but Blase on the other end makes use of the distraction. That's insane. Dante on the cleanup, the Death Blossom over and in, and the Outlaws not quite out of it yet.
Jexa says, Blase, you've been picking off the back line. How about I get a double kill? 2 environmental kills, 1 fight, gets both supports. Jexa God right now, absolutely carrying that team fight. It looked totally lost, I think, when Meko died off the back of his grab. Didn't really get anything there. But Jex's absolutely game-saving plays there. Kills both enemy supports as Lucio. Disgusting, beautiful, love to see it. And a nano boost from Repel. We'll see what goes on. Gonna be Blase again.
Blase off the nano, assassinates Crimzo right where he stands. The Outlaws, they have the momentum. Although Guangzhou, the Shatter, stops the momentum like a brick wall. And the Fuel trying to make a valiant last stand as the Outlaws are left with a little over a minute.
Great Shatter by Guangzhou, knows that he has to shut down that Nano Doomfist. You know, if Blase had just gotten the ult off there, we could have seen a very, very different fight. But it winds up shutting down the Doom, and now it's only Blase's ultimate to really start this fight. Doha switching to Junk. Now the Torb wants to play this slow with a spam fight. If Closure can get a rally, this should be a fight victory for the Fuel, but they need to make more than one hold here. Muma as well with the Shatter has been a huge factor for the Outlaws thus far in the map. Dante setting up on the flank. Outlaws want to be very, very aggressive right now.
You need Blase to be the distraction, Muma to come in with the follow through. I think that's what the Outlaws are looking for here. Muma just testing the waters. Blase getting ready on the setup. 40 seconds remaining. Could be the final fight here in the battle for Texas. But Muma getting a lot of poke damage, starting to slow it down a little bit. The Outlaws really playing for that final fight opportunity. And the Fuel maybe giving up a little bit of space. Here we go. Into the fight we go. Muma drops the Shatter, puts Note to the ground. Not before Note gets the Graviton out. Meanwhile, Blase in the back, following up on Meko. The Outlaws with a huge advantage, and that's going to be it. We are going to a map 5.
Wow, this is top-level Overwatch right here. Love to see it. Both teams making plays, both teams so dynamic, tons of different styles. Yeah, this is maybe the best battle for Texas ever. I really feel that, ZV. This is such an amazing series to watch. Love to see players from every line of both teams, right? We've seen huge DPS plays, massive Shatters, big grabs, even the boobs from Jexa. What is this match missing except in Game 5? And we're getting that too.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget here too, if you're a Fuel fan, you should be feeling a little bit nervous about this, because the reality is that I think the Outlaws kind of gifted one away if you go back to Route 66. So it all comes down to control, where bear in mind, the Fuel did win our first control map of the day. but anything can happen in a map 5, Jake, as you well know.
Definitely. The Outlaws, though, this season, I mean, that in past seasons, it felt like map 5 was always our curse. We weren't so good in the clutch. But this season, I think that hasn't been true. Outlaws completing their first reverse sweep in franchise history this season. So far, looking way, way better when we go into those long series. So I think you got to credit definitely Jexa with that, being a main caller for the team, being so heavily vocal. You got to give him a little bit of responsibility, a little bit of respect for keeping the team calm and collected in the clutch. And that's exactly what you need to compete in the Overwatch League. Fuel, though, going to be remembering their series against the Shock right now, going to Game 5, losing it then. Don't want to let that happen again.
Definitely not. Well, the Battle of Texas is proven to be a thriller here so far. The Outlaws, they bounced right back. It's 2-2. Map 5, what's it going to be? We'll be right back.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
Download free now.
The Battle for Texas. Map 5. Dallas Fuel versus Houston Outlaws. This is what it's all about. I'm ZP here with Jake. And Jake, we've been treated to a thriller here to close out our Overwatch for the week.
Absolutely love it. You know, ZP, at the end of the last map, at the end of Route 66 rather, we talked about mental fortitude. We talked about Muma making an error there, potentially costing his team the map. We talked about the two roads you can travel from that point. You can go in a downward spiral, or you can recognize that your team is a strong team, that if you only lost from a minor mistake, it means you're playing generally quite well. And I think Muma definitely went the positive road here with a superstar performance on Eichenwald, the massive shatter on second point to keep the snowball moving for his teammates, and great play across the board elsewhere. Love those body blocks on Note when they were defending second point. I absolutely love that when a team really hard commits to the D.Va stagger, because that's essentially free time off the clock. It's just as good to stagger a D.Va for 30 seconds as it is to win an entire team fight. And when you think about it that way, it becomes obvious that you need to do this absolutely constantly in the Overwatch League. But the Outlaws really took it to like the next level there. Crazy, crazy body blocks on Note. Just beautiful stuff all around. Both teams playing really well. This one's just too close to call.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think about motivation-wise. If you're Muma, the best thing you can do is come back out and have just a crazy performance. Because if the Outlaws end up winning the series, no one's going to think about what happened on Route 66. But of course, let's take a look at our final map. That's right, of course, like any Overwatch series, when you go to map 5, we end it here on Control. And last time around, Jake, you think about what happened on Control, the Fuel looked pretty good after a rough start on round 1. What do you expect to see from the Outlaws here that maybe turn the tables here on a different Control map?
I think this is going to be very, very matchup dependent. I think, you know, on some maps where Houston's comp felt stronger with the Sombra and the Brig, they just got a lot more done. They really shut down the Fuel. On the first map, I think they kind of gifted that first round away on Ilios. So, and then on map 3, it was completely the opposite. Fuel was in control. Fuel was dominating. The Nano Blades just got way too much done from Decay, obviously a superstar on Genji. So this one, I think, is going to be more about compositional decisions and how the teams play around them. I think overall, I like the Outlaws odds here. I think Doomfist and Sombra are both strong choices on pretty much all segments of Oasis. Genji, I think, is going to suffer just a little bit relative to Ilios as well. So the Fuel might end up going. It looks like so far they're showing a Rhine-based style right now, which could make sense if they just don't believe in that Genji Doom. But I do think the Outlaws, this is their comfort zone, playing dive comp into a slow Rhines comp. And as well, going to be Lucio Brig for this Rhine comp. They don't have any burst heals. Oh, that could have been bad.
Uh-oh. Well, Muma, the key here is can you roll your way out of danger? And Muma's going to be doing just that. Does feed a little bit ult in the process, but no harm, no foul. The fight still in contest either way, and the Fuel right now is prioritizing getting to the middle, but now rotating out and over, trying to get the early pickup on the Repel on the other side. Both teams right now feeling each other out.
Fancy footwork from Repel and Jexa. Fuel are just trying to chase down these backliners, but they're so elusive. Repel and Jexa are still alive. They've been chased by 6 members of the Fuel for about 15 seconds, and somehow they get out of it. I don't even know. Repel was caught in that flank all alone and then just jumped over the enemy Rhine as he came up the stairs. Oh my god, that was totally unreal. I mean, the Fuel played that perfectly. That's oh no, another stagger. But the Fuel played that perfectly, chasing really down the backline. But Repel just juked them all, and so did Jexit. Well, that's incredible gameplay from the supports of the Outlaws. Keep that fight alive.
Oh, it's something this map is just iconic for, getting the run around. You don't usually see it as much in the first fight, but we saw it there. The Fuel were so incredibly thirsty, but they weren't quite able to connect. And now they're in a rougher spot. So the Outlaws drop on down. Ooh, that's a big EMP. 5 struck. Dante gives his life for it, but the Outlaws still great opportunity to move on in. But the Fuel actually potentially recovering here, Jake, despite how many got struck.
Maybe. Muma gets CC'd for now. Great work by Crimson and Closure. Keep the pressure on. They're going to hard commit. The Fuel are trying to keep this fight going. Blaze's hacked. They need to take him down. But on the flip side, Outlaws, if they keep him up, he does have that Meteor Strike, and he's going to get it off.
Blaze gets a good amount of protection there. Still in the fight. Going to go for the Meteor Strike. Note already down. And Blaze picking the litter right now where he wants to land. Just going to land somewhere safe as Hangzhou just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Trying to back up to the rest of his team. And the Outlaws, 61% to 0. Firm control.
Dante cruising toward another EMP too, dangerously close. If Decay falls here, it's going to make so much time for Dante to continue charging that EMP. He's so annoying, such a pester on that Sombra. Doha tries to get the counter hack, but Dante backs out just at the right moment. Now it's Doha's turn to have an EMP, but very difficult to find a big EMP against Divecom. Dante's hacked. Can they finish him off? Nade comes in to try and keep him alive. The hack's almost over, and he teleports out.
Dante, the master of escape, right there. But now the Fuel, they need to make something happen. Potentially final fight coming up here, 90%. Doha, the EMP is ready. Dante's still building. Doha with the window of opportunity here, but he doesn't really see the best place to drop the EMP. Finally decides to drop it just around Muma. Gamsu dropping the Shatter, puts 2 on the ground, gets the pin right after. It's a decent start here for the Fuel, an uncontested 6-4. It's what they need, Jake, if they're going to bring this one back.
Definitely, and well, to be fair, we've seen Fuel bring it back 99-0 on Control at the start of the series, so it's not over yet. And they do have exactly the ults they need. They've got the support ults, which are definitely the most crucial. That rally in particular is really difficult to deal with playing dive comp. But at the same time, Dante's EMP makes it much more awkward for Closer and Crimzo. They're both playing supports that want to sit with their team, want to be grouped up to get maximum heal value. But against the EMP, that could be a fatal error. Doha's getting the scout though, so his team's gonna know exactly where the dive's coming from.
He's also about to build some charge here. They're looking for Muma. Muma senses the danger. leaps just in the nick of time. That could have been deadly. And now the Fuel, again, find themselves in a chase the Outlaws scenario. And the Outlaws able to use the bounce pad and get out of danger, at least for now. Now, go for the counter engage. Nano on the Blaze. Blaze into the back. He gets hacked and shut down. But Decay's out of the fight. It's 5-on-5. Still winnable for the Outlaws. The Fuel continue to try and hold their advantage. They've burned the beat. Notes in danger. Hacked, about to get demeched. And now you gotta look towards Decay and Doha. What is a DPS duo for the Fuel gonna do here? Doha drops the EMP, hits 3. And Decay, he's still running back to the fight.
It's a nice pickup. Meko trying to stay alive, but Guangzhou swinging for the hills, but it's Blaze once again, the hero of the Outlaws here on the Doomfist. Immediately shuts down the Death Blossom from Decay, but Decay's still fighting.
Decay can't get away! Taken on down, Dante and Blaze connecting. Overtime ticks down, and the Outlaws 1 round away from winning this edition of the Battle for Texas.
Oh, wow, what an insane map. I think once that dive comp gets control of point, once they're able to win that mid-fight off the back of, and I want to emphasize this, unreal support gameplay from Repel and Jexay. I don't know how they survived. A Reaper Reinhardt Lucio comp is running at your Ana with no speed boost, and she lives for like 30 seconds. I truly don't know how that happened. I have to watch Repel's POV after the match to see what sort of crazy stuff he did to juke them out. Insane
Grandma
work.
got moves, Jake. Grandma got moves. What more can you say
yeah, and
for
then
that
as soon
situation?
As Outlaws get point control, they just stall and delay to 99 and get the retake there off some heroics from Blaze. Everyone contributing on the side of the Outlaws. Can they end it here? 2-0 on the final map.
The Outlaws, the momentum is on their side. They're 1 round away. The Fuel, we'll see if they have it in them to rally and bring this to the decisive round in all of Overwatch. Puma looking for the knockoff. Did he get it? So close early on, but not quite enough. Goes for the second reattempt here. Still not getting it. The Fuel, though, discombobulated to a degree, knocked all around. Looking to stabilize. Doha gets caught.
Muma as well falling, though. Both sides trading, and Blaze getting poked very, very hard. Outlaws have a bit of high ground control, but they have to keep this point contested. Now they're committing in hard. Meko with another pickoff onto the other DPS.
Meko just cannot be stopped. 3 pickoffs from Meko to start things out. And that's what the Outlaws needed here. They're going to get first control in what could be the definitive round.
Muma going very aggro, and he even gets the pick. Muma putting on a Hammond clinic right now. This is a very difficult comp to play Hammond against. So much burst damage available from the Reaper. You've got the Sombra to hack you up and control you. Brig and Lucio as well, both can just boop you off, but Muma still making it work. Had a really nice grapple angle there on the mid fight. I want to highlight that. Now Guangzhou on the Winston, but it's so difficult to get Primal Rage now. Ults are almost available here for the side of the Outlaws.
The Outlaws are looking for the pincer. Muma creeping in from the back. Blaze, again being a threat. Forces attention on him. Meteor strikes out, delaying the Fuel, getting good poke damage in. Lands on a safe area. They get healed back up. This is so smart. Now he gets a nano, takes down Doha, of all people to land on into, and the Fuel are falling apart.
I thought the other map was the one with the cars, but looked like Doha just got hit by a truck there. Hammond and Doofus rolling in on him exactly at the same time. Fuel are trying to do their best to keep this fight going, but you can't really commit down players like that. Doha, since he switched to Sombra after the mid-fight, is only on 35% of an EMP. Jexay might not anticipate this, but if Jexay's been keeping track of those early deaths, they have essentially a free sound barrier here, and Crimzo at least is close to the rally. That's a major saving grace here for the side of the Fuel. They could maybe stay alive, but this minefield from Muma could be devastating if he actually gets it off right on those backliners.
The Fuel are in the danger zone. This could be the final fight if they don't be swift. If they're quick, it's one of 2 fights, but either way, they are stuck in the hole. The Fuel, they move up. They get EMP'd. 4 members of the Fuel EMP'd by Dante, but the rally is up. They can't save Guangzhou. Guangzhou falls. And the Outlaws with a big advantage. They drop the beat. They're fueling themselves right now. 85%. The Fuel might not get another opportunity. They need to get out soon or turn the fight. Either way, the Outlaws are just about there.
Very awkward sound barrier from Closer, only onto both supports. Keeps Crimzo alive for now, but Muma is unfazed, spinning to win in the backline. They end up taking him out, but he's already done so much in terms of distraction. Meko, once again, running rampant, has a self-destruct, but it looks like Fuel, they might be able to turn this fight just barely, and the hack onto Meko ensures he won't be able to self-destruct. So the Outlaws, they're going to have to be able to at least retake point. No falls in the final seconds. This is so scrappy, but Fuel barely going to come out on top, it seems. Muma doesn't want to give a point.
Muma is just trying to delay it. Okay, you're at 99%. This is fine. Jexay's down. Don't feed away an ult advantage here. The Outlaws are in such a good spot. Now just back out and approach this any way you want to. The Fuel get their control, but now they are at death's door, Jake. One more lost fight, and the Outlaws are the victors.
Definitely possible that they could win it right here, but just at the same token, Guangzhou, he's made his way to the Primal Rage. He's going to be much more effective now that he has that tool to work with. He can be a lot more aggressive. Dante's EMP, though, is going to be the crucial piece here. I think for Doha, it's going to be much more difficult to find a solid EMP. He's going to have to try and mark that Hammond at the same time, so it's not so straightforward. Dante's only mission here is get a big EMP on the backline. Fuel are doing a great job hiding as well, though.
And now you look at the chess game between the two Sombras. Fuel dancing on the edge. You can't let go for in. Dante hacked and down. Doha all over. That was not EMP, but he does drop the EMP right after. The Outlaws find themselves quite hacked. SDK, lots of room to work with. Just going to be feasting here off the Divas inside. Fuel for now in pretty firm control, Jake, and starting to mount perhaps a comeback.
Nice EMP from Doha, but even more significant, I think, was the hack onto Dante. Dante was trying to force point there, get the tanks from Fuel to come out and take that EMP from him, but the hack, of course, shuts that play down. This time, though, no EMP on the side of the Fuel. They do have Soundbear and Rally, though. At the same time, Outlaws, if this fight goes even a little bit long, they're going to have their own support ults to match. So I think a long fight should favor the Outlaws. Fuel might need to find a pickoff here pretty quick to be able to get the win.
Short fight could favor the Outlaws too. If Blase is able to find the early pickoff, 180 HP, he doesn't care, immediately goes on in. Okay, though, got to the back, misses Repel. The EMP is out, but Gamsu and Crimzo, they're totally fine. The beat is out, the rally is out, the Fuel looking very healthy, and the short fight, as you predict, Jake, goes well for the Fuel. And now the Outlaws, they're out of time just about. 10% left to go, and they need to touch the point.
This is truly their last chance. Touching point should be no problem here. I think someone is, it looks like Dante, yes, setting up on the flank to get that final second touch. No, it looks like maybe Muma's going to go for it instead. Let Dante get a little bit more value. He actually breaks Doha's TP. We'll see if that comes into play here.
The Fuel fought things back. Now they just need a little bit more. Closer takes down Muma with the aid of the hack. Decay into the back line. Does not get anything off the death ball, so put to the ground. Blase to the back, looking for the execution. Takes down Decay. And now the Outlaws. They can't stand the point. We go to round 3.
I think that may have just been over with the hack onto Muma, instantly bursting him down at the start of the fight. And as well, the sound barrier used pretty much purely defensively by Jexa. So impressive stuff by Fuel coming back into that. I think that hack from Doha onto Dante was really the game-changing moment. Because he was able to get that hack, Dante would have loved to drop the EMP in that fight and maybe just close it out right there. But we are going to the final control map of the final map in this series. It doesn't get closer than this, folks. Great Overwatch on both sides, and we'll see what teams want to bring out here. I'd expect to see the Ryan comps come out. Ryan so dominant on this university stage, so a bit of a change up from all the dive mares we've seen so far.
This is the ultimate round in all of Overwatch. Map 5, round 3. A close series to the end, but now it must end. Which team will claim the crown of Texas? We're about to find out.
I like the Ana from the Outlaws. I think that's going to give them a little bit more value in the long term. Because playing this Lucio Brig, you're going to lack a bit of burst heal, so if Ryan ever gets pressured or caught, or even biotic grenaded, he's going to be a pretty quick pickoff for the side of the Outlaws. Blase as well doesn't have any range pokes really to worry about. It's only that Brig when he gets to close range.
Blase in off the side, looks for the pickoff, doesn't quite get it. Crimzo though in danger. Crimzo getting very, very low.
Gamsu slept.
Lucky to get out his life. Gamsu, a little bit of danger. Blase going back in again. Gamsu desperately needs to be healed, but Blase goes a little bit too deep. Taken down by Decay. And now the Fuel, they don't have to worry about the Doomfist. They can just worry about the front line, and you see Muma crumbling under the pressure as Dante falls.
Yeah, Doha getting a lot of value, just spamming across mid on the Mei. This Doomfist comp with the Zarya, you need to end things quick, but looks like it's the Fuel who wants to end it right here. Coming back on the last map and now taking a lead on the final map of the series. This could be their win. Now they have some ultimate advantage to work with as well. Rally, really significant, really mitigates those disadvantages of the Brig Lucio comp that I was talking about. Once you have that Rally online, you're not hurting for heals whatsoever. So we'll see if this grab is enough from Meko, but only on 75. He might not get it quite in time if the Fuel are aggressive enough.
The Outlaws are looking to slay some map 5 demons right now, put some ghosts to bed. But the Fuel looking to keep that story going as Blase's down! Blase runs right into a fire strike, and the entire push just goes completely awry. Check stays down, the Fuel on their way, about to be at 50%.
Great mental fortitude from the Fuel, battling back in that last round and now looking so dominant, winning that fight without any ultimates, just the Shatter, but not that important in the grand scheme of things. Gamsu even charging a bit of his next one. 5 ults available for the Dallas Fuel. They're in prime position to take this series right here. If they can win the next fight with a relatively small ultimate commitment, then the Houston Outlaws are in deep, deep trouble. Blase needs to be a hero once again here, but it's Decay on the flank.
An early wall, and even better engaged. The Fuel catch the Outlaws off guard. And now the Outlaws, Jake, they're just about out of chances. They get one more opportunity to right the ship. They're going into ult disadvantage. Is it going to be a map 5 loss again?
What I will say for the Outlaws is that they do have the grab, which, you know, even though Closer has the sound barrier, with the right amount of damage, the Meteor Strike and the Death Blossom and Orion cleaving into it, a grab can still be enough to get you through that sound barrier. You can just deal the damage through it. Doha's Blizzard is what I'm really worried about for the Outlaws. If they don't speed out of it just perfectly, it's going to be a fight over for them. Muma walled solo on the point.
Oh, no, no, no. Muma's in real danger here. Frozen out immediately. They're looking for the assassination. Blase already gone! And Muma frozen over and over again. Dante still in it, takes down the mirror. The Blizzard out for the Fuel. Muma's been frozen for a long period of time, but Doha ends up falling. The Outlaws, they've worked the outside, and they're not gone just yet. They live to fight at least one more fight.
Dante taking out Decay, that's so crucial. Even though Muma's all frozen, there's no damage left to pump into him. So even though he outlasts an entire Blizzard all alone on point, somehow surviving with just the help of Repel. Now it's Outlaw's turn to be in control of this map, and you know, the power of the Nano Boost, not to be understated here in these close chokes. It's going to be up to Doha and Crimzo to peel off that Reinhardt, but Muma can be so deadly. He also has his Shatter available, so it makes a lot for Gamsu to think about.
The Nano is ready. The Outlaws must hold. They wish to win here, and Muma just under pressure, just getting out footworked here. Drops a Shatter under pressure. Doha had the fight. Gamsu a counter Shatter to the side, and that might have just done it here for the Fuel. They're moving back on over. Muma, one of the last alive on the point, taken on down. The Fuel about to get control once more. The Outlaws thrown off. Overtime ticking down. The battle for Texas in the midst. Overtime. How long can the Outlaws delay? Jexe is out of it, and the Fuel, have they done it? The Outlaws are trying to delay.
It looks like it's all over here. All these stall heroes not really able to actually fight, just doing their best to get on the point for a second or two. That's pretty much all they can do as Fuel take the series. Fuel take the map. Beautiful. They win the Battle of Texas. What an absolutely insane series. Beautiful plays from both sides. That's a GG's right there.
The Outlaws coming up short in a map 5 once more. The ghosts of the past continuing to haunt them as the Fuel take the crown in a 5-map, 3-round thriller. At the very end, they made the adjustments they needed to make mid-series, and they steal it away from the Outlaws, a team that, you take a look at the series, this was very winnable for them.
Definitely a lot of places they could have picked up a map, even picking up 1 round on either of the controls. 2 times the Fuel came back from a 99-0 deficit on control. That almost never happens in Overwatch. Due to the nature of ultimates, it's very, very difficult to hold on to a point for that long, you know, after being so far behind in the round. But, you know, the Outlaws, they're going to be kicking themselves after that one. But, you know, I hope they're not too critical of themselves. That was a really, really great match from both teams. A lot of awesome plays coming out from both sides. Exactly the kind of Overwatch I was hyped to see in this series. This might have been the best battle for Texas ever.
It was a great series. There was just no denying that. It was back and forth. It had hero plays. It had big downer moments. Take whatever you want out of a sports competition. We had it all here today, and the Outlaws, I mean, credit where credit's due. They were able to build themselves back up after a very tough Route 66 loss, and they brought it to the very end. But the Fuel, on the same note, brought things back, and then they made all the right adjustments when they needed to, and as a result, they're not only the victor of the series, they now hold the crown of Texas.
Beautiful stuff, especially I think the strategy, bringing out that Mei on University. I think Doha just got a little bit too much value off that. A couple fights were just completely won off just the wall, not even the Blizzard, not even the freeze. Literally just one Mei wall, isolates Muma, and he's a quick pick off for the rest of the squad. So props to Fuel for playing so well around that. I think Blase had so much success on Doom throughout the whole series. I don't hate his decision to continue playing it, but I think the Mei just did a little bit more for his team in that circumstance.
Well, speaking of players, we do have our Xfinity player of the match. That's right, it is Decay, and well-earned, the player that really has been the lifeblood here for this Fuel squad, and just something different for the Fuel, Jake, as you called it, where, you know, you look at the DPS players for the Fuel in the past, they've been good, but not top in the class. Decay, arguably in a class of his own at times.
Definitely, and I love to see his versatility. There's a lot of hit scan players that you really think of, oh, this guy's more of a McCree specialist. no, this one, he's really, you want him on Tracer, you want him on Reaper, you know, but Decay is a player who defies that hero specialization, who defies that focus as a player. I mean, he even plays Genji to an insane level, so much so that his team is confident putting him on the hero in situations that other teams would balk at. So I think you got to give respect to this player as one of the best in the game right now. Fuel obviously invested a lot to get this player on their squad. This is showing why you do that in the Overwatch League. And it feels like all the very, very best teams have that player who just goes above and beyond, who can play anything at the highest level, and Decay is absolutely one of those players.
Really, really exciting to see for the Fuel, where, again, for the Fuel, you know, there's people like to talk about the cycle for the Fuel where it leads to, oh, we have high hopes for the team, and then it gets dashed. But maybe this is the year that the Fuel defy some of those expectations, where I think there's a spark to this particular Fuel team that I don't think we've seen in previous years. And, I mean, whether or not they fan that into a flame, we're going to have to see. But I think if you're a Dallas fan, you can be cautiously optimistic. Yes, I know what that entails. I know what I mean, giving you hope. But speaking of a little bit of extra insight, we got Zoe to talk with Note about that great win.
We do indeed. Thank you so much, CP and Jake. And Note, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the W.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a super close match. My heart's beating. My palms are actually sweaty.
Honestly,
yeah, that was brutal.
So does my heart. It was probably as stressful to watch this as it was to play, or maybe no, I don't know. But this one went the distance, and it was such a nail-biter. What adjustments did you and your team have to make in this series to actually manage to come out on top?
I think we just had to do a lot of analyzing on how their Doom was playing. They were playing it around it really heavily, giving a super hard pocket to the Doom. And I think a little bit of comp changing, a little bit of playstyle changing, and just a lot of energy and focus went into taking that.
Well, if we're looking at the progression here in this particular match, both of you came out of the gates kind of with the dive v dive. Was that something you expected the Outlaws to actually play, or did that kind of throw you off?
We didn't actually have a super great idea of what they were going to play. We knew that they liked playing Doom comps, and in previous metas they played that a lot with great success, but we weren't sure to what extent. So yeah, we thought perhaps they could run out with some sort of Doom dive comp, and it was a challenge to you know, fully match the divey dive, I guess.
Well, you make it sound like it's a bit of a guessing game, and I guess that is the case for pretty much all the teams out there right now. It is a short turnaround. We do have the hero pools in place, and obviously with everything going on, it is harder to scrim teams now than ever. What does your preparation look like? How do you guys actually get ready for the games?
Well, I guess in terms of preparation outside the game, it's pretty simple. You know, get out of bed and sit in the chair. But inside of the game, yeah, you want to take a lot of look at what the teams played in previous similar metas, and that is like the best guess that you can get towards what they're going to play in this one. Because every single meta, it seems that there's a ton of variation, teams playing different things, playing to their strengths, because there's so little time to prepare that it's way better to focus on what you're really good at playing instead of you know, just sticking to whatever you consider would be the meta. I guess.
We've definitely, I think, seen that for a lot of teams that was the case. They just perform better when they are on more comfort picks than if they're trying so hard to stick to a meta. Where do you see your team, like, in terms of what kind of play style you're actually playing right now? Because it does look very different from previous years.
I guess it kind of changes, depends on the meta. We have different strengths depending on what characters are available. I think when it's like the Lucio and the Orisa and the Sigma and stuff, we like playing super aggressive, getting in their face and stuff. And maybe when it comes to these comps, we like to play a little bit slower, poke out tanks. Yeah, I think Dive Me are a little bit slower maybe, and Orisa comps are super fast for us.
Well, speaking of heroes being available, next week we have Echo in the mix. This week she was out of competitive play, but she wouldn't have been eligible anyway for OWL, so it didn't really matter for us. How does your team fare so far in terms of playing her, incorporating her into your own compositions and your playstyle?
Well, right now we have no idea because we were super focused on prepping for these matches. But I think we'll definitely take a look into it. The character looks super interesting, and I think it opens up a ton of possibilities that are just unthinkable right now, but later on when you see them, they could be crazy. So very interested to see where the hero goes, and I kind of hope that Echo is in the meta because that would make for a really fun week.
Are there any particular players or teams out there where you just know they will be picking up Echo to great success as well?
Yeah, I really hope to see Chipsa play Echo for Fusion. I think he's potentially best Echo in the league, so really hoping to see that.
Well, you're not alone with that. You're really not alone. Well, speaking of players showing us some versatility as well, we've known you as a diva player pretty much throughout the entirety of the league. Now we're finally seeing you on other heroes as well. How is that for you, that kind of progression?
I just took a different change of mindset, a lot of effort into just learning those heroes, and a lot of struggling through it, because I think maybe I was a little bit scared to play them before, a little bit scared to practice them before, but now I'm not scared to play or practice them, and I'm really looking forward to showing what I can do on those other heroes.
Absolutely, and you are playing those with confidence. It's a beauty to behold. So thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you, you too. And we're now heading into a very quick break, and afterwards we will be back with our Watchpoint post-show and an exclusive interview with John Spector. So stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.
Hey, Mama. Just making sure you're getting your exercise.
Of course I am. We have Quibi included in our T-Mobile plan.
How does that help you exercise?
I walk into the kitchen and watch Chrissy Teigen.
Okay.
Later, I rush upstairs to watch Idris Elba.
Mama, it's only exercise if you get your heart rate up.
Ooh, that Idris Elba gets my heart rate way up.
Watch quick bite shows from today's biggest stars. Now when you Quibi with us, you get Quibi on us. Only at T-Mobile.
Oh, right now it's free, right? And all of a sudden, huge exploding and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. And it's going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. My name is Zoe and joining me are Costa and Reinforce, and what a nail biter that was! My heart is actually still beating faster. I know I claimed during my interview with Note that I'm just as, my nerves are just as racked as his. Probably not possible as he was actually playing the game, but my, watching it was stressful. What did you guys think? Did you expect this to go the distance?
Map 5, I think I went Dallas has won this. Houston's won this. Dallas. I think I did that like 6 or 7 times. I thought like one team had it in the bag. And then, honestly, it wasn't even a lot of throws. Like generally when you have a lot of flip-flopping, it's throws. It was a lot of just great plays by individual teams and individual players that really sort of brought this hype moment. So honestly, great play by both teams. It got a little messy in the middle there on Eichenwald, but great series nonetheless.
Yeah, this match is the closest I've come to a haircut so far this quarantine with the amount of hair I lost. So it really was a spectacular series, though. It was so entertaining to watch. So many different styles come out. One thing I really appreciated was to see how, when we were on the dive compositions, Dallas sort of played an aggressive dive composition. They were sticking with the Genji and the Lucio. And meanwhile, you see that Houston Outlaws, they play their own type of dive where they play the Ana and they play the Brigitte with the Doomfist. And then when we go into the second half, we started seeing actually that Houston Outlaws was the more aggressive team because they put the Moom on the Wrecking Ball, and then you saw Dallas Fuel, they decided to play the Lucio and Brig because even though they knew that they couldn't really outpace the Houston Outlaws, they needed the speed boost to sort of maneuver around the point with the Reaper, etc. But you lose that sustainability without the Ana, and you have to rely on your AoE healing coming out from Brigitte. So it was interesting to see how the playstyles adapted throughout the series. And with that, I thought it was a super incredibly entertaining series because there were so many switches throughout the match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I kind of just love that. I love not only seeing hero switches, but adaptation, as you said, in terms of the playstyle, in terms of the approaches, and just kind of, really feeling out what the opponents are doing and adjusting accordingly. And I feel like, as you said, both teams actually did a pretty darn good job at that. Now, how can we rate either of those teams now, given this performance? Like, where are they moving at all in the standings, in your opinions?
The thing that I really like about this match, and I'm going to keep harping on it, is that I think the identity of both teams are sort of coming out, especially with hero pools. I think identities of teams are starting to show more and more as we see more matches, and I think it's really cool to see that Dallas are willing to experiment. They played Torp today. We've seen a lot of cool stuff from them in the past as well. But then you have Houston Outlaws. They know they're not the strongest at this Reinhardt composition, so they're going to tend towards, putting Moomer on this Winston. They're going to put Blase on the Doomfist, and it's actually working for them. A lot of people would have had Dallas picked for this match, but honestly, you can't even say that Houston played badly in this series or that they didn't deserve, a win.
Yeah, it's hard to really rate them maybe top 10 as far as power rankings go, as you asked, Zoe, because there were a lot of mistakes coming out of both teams, but the good thing was we saw each other capitalize on those mistakes. I mean, there were a few times where maybe Muma died a bit too preemptively, and there were a lot of times where we saw people actually throw out ultimates a bit too prematurely or even too late after the fight was over. So there were some mistakes throughout the series, but I mean, it was all about entertainment in this one, in my mind. It was so entertaining to watch back and forth with multiple playstyles, so I can't really ask for more.
No, I don't think anyone can. I mean, this one truly went the distance, so that was exciting to watch. Our first match of the day, not just as exciting.
Say it.
I'm not gonna say it. Yeah, no, I would have. I wanted more from our first series. However, I love to see Mayhem being so dominant. That was nice.
Was really cool to see the Florida Mayhem just in general. They just came out confident, which is what you want from if you're a Florida Mayhem team, and they just played their game and just absolutely decimated them. In the first map, they're at the Boston Uprising spawn, just spawn camping them, just holding them down, and just, it's just crazy to see what this Mayhem team can do against a team like Boston, and now I want to see them play against the better teams in the North American region and really sort of get a feel for where this team sits, because they've improved drastically since we've gone into, this sort of online play style.
Yeah. But reinforce, why is Boston having such a hard time? Can you point a finger at something?
Wow, good question, Zoe.
Big question.
Good question. You just lobbed that to me. Great,
my dude,
Ali.
I need to fill 30 minutes in a post show.
Yeah. This ain't a slam dunk. I'm telling you that much. But yeah, I mean, there are multiple things that just gone wrong for the Boston Uprising, but it's especially hard when you're on this kind of losing streak, and it's almost like every opponent you go up against, they're so eager to actually just play you and sort of dominate you. Because what happens is a team like the Florida Mayhem, they just played recklessly. That's honestly what happened. The Florida Mayhem, they played recklessly. They took aggro too many times. Karyan was in the backline of the Boston Uprising, and they just played so super aggressive. And actually, there were a lot of mistakes that the Boston Uprising could have capitalized on, But because it's such a one-sided series going into it, and because the Florida Mayhem are playing so recklessly, it's really hard for the Boston Uprising to sort of keep up with that aggressive tempo. And that makes it so that even though the Boston Uprising, they probably had a plan going into this match. They probably had a strategy they were going to try to pull off. But because the Florida Mayhem, they're just like, oh, well, it's the Boston Uprising. We're just going to charge in and just do our thing. It's actually sort of ironic how that sort of reckless playstyle makes it harder for the Boston Uprising to adapt in the first place when they're already a pretty bad team. So it's, you know, it's rough.
Honestly, no, it was some big alpha energy coming out from Mayhem there, and that's just intimidating. Yeah. That's just intimidating. So can't really fault them for that. Well, that sums up our 2 games we saw today. However, there was more action during the night as we were fast asleep, and that's why one of those great moments from one of those games made it into our alt economy presented by State Farm.
Yeah, I want to break down this clip. I was watching it this morning with my morning coffee, and I was really impressed by this moment from the Shanghai Dragons. So what's happened in this map so far is that the Shanghai Dragons attacked the first point incredibly quickly, and what that meant is that they didn't really no one really had any ultimates coming into this fight. You know, we have some of the minor ults for the Shanghai Dragons, but you see this movement by the Shanghai Dragons. You go, oh, they just TP'd to the high ground. They actually only went with 3 of their players. They went with the Ryan, with the Brig, and one other, and the Symmetra. They all go to the point, forcing the Seoul Dynasty to sort of look at and rotate to the point. But as they do that, they actually have the Sigma and I believe the Brig run up through the top right and then just like pincer from the high ground. At the same time, again, they have the Baptiste jump through the top left window as if you're attacking and then drop his ultimate. So they have 3 different sets of forms of attack on the Seoul Dynasty and just absolutely spreading them so thin they just got kills across the board. And this is a really cool strategy because we see a lot of teams when they're attacking Hanamura's second point. I don't know how many times me, you, everybody who has ever played Overwatch has walked up those top right stairs of Hanamura and just been in a meat grinder. They actually decide to not go there really at all and force them to look in other directions. And it's just really impressive and smart play, and that's how they actually ended up getting this great 3-0 victory over the Seoul Dynasty.
Can I just say that, you know, it's a goal of mine, personally, to try to educate viewers at home, make them better in ranked, and actually improve their game. But you presenting all of this great footage and this great analysis actually scares me a little bit, because now I will have people in my team not taking the Symmetra teleporter and actually just screwing us over, because we will be 3 people against 3 others just scattering around the point. So if you are with me in ranked, please take the Symmetra teleporter and don't leave us hanging.
So maybe I should have had a precursor. Don't try this at home, kids. Okay, make sure leave it to the professionals. These are trained professionals that have practiced this hundreds of times. So make sure
the best team in the league, damn it,
as of right now. Okay, this doesn't mean in your gold games this is the strategy for you.
Or maybe it is. I don't know. Send us a clip. We'll be the judge of that. It's going to be great. Guys, thank you so much for helping me break down the games. I'm saying that as if I actually contributed much to that, which I didn't, which is fine because I'm the host. Either way, we're heading into a very quick break, but stay tuned because right afterwards we have the Vice President of the Overwatch League joining us for a quick chat. Of course, I'm talking about John Spector, and he has a fantastic, fun announcement for us. And after that, we will be revealing the hero pool for next week, so you definitely do not want to miss that.
Overwatch League online play is brought to you by Xfinity. Experience gamer-grade internet with Xfinity X5.
stun onto Looney. Are they able to get a man rift? Unfortunately not able to find it. Shrill playing the death, or from the rain from above, sorry, to get that extra damage up. Oh! Demon Hunter, but he's going to do a lightning lasso. Seedu caught into a full cyclone. Shrill all alone. Wildcard Gaming looking to close out. Excuse me? Instantaneously. Zacto in a lot of trouble. Cut to Karma does get busting protection off, and it looks like Change My Mind just want to close it out early on. Cola gets stabbed. He's got no trinket. Oh my god. Change My Mind has done it. A beautiful all-in, beautiful crowd control.
ABC anticipated that prediction and locked in the counter for the counter, but we see Asgraf getting swapped to out of nowhere. Cloud9 take game 1 easy.
And joining us now is Overwatch League Vice President John Spector. Thank you so much for coming back again.
Hey, thanks for having me again. How are you?
Of course. I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
Not too bad. That was a great last match.
Fantastic. That's way more than I actually feel. No, we just came off a very exciting game, so I'm still riding that high, I guess. So that's working for me. But you know what? I want to go straight to business. You have an announcement for us, so I'm just gonna give you the mic, which you already have. So I'm not giving you anything really.
Let's get into it. I was gonna talk about a plan for a tournament, but based on the last match, maybe we just do Battle for Texas all of the month of May instead. So we're now we're a month and change into the online play, and I think we're now in a place where things feel a little bit more stable. We've gotten the teams more comfortable and more set up. So we're ready at this point, I think, to innovate a little bit and to change up the format as we head into the month of May. So what we'll be doing now for the next month of competition, the next 3 weekends of matches, you'll still see regular season matchups with a bunch of teams going at it every Saturday, Sunday. But the record for each of those teams in the first 3 weekends of May will be used to qualify and seed them into 2 tournaments, one for each region, North America and Asia, that will play that 4th weekend of May 22nd to 24th. So pretty cool stuff. It should be a lot of fun. It's something we've been talking to teams and players about for a little while, and we weren't able to do the mid-season tournament, but this should be really cool and a good way to also showcase the best teams of those top matchups. So the way it'll work specifically for North America, we're going to have 13 teams competing in that region during the month of May. They'll play in the 13th seed versus the 12th seed. We'll play a qualifier match, and then we'll go into a knockout stage where seeds 5 through 12 will play each other. The way that seeding will work there and throughout these tournaments, we're going to have the higher seeds choosing their opponents. So in that knockout round, the 5th seed will pick any of the lower seeds to go against them. The winning teams out of that knockout round will go into a single elimination bracket to declare a winner. And then same sort of thing in Asia, but only 7 teams competing in that region. So the number 1 seed will get a bye. And then the other teams will play in a single elimination bracket as well. From a pricing perspective, what we're doing here now is putting not just money on the line. So teams will be competing for prize money. There's some money based on placement. So the teams that finish in the top 4 of each of the North American and Asia brackets will take home some money as placement pricing. But in addition, every match that teams play, there will be some bounty money. So every time that you win a match, you're pocketing for your team another $5,000 as well. And then the thing that we're doing for this tournament that's a little bit different from previous stage playoffs or other tournaments that we've run during the regular season in Overwatch League is that there are some competitive stakes on the line too. So one of the things is, as we were talking with our teams and our players about the idea, we heard a lot from them that they wanted these tournaments to matter, not just in terms of prize money, but also to have some more meaningful stakes in terms of really what do you get when you win. And so what we'll be doing for the May tournament as well is the teams that finish in the top couple of teams will also earn some wins toward their end of season regular season record. And then when we compare teams heading into playoffs at the end of the season, those that perform really well in this tournament will get a little bit of a leg up.
All right, so this is not a one-time tournament. That is something we do more of in the 2020 season. Did I get that correctly?
Yeah, so for now we're just announcing a plan for May, but we really like the idea. The teams are all really excited about it. Our players are as well. We hope the fans are now too, that we're able to talk about it and showcase some really amazing matches throughout next month. So our plan tentatively is to try to do more of this. And as we look at the months of June and July, I think we could land on a pretty similar structure, and then we start to head into the end of season playoffs and finals as you get into the late summer and early fall. So we do want to do more of this, but we're also going to be monitoring and listening to feedback and making sure that it's as awesome and fun as we think it is before we set a plan further out.
Well, that sounds really, really exciting. I'm actually super looking forward to any of this. How are the teams being broken up? Like, which teams will be in which region?
Yeah, so we're continuing to base play and these brackets based on where the teams physically are in the world. So we're going to have the 7 teams in Asia, actually, that we saw competing this past weekend with the addition of the London Spitfire coming back into competition in May. And then the other 13 teams that are still in North America will be competing out of that region.
All right. Now, I know scheduling matches this season so far has been really, really rough for everyone involved, given the circumstances with COVID-19, etc. But when can we actually expect at least like cross-NA matches? Is there a plan in sight?
Yeah, good news on that front. As much fun as we all think watching the Shock and Valiant and Gladiators play each other and doing the battle for LA 20, that could be fun. We're starting next weekend. We're going to be able to have all 13 of the teams in North America be able to match up against each other. That's something we've been working really hard on for the last month, and now we're finally ready to do that. Really appreciate a ton of work behind the scenes by our IT team and also the teams and players who have helped us test different servers and make sure that that's going to be a good experience when we're able to start playing those matchups. So you'll see that next weekend, and throughout the month of May, the schedule for North America is going to heavily lean into those matchups of the teams on the West Coast against the East Coast teams, so that we start to see some matchups that we haven't really had yet this year, which should be a lot of fun.
That does sound a lot of fun. Thank you so much. Fantastic news all around. So thank you so much for taking the time and sharing these announcements with us.
Awesome, thanks. And look, hope this is a lot of fun. We expect it should be great, and we will be listening to feedback from our fans and players, and we'll adjust in June if we need to. But we're all stoked about it on our end, and it should be really cool. So we're looking forward to it.
Awesome. It's great to have so much adaptation, and the feedback, of course, from everyone out there is greatly appreciated. So thanks to everyone sharing their thoughts with us. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and afterwards, we will be revealing the hero pool for next week, so you don't want to miss it.
stun onto Looney. Are they able to get a man ref? Unfortunately not able to find it. Shrell playing the death from the range from above, sorry, to get that extra damage out of the Demon Hunter, but he's a lightning lasso. Seedu Khan do a full cyclone. Shrell all alone. Wildcard Gaming looking to close out. Use me instantaneously. Zach in a lot of trouble. Cut of Karma does get busting protection off, and it looks like change my mind. Just want to close it out early on. Cola gets stabbed. He's trying to go trinket. Oh my God! Change my mind has done it. A beautiful all-in, beautiful crowd control.
ABC anticipated that prediction and locked in the counter to the counter, but we see Asgrath gains one, two, out of nowhere. Cloud9 take game 1 easy.
We're fine.
And we are back again, and now it is time to find out which heroes will be taken out of the rotation for next week.
I was
Are you guys
born
ready?
I'm ready.
Oh boy.
Bring it on.
Well, okay. It's not really on me. I just gonna have to wait until someone feeds me the information. But for now, I think we should take a look, of course, at the hero usage rate, so we can speculate before we actually get, you know, the real deal, the real information. And just as a reminder, Echo, Tracer, Orisa, Mora, they were out for this week, and that means they cannot be out again.
Echo
so
next week?
Any of those... Yeah, I mean, Echo, again, I said it many a times because people complained she wasn't eligible for OWL to begin with. So we actually lucked out. Like, this is best case scenario. Because now, as soon as she's available, she will be playable. And that is fantastic. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah. The script wrote itself. Or did we write it? Who knows? But yeah, we're going to kick things off. We will be talking more about Echo, of course, once we're seeing who else will be in and out of the mix. But let's kick things off looking at our support heroes and their usage rate right now. I mean, guys, I assume Anna has to be in there. Obviously, she has been played a lot of Mercy and Lucy.
It would be hilarious if Mercy was removed.
Don't touch
it. Would be hilarious.
Mercy, okay, she is perfectly fine where she is right now. Okay, she's all I got. Just leave her alone. Okay, honestly, let's just get rid of Brig for a bit. Let's just.
But can you make Echo work properly without the Mercy?
That's true. I would like to actually have the Mercy in. All personal things aside, it would actually be cool to have the Mercy in the pool for the first week that Echo is available, because from what we've seen, a lot of people pair those two together because the Mercy just enables the Echo to just kill everybody. So it'd be really cool to see that in the pool.
I know what we're doing in rank this week.
But you know what? I've just been told that she's...
Oh, why do you build me up just to watch me crumble? Oh.
I kind of... No, but this one I'm not happy about this one myself. I actually really wanted her in so we can see... Well, I'm sure they still figure out a way of really making Echo work. Oh, blimey. This is upsetting.
What? At least Anna's in the pool.
Well,
okay, so we're going to see some Anna then, probably. So let's see some Nano Echo. Yeah,
Nano Echo.
Neko? No, it doesn't work. I mean, Nano Echo, Neko. I'm just trying to... never mind. Let's move on. I'm trying here, okay? We're looking at the tanks next and the usage rate, of course. Who do you think is on the top right now?
Well, I mean, it's pretty spread out across the board, right? So it's pretty interesting because we can just get pretty much any hero removed here. Even
Who's playing Roadhog in ranked? Okay, reveal yourself.
That'd be me, actually.
Reveal yourself.
Sorry.
Stop that.
Guilty.
Okay, I won for vote Roadhog. Get him out of here. Okay, I'd love to see Roadhog.
Get him out of here. That is non-consequential. Can you... Okay, what would be the biggest consequence? Like, which hero removal would have the biggest
Probably Reinhardt
impact
again, right?
right now?
I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I'm trying to think with Echo as well, like what tanks and stuff Echo pairs well with.
We don't even know.
The thing is, if Reinhardt is in the pool, a lot of Echoes are just going to copy Reinhardt.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
gonna be
shatter
sick.
all the time. So, yeah, but
Yeah, you know what? And that's happening because Wrecking Ball is the hero which
That's pretty
will
low
be
impact,
removed.
I think.
Wow.
With Echo coming into the pool.
Yeah.
So
Actually, it is. Yeah.
Well,
but
maybe
good,
like
since Mercy had a lot of impact. So
what do you mean?
There's that.
you need to speed up the tempo with Echo. You know, maybe Wrecking Ball would have been nice to combo with that to initiate and stuff for Echo.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit impactful, but again, I like having my boy Reinhardt in there. We'll see some double shatters. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun to combo with the Echo ultimate. So can't wait to see it.
Right.
Echo is going to get played right. Like
It'd be so funny.
She has
not.
to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually riot if not.
I
I'd
think
be
all the
very
DPS
upset.
players are
Someone
going to be like,
can
I'm playing Echo. Regardless, all the coaches are like, no. He's like, I'm playing Echo. You can't stop me. I'm going on stage.
It's like, but watch
Color
me.
Hex have been waiting
The
long
good
enough.
thing is though, like the turnaround is so short that many teams either don't know how to incorporate her properly or actually deal with her properly. So it will somehow work either way.
It hasn't prevented
right?
teams before.
Exactly, that is so true. Now let's take a look at the hero usage rate for our damage dealing heroes. Yeah, I'm not very surprised to see McCree up there. Ash made her way up there. She was one of the bigger surprises for all of us.
Oh boy.
That we saw so much of her.
It's kind of
But then
interesting.
again,
People want to
given
shoot
her
things
changes.
a lot in ranked, apparently. So
It looks like it, yeah.
You can
Clicking
shoot with
heads
May too.
seems to be popular.
I guess.
It is going
I
to be
mean-
interesting, though. I mean, with Wrecking Ball out of the pool as well, you have to imagine that it's, you know, harder to pull, or I mean, it's easier to pull off some of these picks, like maybe Widowmaker, etc. So it's going to be interesting to see if Widowmaker does not
It
get
would be
removed.
nice for Widow to be removed, though, because then Echo would have a little bit more free reign out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, like, I haven't played Widowmaker against Echo yet. I can imagine that it's quite hard to actually hit the Flying Echo, but I mean, it is a bit like a far pick, so I guess you're right.
Maybe
so
McCree would have the highest impact against. I think McCree's pretty good against Echo, right?
Oh,
so I
yeah.
think if you see McCree taken out, I think people will probably try and play like an Ashe or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see what actually gets taken out. So.
Well, for now, Widowmaker
Okay.
will be out first.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. All right, but
Every hero I say
Hey,
just
Johnny.
removed.
I know, right? Isn't it great? It's again, script writes itself. Like you're actually making my job so easy. Right on. So we have one more damage dealing hero, which needs to be taken out of the equation. We already said it. McCree will be a good one to remove to, you know, make it just that little bit easier for Echo to be out and about.
I feel like Ashe will get removed. though.
Okay, Johnny said it. So do we even need to
Yeah,
reveal
it's
it?
like
Johnny
gut
said
feeling.
it, so it's over.
Well, exactly. Like if he said it, it's happening anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You want to curse it, Costa? Curse it.
Ashe and McCree have the highest pick rate, so they have the highest chance to get removed from this upcoming pool. So, you know, I'm just I'm playing the odds. That's pretty much what
Alright.
happened.
Well, you know what? I have the answer. And Echo fans rejoice, McCree is out of the mix.
Oh,
so it's once again
interesting.
a Widowmaker and McCree out, and yeah, we won't have the Mercy to support the Echo, but there is still a high chance that we actually get to see her since McCree and Widowmaker are out of the equation. The Wrecking Ball, as we said, probably not as impactful, but overall, what do you make out of this, and how do you feel this will impact the teams?
I have a quick
coming up next
question.
weekend?
Wasn't 2 weeks ago the DPS hero bans McCree Widow? Am I losing it, or
Yeah.
am I right about that?
They're always a duo. They're always in the duo.
That's so.
Yeah.
Bren is molding right now. He's so upset. He's losing it about this. That's
On
pretty
the plus side,
actually.
I think this is almost certainly going to enable Echo a lot more. I think this is, you know, prime time for you to see some Echo next weekend. So, which is going to be exciting because, you know, we haven't had a new hero come through anytime recently. So, see the our level players, see what they can do it in a proper team environment. So, I'm excited, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So am I. So let's actually take a look at the teams which will be playing next week, so we can maybe, you know, already discuss who we think will be benefiting from said hero pool, or rather the removal of hero. I feel like when we say hero pool, then it's actually the wrong thing we say, since we're showing the unavailable heroes.
Shh, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions.
Isn't
Sorry,
it? I don't
everything's
know.
fine.
Like,
Everything's
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
What a
Oh boy!
Shanghai MYXL.
I know it's stacked.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's gonna be a really good one. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be a really good one.
Yeah.
Which one are you looking out for, except from Excelsior?
I think
and
Seoul
Dragons?
Guangzhou is going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Because we're starting to see a bunch of teams head over to the in the Asian region that haven't really played each other. So we're seeing how they match up. We saw Seoul Shanghai play very recently, and Shanghai showed that they were just significantly better. So let's see how Seoul does against the Guangzhou Charge now.
Yeah, and then for Sunday's schedule, I mean, you got to look out for Philly, Paris again. We've seen it several times throughout the season, but always good games. Always good games between Philly and Paris. I'm going to check that out. Also, I've seen Surefour stream. He's playing a lot of Echo. Surefour is really enjoying Echo. So when the Toronto Defiant plays next week, I'm going to watch out for Surefour hitting up some of that Echo. It's going to be good.
So what kind of impact do you think this hero will have on the league in general? Like, which kind of players do you think feel most at home playing Echo, and which teams will feel like it's the easiest to actually incorporate her given their playstyle?
I mean, I think it falls a lot to sort of like the Pharah Genji type of pool, because she has the ability with her flight to actually pull off some nice flanks, and because she deals so much burst damage, and then she's also able to finish off opponents that have a pretty low health, with sort of like the execute ability, I suppose, with like less than 50% health. It just speeds up the damage and deals so much damage. Also applies to shields, by the way. So if we ever see those double shield compositions, Echo might be able to break those up, being able to burst those barriers down real quick. So very interesting and versatile hero, and given that she's so powerful at the moment, I do expect her to be played quite a lot moving forward.
Have you guys given it much thought of how to effectively shutting her down?
Yeah, shoot her out of the air. So play Widow on
Well,
McCree.
not available.
Oh, no.
Tough luck.
I think
it's rough.
I think anything. I honestly have no idea. I was gonna say like maybe dive.
You were our best
Echo. We're gonna see Echo. I think if we're gonna see Echo, we're gonna see everyone play it and everyone incorporate it. So we're gonna see it on both sides. So I think we're gonna see some Echo on Echo action. But then they transform into other heroes, so it's gonna be like just chaos, and I'm all about it. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so am I. I embrace the chaos at any time. So yeah, this is pretty much it from our Watchpoint post show. Costa, Reinforce, thank you once again for a wonderful day of Overwatch.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Well, all right. That is a wrap. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Lots of great information here given to us by John Spector, and of course an interesting hero pool for next week. I'm very excited to see all the teams and how they will incorporate our newest hero, Echo. Beautiful design, by the way. I'm so taken by that hero design. She is just so pretty.
One of the best heroes in a very long time.
But yeah, no, she's such fun to watch, such fun to play, and we're gonna see all of that next week. Make sure for any news and updates to head on over on Twitter and follow at Overwatch League or at Costa, at Reinforce, and at Zombie. That would be me. And yeah, you're welcome. Just like casual shout out there right at the end. And that's it from us. Thanks for watching. Stay safe. Stay sane.
Thank you.
Also.
Bye.
You